Chapter 17 of Pearl Maiden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pearl Maiden, by H.RiderHAGGARD. Chapter 17, The Gate of Niconor. Another 2 hours went by, and the lengthening shadows cast through the stonework of the lattice told Miriam that the day was drawing to its end. Suddenly the bolts were shot and the door opened. "The time is at hand," she said to herself, and at the thought her heart beat fast and her knees trembled, while a mist came before her eyes, so that she could not see. When it passed she looked up, and there before her, very handsome and stately, though worn with war and hunger, stood Caleb, sword in hand and clad in a breastplate dinted with many blows. At the sight, Miriam's courage came back to her; at least before him she would show no fear. "Are you sent to carry out my sentence?" she asked. He bowed his head. "Yes, a while hence, when the sun sinks," he answered bitterly. "That judge, Simeon, who ordered you to be searched, is a man with a savage heart. He thought that I tried to save you from the wrath of the Sanhedrim. He thought that I—" "Let be what he thought," interrupted Miriam, "and, friend Caleb, do your office. When we were children together often you tied my hands and feet with flowers, do you remember? Well, tie them now with cords, and make an end." "You are cruel," he said, wincing. "Indeed, some might have thought that you are cruel, if, for instance, they had heard your words in that tower last night when you gave up my name to the Jews and linked it with another's." "Oh, Miriam," he broke in a pleading voice, "if I did this—and in truth I scarcely know what I did—it was because love and jealousy maddened me." "Love? The love of the lion for the lamb. Jealousy? Why were you jealous? Because, having striven to murder Marcus—oh, I saw the fight and it was little better, for you smote him unawares, being fully prepared when he was not. You feared lest I might have saved him from your fangs. Well, thanks be to God! I did save him, as I hope. And now, officer of the most merciful and learned Sanhedrim, do your duty." "At least, Miriam," Caleb went on, humbly, for her bitter words, unjust as they were in part, seemed to crush him, "at least, I strove my best for you to-day—after I found time to think." "Yes," she answered, "to think that other lions would get the lamb which you chanced to desire for yourself." "More," he continued, taking no note. "I have a plan." "A plan to do what?" "To escape. If I give the signal on your way to the gate where I must lead you, you will be rescued by certain friends of mine who will hide you in a place of safety, while I, the officer, shall seem to be cut down. Afterwards I can join you and under cover of the night, by a way of which I know, we will fly together." "Fly? Where to?" "To the Romans, who will spare you because of what you did yesterday—and me also." "Because of what you did yesterday?" "No; because you will say that I am your husband. It will not be true, but what of that?" "What of it, indeed?" asked Miriam, "since it can always become true. But how is it that you, being one of the first of the Jewish warriors, are prepared to fly and ask the mercy of your foes? Is it because—" "Spare to insult me, Miriam. You know well why it is. You know well that I am no traitor, and that I do not fly for fear." "Yes," she answered, in a changed tone, for his manly words touched her, "I know that." It is for you that I fly. For your sake I will eat this dirt and crown myself with shame. I fly that for the second time I may save you." "And in return you demand—what?" "Yourself." "That I will not give, Caleb. I reject your offer." "I feared it," he answered huskily, "who am accustomed to such denials. Then I demand this, for know that if once you pass your word I may trust it: that you will not marry the Roman Marcus." "I cannot marry the Roman Marcus any more than I can marry you, because neither of you are Christians, and as you know well it is laid upon me as a birth duty that I may take no man to husband who is not a Christian." "For your sake, Miriam," he answered slowly, "I am prepared to be baptized into your faith. Let this show you how much I love you." "It does not show that you love the faith, Caleb, nor if you did love it could I love you. Jew or Christian, I cannot be your wife." He turned his face to the wall and for a while was silent, then he spoke again. "Miriam, so be it. I will still save you. Go, and marry Marcus, if you can, only, if I live, I will kill him if I can, but that you need scarcely fear, for I do not think that I shall live." She shook her head. "I will not go, who am weary of flights and hidings. Let God deal with me and Marcus and you as he pleases. Yet I thank you, and am sorry for the unkind words I spoke. Oh, Caleb, cannot you put me out of your mind? Are there not many fairer women who would be glad to love you? Why do you waste your life upon me? Take your path and suffer me to take mine. Yet all this talk is foolishness, for both are likely to be short. Yours, and that of Marcus the Roman, and my own are all one path, Miriam, and I seek no other. As a lad, I swore that I would never take you, except by your own wish, and to that oath I hold. Also, I swore that if I could I would kill my rival, and to that oath I hold. If he kills me, you may wed him. If I kill him, you need not wed me unless you so desire. But this fight is to the death, yes, whether you live or die, it is still to the death between me and him. Do you understand?" "Your words are very plain, Caleb, but this is a strange hour to choose to speak them, seeing that, for aught I know, Marcus is already dead, and that within some short time I shall be dead, and that death threatens you and all within this temple. Yet we live, Miriam, and I believe that for none of the three of us is the end at hand. Well, you will not fly, either with me or without me?" "No, I will not fly." "Then the time is here, and, having no choice, I must do my duty, leaving the rest to fate. If, perchance, I can rescue you afterwards, I will, but do not hope for such a thing." "Caleb, I neither hope nor fear. Henceforth I struggle no more. I am in other hands than yours, or those of the Jews, and as they fashion the clay so shall it be shaped. Now, will you bind me?" "I have no such command. Come forth if it pleases you, the officers wait without. Had you wished to be rescued, I should have taken the path on which my friends await us. Now we must go another." "So be it," said Miriam, "but first give me that jar of water, for my throat is parched." He lifted it to her lips and she drank deeply. Then they went. Outside the cloister 4 men were waiting, 2 of them those doorkeepers who had searched her in the morning, the others soldiers. "You have been a long while with the pretty maid, master," said one of them to Caleb. "Have you been receiving confession of her sins?" "I have been trying to receive confession of the hiding place of the Roman, but the witch is obstinate," he answered. glaring angrily at Miriam. "She will soon change her tune on the gateway, master, where the nights are cold and the day is hot for those who have neither cloaks for their backs nor water for their stomachs. Come on, Blue Eyes, but first give me that necklet of pearls, which may serve to buy a bit of bread or a drink of wine," and he thrust his filthy hand into her breast. Next instant a sword flashed in the red light of the evening to fall full on the ruffian's skull, and down he went dead or dying. "Brute," said Caleb with an angry snarl, "go to seek bread and wine in Gehenna. The maid is doomed to death, not to be plundered by such as you. Come forward." The companions of the fallen man stared at him. Then one laughed, for death was too common a sight to excite pity or surprise, and said: "He was ever a greedy fellow. Let us hope that he has gone where there is more to eat." Then, preceded by Caleb, they marched through the long cloisters, past an inner door, turned down more cloisters on the right, and, following the base of the great wall, came to its beautiful centre gate, Niconor, that was adorned with gold and silver, and stood between the court of women and the court of Israel. Over this gateway was a square building, 50 feet or more in height, containing store chambers and places where the priests kept their instruments of music. On its roof, which was flat, were 3 columns of marble, terminated by gilded spikes. By the gate one of the Sanhedrim was waiting for them, that same relentless judge, Simeon, who had ordered Miriam to be searched. "Has the woman confessed where she hid the Roman?" he asked of Caleb. "No," he answered, "she says that she knows nothing of any Roman." "Is it so, woman?" "It is so, Rabbi." "Bring her up," he went on sternly, and they passed through some stone chambers to a place where there was a staircase with a door of cedar wood. The judge unlocked it, locking it again behind them, and they climbed the stairs till they came to another little door of stone, which, being opened, Miriam found herself on the roof of the gateway. They led her to the centre pillar, to which was fastened an iron chain about 10 feet in length. Here Simeon commanded that her hands should be bound behind her, which was done. Then he brought out of his robe a scroll written in large letters, and tied it onto her breast. This was the writing on the scroll: "Miriam, Nazarene and traitress, is doomed here to die as God shall appoint, before the face of her friends, the Romans." Then followed several signatures of members of the Sanhedrim, including that of her grandfather, Benoni, who had thus been forced to show the triumph of patriotism over kinship. This done, the end of the chain was made fast round her middle and riveted with a hammer in such fashion that she could not possibly escape its grip. Then all being finished the men prepared to leave. First, however, Simeon addressed her. "Stay here, accursed traitress, till your bones fall piecemeal from that chain," he said. "Stay, through storm and shine, through light and darkness, while Roman and Jew alike make merry of your sufferings, which, if my voice had been listened to, would have been shorter, but more cruel. Daughter of Satan, go back to Satan and let the son of the carpenter save you if he can." "Spare to revile the maid," broke in Caleb furiously, "for curses are spears that fall on the heads of those that throw them." "Had I my will," answered the rabbi, "a spear should fall upon your head, insolent, who dare to rebuke your elders. Begone before me, and be sure of this, that if you strive to return here it shall be for the last time. More is known about you, Caleb, than you think, and perhaps you also would make friends among the Romans." Caleb made no answer, for he knew the venom and power of this zealot Simeon, who was the chosen friend and instrument of the savage John of Gischala. Only he looked at Miriam with sad eyes, and, muttering "You would have it so, I can do no more. Farewell," he left her to her fate. So there in the red light of the sunset, with her hands bound, a placard setting out her shame upon her breast, and chained like a wild beast to the column of marble, Miriam was left alone. Walking as near to the little battlement as the length of her chain would allow, she looked down into the court of Israel, where many of the zealots had gathered to catch sight of her. So soon as they saw her they yelled and hooted and cast a shower of stones, one of which struck her on the shoulder. With a little cry of pain she ran back as far as she could reach on the further side of the pillar. Hence she could see the great court of women, whence the gate Niconor was approached by 15 steps forming the half of a circle and fashioned of white marble. This court was now nothing but a camp, for the outer court of the Gentiles having been taken by the Romans, their battering rams were working at its walls. Then the night fell, but brought no peace with it, for the rams smote continually, and since they were not strong enough to break through the huge stones of the mighty wall, the Romans renewed their attempt to take them by storm in the hours of darkness. But, indeed, it was no darkness, for the Jews lit fires upon the top of the wall, and by their light drove off the attacking Romans. Again and again, from her lofty perch, Miriam could see the scaling ladders appear above the crest of the wall. Then up them would come long lines of men, each holding a shield above his head. As the foremost of these scrambled onto the wall, the waiting Jews rushed at them and cut them down with savage shouts, while other Jews seizing the rungs of the ladder, thrust it from the coping to fall with its living load back into the ditch beneath. Once there were great cries of joy, for 2 standard-bearers had come up the ladders carrying their ensigns with them. The men were overpowered and the ensigns captured to be waved derisively at the Romans beneath, who answered the insult with sullen roars of rage. So things went on till at length the legionaries, wearying of this desperate fighting, took another counsel. Hitherto Titus had desired to preserve all the temple, even to the outer courts and cloisters, but now he commanded that the gates, built of great beams of cedar and overlaid with silver plates, should be fired. Through a storm of spears and arrows soldiers rushed up to them and thrust lighted brands into every joint and hinge. They caught, and presently the silver plates ran down their blazing surface in molten streams of metal. Nor was this all, for from the gates the fire spread to the cloisters on either side, nor did the outworn Jews attempt to stay its ravages. They drew back sullenly, and seated in groups upon the paving of the court of women, watching the circle of devouring flame creep slowly on. At length the sun rose. Now the Romans were labouring to extinguish the fire at the gateway, and to make a road over the ruins by which they might advance. When it was done at last, with shouts of triumph the legionaries, commanded by Titus himself and accompanied by a body of horsemen, advanced into the court of women. Back before them fled the Jews, pouring up the steps of the gate Niconor, on the roof of which Miriam was chained to her pinnacle. But of her they took no note, none had time to think, or even to look at a single girl bound there on high in punishment for some offence, of which the most of them knew nothing. Only they manned the walls to right and left, and held the gateway, but to the roof where Miriam was they did not climb, because its parapet was too low to shelter them from the arrows of their assailants. The Romans saw her, however, for she perceived that some of his officers were pointing her out to a man on horseback, clad in splendid armour, over which fell a purple cloak, whom she took to be Titus himself. Also one of the soldiers shot an arrow at her which struck upon the spiked column above her head and, rebounding, fell at her feet. Titus noted this, for she saw the man brought before him, and by his gestures gathered that the general was speaking to him angrily. After this no more arrows were shot at her, and she understood that their curiosity being stirred by the sight of a woman chained upon a gateway, they did not wish to do her mischief. Now the August sun shone out from a cloudless sky till the hot air danced above the roofs of the temple and the pavings of the court, and the thousands shut within their walls were glad to crowd into the shadow to shelter from its fiery beams. But Miriam could not escape them thus. In the morning and again in the afternoon she was able indeed, by creeping round it, to take refuge in the narrow line of shade thrown by the marble column to which she was made fast. At midday, however, it flung no shadow, so for all those dreadful hours she must pant in the burning heat without a drop of water to allay her thirst. Still she bore it till at length came evening and its cool. That day the Romans made no attack, nor did the Jews attempt a sally. Only some of the lighter of the engines were brought into the court of women, whence they hurled their great stones and heavy darts into the court of Israel beyond. Miriam watched these missiles as they rushed by her, once or twice so close that the wind they made stirred her hair. The sight fascinated her and took her mind from her own sufferings. She could see the soldiers working at the levers and pulleys till the strings of the catapult or the boards of the ballista were drawn to their places. Then the darts or the stones were set in the groove prepared to receive it, a cord was pulled and the missile sped upon its way, making an angry humming noise as it clove the air. At first it looked small. Then approaching it grew large, to become small again to her following sight as its journey was accomplished. Sometimes, the stones, which did more damage than the darts, fell upon the paving and bounded along it, marking their course by fragments of shattered marble and a cloud of dust. At others, directed by an evil fate, they crashed into groups of Jews, destroying all they touched. Wandering to and fro among these people was that crazed man Jesus, the son of Annas, who had met them with his wild prophetic cry as they entered into Jerusalem, and whose ill-omened voice Miriam had heard again before Marcus was taken at the fight in the old tower. To and fro he went, none hindering him, though many thrust their fingers in their ears and looked aside as he passed, wailing forth, "Woe! Woe to Jerusalem! Woe to the city and the temple!" Of a sudden, as Miriam watched, he was still for a moment, then throwing up his arms, cried in a piercing voice, "Woe, woe to myself!" Before the echo of his words had died against the temple walls, a great stone cast from the court of women rushed upon him through the air and felled him to the earth. On it went with vast bounds, but Jesus, the son of Annas, lay still. Now, in the hour of the accomplishment of his prophecy, his pilgrimage was ended. All the day the cloisters that surrounded the court of women burned fiercely, but the Jews, whose heart was out of them, did not sally forth, and the Romans made no attack upon the inner court of Israel. At length the last rays of the setting sun struck upon the slopes of the Mount of Olives, the white tents of the Roman camps, and the hundreds of crosses, each bearing its ghastly burden, that filled the valley of Jehoshaphat and climbed up the mountain sides wherever space could be found for them to stand. Then over the tortured, famished city down fell the welcome night. To none was it more welcome than to Miriam, for with it came a copious dew which seemed to condense upon the gilded spike of her marble pillar, whence it trickled so continually, that by licking a little channel in the marble, she was enabled, before it ceased, to allay the worst pangs of her thirst. This dew gathered upon her hair, bared neck and garments, so that through them also she seemed to take in moisture and renew her life. After this she slept awhile, expecting always to be awakened by some fresh conflict. But on that night none took place, the fight was for the morrow. Meanwhile there was peace. Miriam dreamed in her uneasy sleep, and in this dream many visions came to her. she saw this sacred hill of Moriah, whereon the temple stood, as it had been in the beginning, a rugged spot clothed with ungrafted carob trees and olives, and inhabited, not of men, but by wild boars and the hyenas that preyed upon their young. Almost in its centre lay a huge black stone. To this stone came a man clad in the garb of the Arabs of the desert, and with him a little lad whom he bound upon the stone as though to offer him in sacrifice. Then, as he was about to plunge a knife into his heart, a glory shone round the place, and a voice cried to him to hold his hand. That was a vision of the offering of Isaac. It passed, and there came another vision. Again she saw the sacred height of Moriah, and lo! a temple stood upon it, a splendid building, but not that which she knew, and in front of this temple the same black rock. On the rock, where once the lad had been bound, was an altar, and before the altar a glorious man clad in priestly robes, who offered sacrifice of lambs and oxen and in a sonorous voice gave praise to Jehovah in the presence of a countless host of people. This she knew was the vision of Solomon the king. It passed, and lo! by this same black rock stood another man, pale and eager-faced, with piercing eyes, who reproached the worshippers in the temple because of the wickedness of their hearts, and drove them from before him with a scourge of cords. This she knew was a vision of Jesus, the Son of Mary, that Messiah whom she worshipped, for as he drove out the people he prophesied the desolation that should fall upon them, and as they fled they mocked him. The picture passed, and again she saw the black rock, but now it lay beneath a gilded dome and light fell upon it through painted windows. About it moved many priests whose worship was strange to her, and so they seemed to move for ages. At length the doors of that dome were burst open, and upon the priests rushed fair-faced, stately-looking men, clad in white mail and bearing upon their shields and breastplates the symbol of the cross. They slaughtered the votaries of the strange worship, and once more the rock was red with blood. Now they were gone in turn and other priests moved beneath the dome, but the cross had vanished thence, and its pinnacles were crowned with crescents. That vision passed, and there came another of dim, undistinguishable hordes that tore down the crescents and slaughtered the ministers of the strange faith, and gave the domed temple to the flames. That vision passed, and once more the summit of Mount Moriah was as it had been in the beginning. The wild olive and the wild fig flourished among its desolate terraces, the wild boar roamed beneath their shade, and there were none to hunt him. Only the sunlight and the moonlight still beat upon the ancient rock of sacrifice. That vision passed, and lo! around the rock, filling the valley of Jehoshaphat and the valleys beyond, and the Mount of Olives and the mountains above, yes, and the empty air between earth and sky, further than the eye could reach, stood, rank upon rank, all the countless millions of mankind, all the millions that had been and were yet to be, gazing, every one of them, anxiously and in utter silence upon the scarred and naked rock of sacrifice. Now upon the rock there grew a glory so bright that at the sight of it all the millions of millions abased their eyes. And from the glory pealed forth a voice of a trumpet, that seemed to say: "This is the end and the beginning, all things are accomplished in their order, now is the day of decision." Then, in her dream, the sun turned red as blood and the stars seemed to fall and winds shook the world, and darkness covered it, and in the winds and the darkness were voices, and standing upon the rock, its arms stretched east and west, a cross of fire, and filling the heavens above the cross, company upon company of angels. This last vision of judgment passed also and Miriam awoke again from her haunted, horror-begotten sleep, to see the watchfires of the Romans burning in the court of women before her, and from the court of Israel behind her, where they were herded like cattle in the slaughterer's yard, to hear the groans of the starving Jews who tomorrow were destined to the sword. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Pearl Maiden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pearl Maiden, by H.RiderHAGGARD. Chapter 18, The Death Struggle of Israel. Now the light began to grow, but that morning no sun rose upon the sight of the thousands who waited for its coming. The whole heaven was dark with a grey mist that seemed to drift up in billows from the sea, bringing with it a salt dampness. For this mist Miriam was thankful, since had the sun shone hotly she knew not how she would have lived through another day. Already she grew very weak, who had suffered so much and eaten so little, and whose only drink had been the dew, but she felt that while the mist hid the sun her life would bide with her. To others also this mist was welcome. Under cover of it Caleb approached the gateway, and although he could not ascend it, as the doors were locked and guarded, he cast onto its roof so cleverly, that it fell almost at Miriam's feet, a linen bag in which was a leathern bottle containing wine and water, and with it a mouldy crust of bread, doubtless all that he could find, or buy, or steal. Kneeling down, Miriam loosed the string of the bag with her teeth and devoured the crust of bread, again returning thanks that Caleb had been moved to this thought. But from the bottle she could not drink, for her hands being bound behind her, she was able neither to lift it nor untie the thong that made fast its neck. Therefore, as, notwithstanding the dew which she had lapped, she needed drink sorely and longed also for the use of her hands to protect herself from the tormenting attacks of stinging gnats and carrion flies, she set herself to try to free them. Now the gilt spike that crowned her pillar was made fast with angle irons let into the marble, and the edge of one of these irons projected somewhat and was rough. Looking at it, the thought came into Miriam's mind that it might serve to rub through the cord with which her hands were bound. So standing with her back to the pillar she began her task, to find that it must be done little by little, since the awkward movement wearied her. Moreover, her swollen arms chafing against the marble of the column became intolerably sore. Yet, although the pain made her weep, from time to time she persevered. But night fell before the frayed cord parted. In the mist also the Romans came near to the gate, notwithstanding the risk, for they were very curious about her, and called to her asking why she was bound there. She replied in the Latin language, which was understood by very few of the Jews, that it was because she had rescued a Roman from death. Before they could speak again those who questioned her were driven back by a shower of arrows discharged from the wall, but in the distance she thought that she saw one of them make a report to an officer, who on receipt of it seemed to give some orders. Meanwhile, also under cover of the mist, the Jews were preparing themselves for battle. To the number of over 4,000 men they gathered silently in the court of Israel. Then of a sudden the gates were thrown open, and among them that of Niconor. The trumpets blew a signal and out they poured into the court of women, driving in the Roman guards and outposts as sticks and straws are driven by a sudden flood. But the legionaries beyond were warned, and locking their shields together stood firm, so that the Jews fell back from their iron line as such a flood falls from an opposing rock. Yet they would not retreat, but fought furiously, killing many of the Romans, until at length Titus charged on them at the head of a squadron of horse and drove them back headlong through the gates. Then the Romans came on and put those whom they had captured to the sword, but as yet they did not attempt the storming of the gates. Only officers advanced as near to the wall as they dared and called to the Jews to surrender, saying that Titus desired to preserve their temple and to spare their lives. But the Jews answered them with insults, taunts, and mockery, and Miriam, listening, wondered what spirit had entered into these people and made them mad, so that they chose death and destruction rather than peace and mercy. Then she remembered her strange visions of the night, and in them seemed to find an answer. Having repulsed this desperate sally, the Roman officers set thousands of men to work to attempt to extinguish the flaming cloisters, since, notwithstanding the answer of the Jews, Titus still desired to save the temple. As for its defenders, beyond guarding the walls of the court of Israel, they did no more. Gathering in such places as were most protected from the darts and stones thrown by the engines, they crouched upon the ground, some in sullen silence, some beating their breasts and rending their robes, while the women and children wailed in their misery and hunger, throwing dust upon their heads. The gate of Niconor, however, was still held by a strong guard, who suffered none to approach it, nor did any attempt to ascend to its roof. That Caleb still lived Miriam knew, for she had seen him, covered with dust and blood, driven back by the charge of Roman horse up the steps of the gateway. This, indeed, he was one of the last to pass before it was closed and barred to keep out the pursuing Romans. After that she saw no more of him for many a month. So that day also, the last of the long siege, wore away. At nightfall the thick mist cleared, and for the last time the rich rays of sunset shone upon the gleaming roof and burning pinnacles of the temple and were reflected from the dazzling whiteness of its walls. Never had it looked more beautiful than it did in that twilight as it towered, still perfect, above the black ruins of the desolated city. The clamour and shouting had died away, even the mourners had ceased their pitiful cries. Except the guards, the Romans had withdrawn and were eating their evening meal, while those who worked the terrible engines ceased from their destroying toil. Peace, an ominous peace, brooded on the place, and everywhere, save for the flames that crackled among the cedarwood beams in the roofs of the cloisters, was deep silence, such as in tropic lands precedes the bursting of a cyclone. To Miriam who watched, it seemed as though in the midst of this unnatural quiet Jehovah was withdrawing himself from the house where his spirit dwelt and from the people who worshipped him with their lips, but rejected him in their hearts. Her tormented nerves shuddered with a fear that was not of the body, as she stared upwards at the immense arch of the azure evening sky, half expecting that her mortal eyes would catch some vision of the departing wings of the angel of the Lord. But there she could see nothing except the shapes of hundreds of high-poised eagles. "Where the carcass is there shall the eagles be gathered together," she muttered to herself, and remembering that these 4 birds were come to feast upon the bones of the whole people of the Jews and upon her own, she shut her eyes and groaned. Then the light died on the temple towers and faded from the pale slopes of the mountains, and in place of the wheeling carrion birds bright stars shone out one by one upon the black mantle of the night. Once again, setting her teeth because of the agony that the touch of the marble gave to her raw and swollen flesh, Miriam began to fret the cords which bound her wrists against the rough edge of the angle iron. She was sure that it was nearly worn through, but oh! how could she endure the agony until it parted? Still she did endure, for at her feet lay the bottle, and burning thirst drove her to the deed. Suddenly her reward came, and she felt that her arms were free. Yes, numbed, swollen and bleeding, they fell against her sides, wrenching the stiffened muscles of her shoulders back to their place in such a fashion that she well nigh fainted with the pain. Still they were free, and presently she was able to lift them, and with the help of her teeth to loose the ends of the cord, so that the blood could run once more through her blackened wrists and hands. Again she waited till some feeling had come back into her fingers, which were numb and like to mortify. Then she knelt down, and drawing the leather bottle to her, held it between her palms, while, with her teeth, she undid its thong. The task was hard, for it was well tied, but at length the knots gave, and Miriam drank. So fearful was her thirst that she could have emptied the bottle at a draught, but this she, who had lived in the desert, was too wise to do, for she knew that it might kill her. Also when that was gone there was no more. So she drank half of it in slow sips, then tied the string as well as she was able and set it down again. Now the wine, although it was mixed with water, took hold of her who for so long had eaten nothing save a mouldy crust, so that strange sounds drummed in her ears, and sinking down against the column she became senseless for a while. She awoke again, feeling somewhat refreshed and, though her head seemed as though it did not belong to her, well able to think. Her arms also were better and her fingers had recovered their feeling. If only she could loose that galling chain, she thought to herself, she might escape, for now death, however strong her faith, was very near and unlovely. Also she suffered in many ways. To die and pass quick to heaven, that would be well, but to perish by inches of starvation, heat, cold, and cramped limbs, with pains within and without and a swimming sickness of the head, it was hard to bear. She knew that even were she free she could not hope to descend the gateway by its staircase, since the doors were locked and barred, and if she passed them it would be but to find herself among the Jews in the vaulted chambers beneath. But, so she thought, perhaps she could drop from the roof, which was not so very high, on to the paving in front of the first stair, and then, if she was unhurt, run or crawl to the Romans, who might give her shelter. So Miriam tried to undo the chain, only to find that as well might she hope to pull down the gate Niconor with her helpless hands. At this discovery she wept, for now she grew weak. Well for Miriam was it that she could not have her wish, for certainly had she attempted to drop down from the gateway to the marble paving, or even to the battlements of the walls which ran up to it on either side, her bones would have been shattered like the shell of an egg and she must have perished miserably. While she grieved thus, Miriam heard a stir in the court of Israel, and by the dim starlight saw that men were gathering, to do what she knew not. Presently, as she wondered, the great gates were opened very softly and out poured the Jews upon their last sally. Miriam was witnessing the death struggle of the nation of Israel. At the foot of the marble steps they divided, one half of them rushing towards the cloister on the right, and the other to that upon the left. Their object, as it seemed to her, was to slay those Roman soldiers, who, by the command of Titus, were still engaged in fighting the flames that devoured these beautiful buildings, and then to surprise the camp beyond. The scheme was such as a madman might have made, seeing that the Romans, warned by the sortie of the morning, had thrown up a wall across the lower part of the Court of Women, and beyond that were protected by every safeguard known to the science of ancient war. Also the moment that the first Jew set his foot upon the staircase, watching sentries cried out in warning and trumpets gave their call to arms. Still, they reached the cloisters and killed a few Romans who had not time to get away. Following those who fled, they came to the wall and began to try to force it, when suddenly on its crest and to the rear appeared thousands of those men whom they had hoped to destroy, every one of them wakeful, armed and marshalled. the Jews hesitated, and, like a living stream of steel, the Roman ranks poured over the wall. Then, of a sudden, terror seized those unhappy men, and, with a melancholy cry of utter despair, they turned to flee back to the court of Israel. But this time the Romans were not content with driving them away, they came on with them, some of them even reached the gate before them. Up the marble steps poured friend and foe together. Together they passed the open gate, in their mad rush sweeping away those who had stayed to guard it, and burst into the court of Israel. Then leaving some to hold the gate and reinforced continually by fresh companies from the camps within and without the temple courts, the Romans ran on towards the doors of the Holy House, cutting down the fugitives as they went. Now none attempted to stand. There was no fight made. Even the bravest of the Jewish warriors, feeling that their hour was come and that Jehovah had deserted his people, flung down their weapons and fled, some to escape to the upper city, more to perish on the Roman spears. A few attempted to take refuge in the Holy House itself, and after these followed some Romans bearing torches in their hands. Miriam, watching terrified from the roof of the gate Niconor, saw them go, the torches floating on the dusky air like points of wind-tossed fire. Then suddenly from a certain window on the north side of the temple sprang out a flame so bright that from where she stood upon the gate, Miriam could see every detail of the golden tracery. A soldier mounted on the shoulders of another and not knowing in his madness that he was a destroying angel, had cast a torch into and fired the window. Up ran the bright, devouring flame spreading outwards like a fan, so that within some few minutes all that side of the temple was but a roaring furnace. Meanwhile the Romans were pressing through the gate Niconor in an unending stream, till presently there was a cry of "Make way! Make way!" Miriam looked down to see a man, bare-headed and with close-cropped hair, white-robed also and unarmoured, as though he had risen from his couch, riding on a great war-horse, an ivory wand in his hand and preceded by an officer who bore the standard of the Roman eagles. It was Titus himself, who as he came shouted to the centurions to beat back the legionaries and extinguish the fire. But who now could beat them back? As well might he have attempted to restrain the hosts of Gehenna burst to the upper earth. They were mad with the lust of blood and the lust of plunder, and even to the voice of their dread lord they paid no heed. New flames sprang up in other parts of the vast temple. It was doomed. The golden doors were burst open and, attended by his officers, Titus passed through them to view for the first and last time the home of Jehovah, God of the Jews. From chamber to chamber he passed, yes, even into the Holy of Holies itself, whence by his command were brought out the golden candlesticks and the golden table of shewbread, nor, since God had deserted his habitation, did any harm come to him for that deed. Now the temple which for 1,130 years had stood upon the sacred summit of Mount Moriah, went upwards in a sheet of flame, itself the greatest of the sacrifices that had ever been offered there, while soldiers stripped it of its gold and ornaments, tossing the sacred vessels to each other and tearing down the silken curtains of the shrine. Nor were victims lacking to that sacrifice, for in their blind fury the Romans fell upon the people who were crowded in the court of Israel, and slew them to the number of more than 10,000, warrior and priest, citizen and woman and child together, till the court swam with blood and the rock of offering was black with the dead who had taken refuge there. Yet these did not perish quite unavenged, for many of the Romans, their arms filled with priceless spoils of gold and silver, the treasures of immemorial time, sank down overcome by the heat, and where they fell they died. From the court of Israel went up one mighty wail of those who sank beneath the sword. From the thousands of the Romans went up a savage shout of triumph, the shout of those who put them to the sword. From the multitude of the Jews who watched this ruin from the upper city went up a ceaseless scream of utter agony, and dominating all, like the accompaniment of some fearful music, rose the fierce, triumphant roar of fire. In straight lines and jagged pinnacles, the flames soared hundreds of feet into the still air, leaping higher and ever higher as the white walls and gilded roofs fell in, till all the temple was but one gigantic furnace, near which none could bide save the dead, whose very garments took fire as they lay upon the ground. Never was such a sight seen before; never, perhaps, will such a sight be seen again, one so awesome, yet so majestic. Now every living being whom they could find was slain, and the Romans drew back, bearing their spoil with them. But the remainder of the Jews, to the number of some thousands, escaped by the bridges, which they broke down behind them, across the valley into the upper city, whence that piercing, sobbing wail echoed without cease. Miriam watched till she could bear the sight no longer. The glare blinded her, the heat of the incandescent furnace shrivelled her up, her white dress scorched and turned brown. She crouched behind the shelter of her pinnacle gasping for breath. She prayed that she might die, and could not. Now she remembered the drink that remained in the leathern bottle, and swallowed it to the last drop. Then she crouched down against the pillar, and lying thus her senses left her. When they came back it was daylight, and from the heap of ashes that had been the temple of Herod and the most glorious building in the whole world, rose a thick cloud of black smoke, pierced here and there by little angry tongues of fire. The court of Israel was strewn so thick with dead that in places the soldiers walked on them as on a carpet, or to be rid of them, hurled them into the smouldering ruins. Upon the altar that stood on the rock of sacrifice a strange sight was to be seen, for set up there was an object like the shaft of a lance wreathed with what seemed to be twinning snakes and surmounted by a globe on which she stood a golden eagle with outspread wings. Gathered in front of it were a vast number of legionaries who did obeisance to this object. They were offering worship to the Roman standards upon the ancient altar of the God of Israel. Presently a figure rode before them attended by a glittering staff of officers, to be greeted with a mighty shout of "Titus Imperator! Titus Imperator!" Here on the scene of his triumph his victorious legions named their general Cæsar. Nor was the fighting altogether ended, for on the roofs of some of the burning cloisters were gathered a few of the most desperate of the survivors of the Jews, who, as the cloisters crumbled beneath them, retreated slowly towards the gate Niconor, which still stood unharmed. The Romans, weary with slaughter, called to them to come down and surrender, but they would not, and Miriam watching them, to her horror saw that one of these men was none other than her grandfather, Benoni. As they would not yield, the Romans shot at them with arrows, so that presently every one of them was down except Benoni, whom no dart seemed to touch. "Cease shooting," cried a voice, "and bring a ladder. That man is brave and one of the Sanhedrim. Let him be taken alive." A ladder was brought and reared against the wall near the gate Niconor, and up it came Romans. Benoni retreated before them till he stood upon the edge of the gulf of advancing fire. Then he turned round and faced them. As he turned he caught sight of Miriam huddled at the base of her column upon the roof of the gate, and thinking that she was dead, wrung his hands and tore his beard. She guessed his grief, but so weak and parched was she, that she could call no word of comfort to him, or do more than watch the end with fascinated eyes. The soldiers came on along the top of the wall till they feared to approach nearer to the fire, lest they should fall through the burning rafters. "Yield," they cried. "Yield, fool, before you perish. Titus gives you your life." "That he may drag me, an elder of Israel, in chains through the streets of Rome," answered the old Jew scornfully. "Nay, I will not yield, and I pray God that the same end which you have brought upon this city and its children, may fall upon your city and its children at the hands of men even more cruel than yourselves." Then stooping down he lifted a spear which lay upon the wall and hurled it at them so fiercely, that it transfixed the buckler of one of the soldiers and the arm behind the buckler. "Would that it had been your heart, heathen, and the heart of all your race!" he screamed, and lifting his hands as though in invocation, suddenly plunged headlong into the flames beneath. Thus, fierce and brave to the last, died Benoni the Jew. Again Miriam fainted, again to be awakened. The door that led from the gate chambers to its roof burst open and through it sped a figure bareheaded and dishevelled, his torn raiment black with blood and smoke. Staring at him, Miriam knew the man who Simeon—yes, Simeon, her cruel judge, who had doomed her to this dreadful end. After him, gripping his robe indeed, came a Roman officer, a stout man of middle age, with a weather-beaten kindly face, which in some dim way seemed to be familiar to her, and after him again, 6 soldiers. "Hold him!" he panted. "We must have one of them to show if only that the people may know what a live Jew is like," and the officer tugged so fiercely at the robe that in his struggles to be free, for he also hoped to die by casting himself from the gateway tower, Simeon fell down. Next instant the soldiers were on him and held him fast. Then it was for the first time that the captain caught sight of Miriam crouched at the foot of her pillar. "Why," he said, "I had forgotten. That is the girl whom we saw yesterday from the court of women and whom we have orders to save. Is the poor thing dead?" Miriam lifted her wan face and looked at him. "By Bacchus," he said, "I have seen that face before. It is not one that a man would forget. Ah! I have it now." Then he stooped and eagerly read the writing that was tied upon her breast. "Miriam, Nazarene and traitress, is doomed here to die as God shall appoint before the face of her friends, the Romans." "Miriam," he said, then started and checked himself. "Look!" cried one of the soldiers, "the girl wears pearls, and good ones. Is it your pleasure that I should cut them off?" "Nay, let them be," he answered. "Neither she nor her pearls are for any of us. Loosen her chain, not her necklet." So with much trouble they broke the rivets of the chain. "Can you stand, lady?" said the captain to Miriam. She shook her head. "Then I needs must carry you," and stooping down he lifted her in his strong arms as though she had been but a child, and, bidding the soldiers bring the Jew Simeon with them, slowly and with great care descended the staircase up which Miriam had been taken more than 60 hours before. Passing through the outer doors into the archway where the great gate by which the Romans had gained access to the temple stood wide, the captain turned into the court of Israel, where some soldiers who were engaged in dividing spoil looked up laughing and asked him whose baby he had captured. Paying no heed to them he walked across the court, picking his way through the heaps of dead to a range of the southern cloisters which were still standing, where officers might be seen coming and going. Under one of these cloisters, seated on a stool and employed in examining the vessels and other treasures of the temple, which were brought before him one by one, was Titus. Looking up, he saw this strange procession and commanded that they should be brought before him. "Who is it that you carry in your arms?" "Captain?" he asked. "That girl, Cæsar," he answered, "who was bound upon the gateway and whom you have orders should not be shot at." "Does she still live?" "She lives; no more. Thirst and heat have withered her." "How came she there?" "This writing tells you, Cæsar." Titus read. "Ah!" he said, "Nazarene. An evil sect, worse even than these Jews, or so thought the late divine Nero. Traitorous also. Why, the girl must have deserved her fate. But what is this? Is doomed to die as God shall appoint before the face of her friends, the Romans. How are the Romans her friends, I wonder? Girl, if you can speak, tell me who condemned you." Miriam lifted her dark head from the shoulder of the captain on which it lay and pointed with her finger at the Jew, Simeon. "Is that so, man?" asked Cæsar. "Now tell the truth, for I shall learn it, and if you lie you die." "She was condemned by the Sanhedrim, among whom was her own grandfather, Benoni. There is his signature with the rest upon the scroll," Simeon answered sullenly. "For what crime?" "Because she suffered a Roman prisoner to escape, for which deed," he added furiously, "may her soul burn in Gehenna for ever and aye." "What was the name of the prisoner?" asked Titus. "I do not remember," answered Simeon. "Well," said Cæsar, "it does not greatly matter, for either he is safe or he is dead. Your robes, what are left of them, show that you also are one of the Sanhedrim. Is it not so?" "Yes. I am Simeon, a name that you have heard." "Ah, Simeon, here it is, written on this scroll first of all. Well, Simeon, you doomed a high-born lady to a cruel death because she saved, or tried to save, a Roman soldier, and it is but just that you should drink of your own wine. Take him and fasten him to the column on the gateway and leave him there to perish. Your holy house is destroyed, Simeon, and being a faithful priest, you would not wish to survive your worship." "There you are right, Roman," he answered, "though I should have been better pleased with a quicker end, such as I trust may overtake you." Then they led him off, and presently Simeon appeared upon the gateway with Miriam's chain about his middle and Miriam's rope knotted afresh about his wrists. "Now for this poor girl," went on Titus Cæsar. "It seems that she is a Nazarene, a sect of which all men speak ill, for they try to subvert authority and preach doctrines that would bring the world to ruin. Also she was false to her own people, which is a crime, though one in this instance whereof we Romans cannot complain. Therefore if only for the sake of example it would be wrong to set her free; indeed, to do so, would be to give her to death. My command is, then, that she shall be taken good care of, and if she recovers, be sent to Rome to adorn my triumph, should the gods grant me such a thing, and afterwards be sold as a slave for the benefit of the wounded soldiers and the poor. Meanwhile, who will take charge of her?" "I," said that officer who had freed Miriam. "There is an old woman who tends my tent, who can nurse her in her sickness." "Understand, friend," answered Titus, "that no harm is to be done to this girl, who is my property." "I understand, O Cæsar," said the officer. "She shall be treated as though she were my daughter." "Good. You who are present, remember his words and my decree. In Rome, if we live to reach it, you shall give account to me of the captive lady, Miriam. Now take her away, for there are greater matters to be dealt with than the fortunes of this girl." Chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Pearl Maiden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pearl Maiden, by H.RiderHAGGARD. Chapter 19, Pearl Maiden. Many days had gone by, but still the fighting was not ended, for the Jews continued to hold the upper city. As it chanced, however, in one of the assaults upon it that officer who had rescued Miriam was badly hurt by a spear thrust in the leg, so that he could be of no more service in this war. Therefore, because he was a man whom Titus trusted, he was ordered to sail with others of the sick for Rome, taking in his charge much of the treasure that had been captured, and for this purpose travelled down to Tyre, whence his vessel was to put to sea. In obedience to the command of Caesar he had carried the captive Miriam to the camp of his legion upon the Mount of Olives, and there placed her in a tent, where an old slave woman tended her. For a while it was not certain whether she should live or die, for her sufferings and all that she had seen brought her so near to death that it was hard to keep her from passing its half-opened gates. Still, with good food and care, the strength came back to her body. But in mind Miriam remained sick, since during all these weeks she wandered in her talk, so that no word of reason passed her lips. Now, many would have wearied of her and thrust her out to take her chance with hundreds of other poor creatures who roamed about the land until they perished or were enslaved of Arabs. But this Roman did not act thus. In truth, as he had promised it should be, had she been his daughter, Miriam would not have been better tended. Whenever his duties gave him time he would sit with her, trying to beguile her madness, and after he himself was wounded, from morning to night they were together, till at length the poor girl grew to love him in a crazy fashion, and would throw her arms about his neck and call him uncle, as in the old days she had named the Essenes. Moreover, she learned to know the soldiers of that legion, who became fond of her and would bring her offerings of fruit and winter flowers, or of aught else that they thought would please her. So when the captain received his orders to proceed to Tyre with the treasure and take ship there, he and his guard took Miriam with them, and journeying easily, reached the city on the 8th day. As it chanced their ship was not ready, so they camped on the outskirts of Paleotyrus, and by a strange accident in that very garden which had been the property of Benoni. This place they reached after sunset one evening and set up their tents, that of Miriam and the old slave woman being placed on the seashore next to the tent of her protector. This night she slept well, and being awakened at the dawn by the murmur of the sea among the rocks, went to the door of the tent and looked out. All the camp was sleeping, for here they had no enemy to fear, and a great calm lay upon the sea and land. Presently the mist lifted and the rays of the rising sun poured across the blue ocean and its grey, bordering coast. With that returning light, as it happened, the light returned also into Miriam's darkened mind. She became aware that this scene was familiar. She recognized the outlines of the proud and ancient island town. More, she remembered that garden. Yes, there assuredly was the palm tree beneath which she had often sat, and there the rock, under whose shadows grew white lilies, where she had rested with Nehushta when the Roman captain brought her the letter and the gifts from Marcus. Instinctively Miriam put her hand to her neck. About it still hung the collar of pearls, and on the pearls the ring which the slave woman had found in her hair and tied there for safety. She took off the ring and placed it back upon her finger. Then she walked to the rock, sat down and tried to think. But for this, as yet her mind was not strong enough, for there rose up in it vision after vision of blood and fire, which crushed and overwhelmed her. All that went before the siege was clear, the rest one red confusion. While she sat thus the Roman captain hobbled from his pavilion, resting on a crutch, for his leg was still lame and shriveled. First he went to Miriam's tent to inquire after her of the old woman, as was his custom at the daybreak, then, learning that she had gone out of it, looked round for her. Presently he perceived her sitting in the shade of the rock gazing at the sea, and followed to join her. "Good morning to you, daughter," he said. "How have you slept after your long journey?" and paused, expecting to be answered with some babbling, gentle nonsense such as flowed from Miriam's lips in her illness. But instead of this she rose and stood before him looking confused. Then she replied: "Sir, I thank you, I have slept well. But tell me, is not yonder town Tyre, and is not this the garden of my grandfather, Benoni, where I used to wander? Nay, how can it be? So long has passed since I walked in this garden, and so many things have happened, terrible, terrible things which I cannot remember," and she hid her eyes in her hand and moaned. "Don't try to remember them," he said cheerfully. "There is so much in life that it is better to forget. Yes, this is Tyre, sure enough. You could not recognize it last night because it was too dark, and this garden, I am told, did belong to Benoni. Who it belongs to now I do not know. To you, I suppose, and through you to Cæsar." Now while he spoke thus somewhat at random, for he was watching her all the while, Miriam kept her eyes fixed upon his face, as though she searched there for something which she could but half recall. Suddenly an inspiration entered into them and she said: "Now I have it. You are the Roman captain, Gallus, who brought me the letter from—" and she paused, thrusting her hand into the bosom of her robe, then went on with something like a sob: "Oh! it is gone. How did it go? Let me think." "Don't think," said Gallus. "There are so many things in the world which it is better not to think about. Yes, as it happens, I am that man, and some years ago I did bring you the letter from Marcus, called the Fortunate. Also, as it chanced, I never forgot your sweet face and knew it again at a time when it was well that you should find a friend. No, we won't talk about it now. Look, the old slave calls you. It is time that you should break your fast, and I also must eat and have my wound dressed. Afterwards we will talk." All that morning Miriam saw nothing more of Gallus. Indeed, he did not mean that she should, since he was sure that her new-found sense ought not to be overstrained at first, lest it should break down again, never to recover. So she went out and sat alone by the garden beach, for the soldiers had orders to respect her privacy, and gazed at the sea. As she sat thus in quiet, event by event the terrible past came back to her. She remembered it all now: their flight from Tyre, the march into Jerusalem, the sojourn in the dark with the Essenes, the old tower and what befell there, the escape of Marcus, her trial before the Sanhedrim, the execution of her sentence upon the gateway, and then that fearful night when the flames of the burning temple scorched to her very brain, and the sights and sounds of slaughter withered her heart. After this she could recall but one more thing: the vision of the majestic figure of Benoni standing against a background of black smoke upon the lofty cloister roof and defying the Romans before he plunged headlong in the flames beneath. Of her rescue on the roof of the gate Niconor, of her being carried before Titus Cæsar in the arms of Gallus, and of his judgment concerning her she recollected nothing. Nor, indeed, did she ever attain to a clear memory of those events, while the time between them and the recovery of her reason by the seashore in the garden at Tyre always remained a blank. That troubled fragment of her life was sunk in a black sea of oblivion. At length the old woman came to summon Miriam to her midday meal, and led her, not to her own tent, but to that which was pitched to serve as an eating place for the captain, Gallus. As she went she saw knots of soldiers gathered across her path as though to intercept her, and turned to fly, for the sight of them brought back the terrors of the siege. "Have no fear of them," said the old woman, smiling. "Ill would it go here with him who dared to lift a finger against their Pearl Maiden." "Pearl Maiden? Why?" asked Miriam. "That is what they call you, because of the necklace that was upon your breast when you were captured, which you wear still. As for why? Well, I suppose because they love you, the poor sick thing they nursed. They have heard that you are better and gathered to give you joy of it. That is all." Sure enough, the words were true, for, as Miriam approached, these rough legionnaires cheered and clapped their hands, while one of them, an evil-looking fellow with a broken nose, who was said to have committed great cruelties during the siege, came forward bowing and presented her with a handful of wildflowers, which he must have collected with some trouble, since, at this season of the year they were not common. She took them, and being still weak, burst into tears. "Why should you treat me thus?" she asked, "who am, as I understand, but a poor captive?" "Nay, nay," answered a sergeant, with an uncouth oath. "It is we who are your captives, Pearl Maiden, and we are glad, because your mind has come to you, though, seeing how sweet you were without it, we do not know that it can better you very much." "Oh, friends, friends," began Miriam, then once more broke down. Meanwhile, hearing the disturbance, Gallus had come from his tent and was hobbling towards them, when suddenly he caught sight of the tears upon Miriam's face and broke out into such language as could only be used by a Roman officer of experience. "What have you been doing to her, you cowardly hounds?" he shouted. "By Caesar and the standards, if one of you has even said a word that she should not hear, he shall be flogged until the bones break through his skin." And his very beard bristling with wrath, Gallus uttered a series of the most fearful maledictions upon the head of that supposed offender, his female ancestry, and his descendants. "Your pardon, captain," said the sergeant, "but you are uttering many words that no maiden should hear." "You dare to argue with me, you foul-tongued camp scavenger?" shouted Gallus. "Here, guard, lash him to that tree. Fear not, daughter. The insult shall be avenged. We shall teach his dirty tongue to sing another tune," and again he cursed him, naming him by new names. "Oh, sir, sir," broke in Miriam, "what are you about to do? This man offered me no insult, none of them offered me anything except kind words and flowers." "Then how is it that you weep?" asked Gallus suspiciously. "I wept, being still weak, because they who are conquerors were so kind to one who is a slave and an outcast." "Oh," said Gallus. "Well, guard, you need not tie him up this time, but after all I take back nothing that I have said, seeing that in this way or in that they did make you weep. What business had they to insult you with their kindness? Men, henceforth you will be so good as to remember that this maiden is the property of Titus Caesar, and after Caesar, of myself, in whose charge he placed her. If you have any offerings to make to her, and I do not dissuade you from that practice, they must be made through me. Meanwhile, there is a cask of wine, that good old stuff from the Lebanon which I had bought for the voyage. If you should wish to drink the health of our captive, it is at your service." Then taking Miriam by the hand he led her into the eating tent, still grumbling at the soldiers, who for their part laughed and sent for the wine. They knew their captain's temper, who had served with them through many a fight, and knew also that this crazed Pearl Maiden whom he saved had twined herself into his heart, as was her fortune with most men of those among whom from time to time fate drove her to seek shelter. In the tent Miriam found two places set, one for herself and one for the captain Gallus. "Don't talk to me," he said, "but sit down and eat, for little enough you have swallowed all the time you were sick, and we sail to-morrow evening at the latest, after which, unless you differ from most women, little enough will you swallow on these winter seas until it pleases whatever god we worship to bring us to the coasts of Italy. Now here are oysters brought by runner from Sidon, and I command that you eat 6 of them before you say a word." So Miriam ate the oysters obediently, and after the oysters, fish, and after the fish the breast of a woodcock. But from the autumn lamb, roasted whole, which followed, she was forced to turn. "Send it out to the soldiers," she suggested, and it was sent as her gift. "Now, my captive," said Gallus, drawing his stool near to her, "I want you to tell me what you can remember of your story. Ah! you don't know that for many days past we have dined together and that it had been your fashion to sit with your arm round my old neck and call me your uncle. Nay, child, you need not blush, for I am more than old enough to be your father, let alone your uncle, and nothing but a father shall I ever be to you." "Why are you so good to me?" asked Miriam. "Why? Oh, for several reasons. First, you were the friend of a comrade of mine who often talked of you, but who now is dead. Secondly, you were a sick and helpless thing whom I chanced to rescue in the great slaughter, and who ever since has been my companion. And thirdly—yes, I will say it, though I do not love to talk of that matter, I had a daughter, who died, and who, had she lived, would have been of about your age. Your eyes remind me of hers. There, is that not enough? But now for the story. Stay. I will tell you what I know of it. Marcus, he whom they called the Fortunate, but whose fortune has deserted him, was in love with you, like the rest of us. Often he talked to me of you in Rome, where we were friends after a fashion, though he was set far above me, and by me sent to you that letter which I delivered here in this garden, and the trinket that you wear about your neck, and if I remember right, with it a ring. Yes, it is upon your finger. Well, I took note of you at the time and went my way to the war, and when I chanced to find you lately upon the top of the gate Niconor, although you were more like a half-burnt cinder than a fair maiden, I knew you again and carried you off to Caesar, who named you his slave and bade me take charge of you and deliver you to him in Rome. Now I want to know how you came to be upon that gateway." So Miriam began and told him all her tale, while he listened patiently. When she had done he rose and, limping round the little table, bent over and kissed her solemnly upon the brow. "By all the gods of the Romans, Greeks, Christians, Jews, and barbarian nations, you are a noble-hearted woman," he said, "and that kiss is my tribute to you. Little wonder that puppy, Marcus, is called the Fortunate, since, even when he deserved to die who suffered himself to be taken alive, you appeared to save him. To save him, by Venus, at the cost of your own sweet self. Well, most noble traitress, what now?" "I ask that question of you, Gallus. What now? Marcus, whom you should call no ill name, and who was overwhelmed through no fault of his own, fighting like a hero, has vanished." "Across the Styx, I fear me. Indeed that would be best for him, since no Roman must be taken prisoner and live." "Nay, I think not, or at least I hope he lives. My servant, Nehushta, would nurse him for my sake, and for my sake the Essenes, among whom I dwelt, would guard him, even to the loss of their own lives. Unless his wound killed him, I believe that Marcus is alive today." "And if that is so, you wish to communicate with him?" "What else, Gallus? Say, what fate will befall me when I reach Rome?" "You will be kept safe till Titus comes. Then, according to his command, you must walk in his triumph, and after that, unless he changes his mind, which is not likely, since he prides himself upon never having reversed a decree, however hastily it was made, or even added to or taken from a judgment, you must, alas! be set up in the Forum and sold as a slave to the highest bidder." "Sold as a slave to the highest bidder?" repeated Miriam faintly. "That is a poor fate for a woman, is it not? Had it been that daughter of yours who died, for instance, you would have thought it a poor fate for her, would you not?" "Do not speak of it, do not speak of it," muttered Gallus into his beard. "Well, in this, as in other things, let us hope that fortune will favour you." "I should like Marcus to learn that I am to march in the Triumph, and afterwards to be set up in the Forum and sold as a slave to the highest bidder," said Miriam. "I should like Marcus to learn; but, in the name of the gods, how is he to learn, if he still lives? Look you, we sail to-morrow night. What do you wish me to do?" "I wish you to send a messenger to Marcus bearing a token from me to him." "A messenger? What messenger? Who can find him? I can dispatch a soldier, but your Marcus is with the Essenes, who for their own sakes will keep him fast enough as a hostage, if they have cured him. Also the Essenes live, according to your story, in some hyena burrow, opening out of an underground quarry in Jerusalem, that is, if they have not been discovered and killed long ago. How, then, will any soldier find their hiding place?" "I do not think that such a man would find it," answered Miriam, "but I have friends in this city, and if I could come at them I might discover one who would meet with better fortune. You know that I am a Christian who was brought up among the Essenes, both of them persecuted people that have their secrets. If I find a Christian or an Essene he would take my message and, unless he was killed, deliver it." Now Gallus thought for a while, then he said, "If I were to go out in Tyre asking for Christians or Essenes, none would appear. As well might a stork go out and call upon a frog. But that old slave woman, who has tended on me and you, she is cunning in her way, and if I promised to set her at liberty should she succeed, well, perhaps she might succeed. Stay, I will summon her," and he left the tent. Some minutes later he returned, bringing the slave with him. "I have explained the matter to this woman, Miriam," he said, "and I think that she understands, and can prove to any who are willing to visit you, that they will have a free pass into and out of the camp, and need fear no harm. Tell her, then, where she is to go and whom she must seek." So Miriam told the woman, saying, "Tell any Essene whom you can find that she who is called their queen, bids his presence, and if he asks more, give him this word: the sun rises. Tell any Christian whom you can find that Miriam, their sister, seeks his aid, and if he asks more, give him this word: the dawn comes. Do you understand?" "I understand," answered the woman. "Then go," said Gallus, "and be back by nightfall, remembering that if you fail, in place of liberty you travel to Rome, whence you will return no more." "My lord, I go," answered the woman, beating her forehead with her hand and bowing herself from their presence. By nightfall she was back again with the tidings that no Christians seemed to be left in Tyre, all had fled to Pella, or elsewhere. Of the Essenes, however, she had found one, a minor brother of the name of Samuel, who, on hearing that Miriam was the captive, and receiving the watchword, said that he would visit the camp after dark, although he greatly feared that this might be some snare set to catch him. After dark he came accordingly, and was led by the old woman, who waited outside to meet him, to the tent where Miriam sat with Gallus. This Samuel proved to be a brother of the lowest order of the Essenes, whom, although he knew of her, Miriam had never seen. He had been absent from the village by the Jordan at the time of the flight of the sect, having come to Tyre by leave of the court to bid farewell to his mother, who was on her deathbed. Hearing that the brethren had fled, and his mother being still alive, he had remained in Tyre instead of seeking to rejoin them at Jerusalem, thus escaping the terrors of the siege. That was all his story. Now, having buried his mother, he desired to rejoin the brotherhood, if any of them were left alive. After Gallus had left the tent, since it was not lawful that she should speak of their secrets in the presence of any man who was not of the order, Miriam, having first satisfied herself that he was in truth a brother, told this Samuel all she knew of the hiding place of the Essenes beyond the ancient quarry, and asked him if he was willing to try to seek it out. He said yes, for he desired to find them. Also he was bound to give her what help he could, since should the brethren discover that he had refused it, he would be expelled from their order. Then, having pledged him to be faithful to her trust, not by oath, which the Essenes held unlawful, but in accordance with their secret custom which was known to her, she took from her hand the ring that Marcus had sent her, bidding him find out the Essenes, and, if their Roman prisoner was yet alive, and among them, to deliver it to him with a message telling him of her fate and whither she had gone. If he was dead, or not to be found anywhere, then he was to deliver the ring to the Libyan woman named Nehushta, with the same message. If he could not find her either, then to her uncle Ithiel, or, failing him, to whoever was president of the Essenes, with the same message, praying any or all of them to succour her in her troubles, should that be possible. At the least they were to let her have tidings at the house of Gallus, the captain, in Rome, where he proposed to place her in charge of his wife until the time came for her to be handed over to Titus and to walk in the Triumph. Moreover, in case the brother should forget, she wrote a letter that he might deliver to any of those for whom she gave the message. In this letter Miriam set out briefly all that had befallen her since that night of parting in the old tower, and by the help of Gallus, whom she now recalled to the tent, the particulars of her rescue and of the judgment of Caesar upon her person, ending it with these words: "If it be the will of God and your will, O you who may read this letter, haste, haste to help me, that I may escape the shame more sore than death which awaits me yonder in Rome." This letter she signed, Miriam, of the house of Benoni, but she did not write upon it the names of those to whom it was addressed, fearing lest it should fall into other hands and bring trouble upon them. Then Gallus asked the man Samuel what money he needed for his journey and as a reward for his service. He answered that it was against his rule to take any money, who was bound to help those under the protection of the order without reward or fee, whereat Gallus stared and said that there were stranger folk in this land than in any others that he knew, and they were many. So Samuel, having bowed before Miriam and pressed her hand in a certain fashion in token of brotherhood and fidelity, was led out of the camp again, nor did she ever see him more. Yet, as it proved, he was a faithful messenger, and she did well to trust him. Next day, at the prayer of Miriam, Gallus also wrote a letter, which gave him much trouble, to a friend of his, who was a brother officer with the army at Jerusalem, enclosing one to be handed to Marcus if, perchance, he should have rejoined the standards. "Now, daughter," he said, "we have done all that can be done, and must leave the rest to fate." "Yes, she answered with a sigh, "we must leave the rest to fate, as you Romans call God." In the evening they set sail for Italy, and with them much of the captured treasure, many sick and wounded men and a guard of soldiers. As it chanced, having taken the sea after the autumn gales and before those of midwinter began, they had a swift and prosperous voyage, enduring no hardships save once from want of water. Within 30 days they came to Rhegium, whence they marched overland to Rome, being received everywhere very gladly by people who were eager for tidings of the war. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Pearl Maiden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pearl Maiden, by H.RiderHAGGARD. Chapter 20, The Merchant Demetrius. When on that fateful night in the old tower Miriam sprang forward to strike the lantern from the hand of the Jew, Nehushta, who was bending over the fallen Marcus and dragging at his body, did not even see that she had left the door. With an effort, the slope of the rocky passage beyond favouring her, she half drew, half lifted the Roman through the entrance. Then it was, as she straightened herself a little to take breath, that she heard the thud of the rock door closing behind her. Still, as it was dark, she did not guess that Miriam was parted from them, for she said: "Ah, into what troubles do not these men lead us poor women! Well, just in time, and I think that none of them saw us." There was no answer. Sound could not pierce that wall and the place was silent as a tomb. "Lady! In the name of Christ, where are you, lady?" asked Nehushta in a piercing whisper, and the echoes of the gallery answered, "Where are you, lady?" Just then Marcus awoke. "What has chanced? What place is this, Miriam?" he asked. "This has chanced," answered Nehushta in the same awful voice. "We are in the passage leading to the vaults. Miriam is in the hands of the Jews in the old tower, and the door is shut between us. Accursed Roman! To save your life she has sacrificed herself." Without doubt she sprang from the door to dash the lantern from the hand of the Jew, and before she could return again it had swung home. "Now they will crucify her because she rescued you, a Roman." "Don't talk, woman," broke in Marcus savagely. "Open the door. I am still a man, I can still fight, or," he added with a groan, remembering that he had no sword, "at least I can die for her." "I cannot," gasped Nehushta. "She had the iron that lifts the secret latch. If you had kept your sword, Roman, it might perhaps have served, but that has gone also." "Break it down," said Marcus. "Come, I will help." "Yes, yes, Roman, you will help to break down 3 feet of solid stone." Then began that hideous scene whereof something has been said. Nehushta strove to reach the latch with her fingers. Marcus, standing upon one foot, strove to shake the stone with his shoulder, the black, silent stone that never so much as stirred. Yet they worked madly, their breath coming in great gasps, knowing that the work was in vain, and that even if they could open the door, by now it would be to find Miriam gone, or at best to be taken themselves. Suddenly Marcus ceased from his labour. "Lost!" he moaned, "and for my sake! O ye gods! for my sake!" Then down he fell, his harness clattering on the rocky step, and lay there, muttering and laughing foolishly. Nehushta ceased also, gasping, "The Lord help you, Miriam, for I cannot. Oh! after all these years to lose you thus! and because of that man!" and she glared through the darkness towards the fallen Marcus, thinking in her heart that she would kill him. Nay, she said to herself, she loved him, and did she know it might pain her. Better kill myself. Yes, and if I were sure that she is dead this, sin or no sin, I would do. As she sat thus, helpless, hopeless, she saw a light coming up the stair towards them. It was borne by Ithiel. Nehushta rose and faced him. "Praise be to God, there you are at length," he said. "Thrice I have been up this stair wondering why Miriam did not come." "Brother Ithiel," answered Nehushta, "Miriam will come no more. She is gone, leaving us in exchange this man, Marcus, the Roman prefect of horse." "What do you mean? What do you mean?" he gasped. "Where is Miriam?" "In the hands of the Jews," she answered. Then she told him all that story. "There is nothing to be done," he moaned when she had finished. "To open the door now would be but to reveal the secret of our hiding place to the Jews or to the Romans, either of whom would put us to the sword, the Jews for food, the Romans because we are Jews. We can only leave her to God and protect ourselves." "Had I my will," answered Nehushta, "I would leave myself to God and still strive to protect her. Yet you are right, seeing that many lives cannot be risked for the sake of one girl. But what of this man?" "We will do our best for him," answered Ithiel, "for so she who sacrificed herself for his sake would have wished. Also years ago he was our guest and befriended us. Stay here a while and I will bring men to carry him to the vault." So Ithiel went away to return with sundry of the brethren, who lifted Marcus and bore him down the stairs and passages to that darksome chamber where Miriam had slept, while other brethren shut the trap door, and loosened the roof of the passage, blocking it with stones so that without great labour none could pass that path forever. Here in this silent, sunless vault for many, many days Marcus lay sick with a brain fever, of which, had it not been for the skilful nursing of Nehushta and of the leeches among the Essenes, he must certainly have died. But these leeches, who were very clever, doctored the deep sword cut in his head, removing with little iron hooks the fragments of bone which pressed upon his brain, and dressing that wound and another in his knee with salves. Meanwhile, they learned by their spies that both the temple and Mount Sion had fallen. Also they heard of the trial of Miriam and of her exposure on the gate Niconor, but of what happened to her afterwards they could gather nothing. So they mourned her as dead. Now, their food being at length exhausted and the watch of the Romans having relaxed, they determined, those who were left of them, for some had died and Ithiel himself was very ill, to attempt to escape from the hateful vaults that had sheltered them for all these months. A question arose as to what was to be done with Marcus, now but a shadow of a man, who still wandered somewhat in his mind, but who passed the worst of his sickness and seemed like to live. Some were for abandoning him; some for sending him back to the Romans; but Nehushta showed that it would be wise to keep him as a hostage, so that if they were attacked they might produce him and in return for their care, perhaps buy their lives. In the end they agreed upon this course, not so much for what they might gain by it, but because they knew that it would have pleased the lost maid whom they called their queen, who had perished to save this man. So it came about that upon a certain night of rain and storm, when none were stirring, a number of men with faces white as lepers, of the hue, indeed, of roots that have pushed in the dark, might have been seen travelling down the cavern quarries, now tenanted only by the corpses of those who had perished there from starvation, and so through the hole beneath the wall into the free air. With them went litters bearing their sick, and among the sick, Ithiel and Marcus. None hindered their flight, for the Romans had deserted this part of the ruined city and were encamped around the towers in the neighbourhood of Mount Sion, where some few Jews still held out. Thus it happened that by morning they were well on the road to Jericho, which, always a desert country, was now quite devoid of life. On they went, living on roots and such little food as still remained to them, to Jericho itself, where they found nothing but a ruin haunted by a few starving wretches. Thence they travelled to their own village, to discover that, for the most part, this also had been burnt. But certain caverns in the hillside behind, which they used as storehouses, remained, and undiscovered in them a secret stock of corn and wine that gave them food. Here, then, they camped and set to work to sow the fields which no Romans or robbers had been able to destroy, and so lived hardly, but unmolested, till at length the first harvest came and with it plenty. In this dry and wholesome air Marcus recovered rapidly, who by nature was very strong. When first his wits returned to him he recognized Nehushta, and asked her what had chanced. She told him all she knew, and that she believed Miriam to be dead, tidings which caused him to fall into a deep melancholy. Meanwhile, the Essenes treated him with kindness, but let him understand that he was their prisoner. Nor if he had wished it, and they had given him leave to go, could he have left them at that time, seeing that the slightest of his hurts proved to be the worst, since the spear or sword cut having penetrated to the joint and let out the oil, the wound in his knee would heal only by very slow degrees, and for many weeks left him so lame that he could not walk without a crutch. So here he sat by the banks of the Jordan, mourning the past and well nigh hopeless for the future. Thus in solitude, tended by Nehushta, who now had grown very grim and old, and by the poor remnant of the Essenes, Marcus passed 4 or 5 miserable months. As he grew stronger he would limp down to the village where his hosts were engaged in rebuilding some of their dwellings, and sit in the garden of the house that was once occupied by Miriam. Now it was but an overgrown place, yet among the pomegranate bushes still stood that shed which she had used as a workshop, and in it, lying here and there as they had fallen, some of her unfinished marbles, among them one of himself which she began and cast aside before she executed that bust which Nero had named divine and set him to guard in the temple at Rome. To Marcus it was a sad place, haunted by 1,000 memories, yet he loved it because those memories were all of Miriam. Titus, said rumour, having accomplished the utter destruction of Jerusalem, had moved his army to Caesarea or Berytus, where he passed the winter season in celebrating games in the amphitheatres. These he made splendid by the slaughter of vast numbers of Jewish prisoners, who were forced to fight against each other, or, after the cruel Roman fashion, exposed to the attacks of ravenous wild beasts. But although he thought of doing so, Marcus had no means of communicating with Titus, and was still too lame to attempt escape. Could he have found any, indeed, to make use of them might have brought destruction upon the Essenes, who had treated him kindly and saved his life. Also among the Romans it was a disgrace for a soldier, and especially for an officer of high rank, to be made prisoner, and he was loath to expose his own shame. As Gallus had told Miriam, no Roman should be taken alive. So Marcus attempted to do nothing, but waited, sick at heart, for whatever fate fortune might send him. Indeed, had he been quite sure that Miriam was dead, he, who was disgraced and a captive, would have slain himself and followed her. But although none doubted her death, except Nehushta, his spirit did not tell him that this was so. Thus it came about that Marcus lived on among the Essenes till his health and strength came back to him, as it was appointed that he should do until the time came for him to act. At length that time came. When Samuel, the Essene, left Tyre, bearing the letter and the ring of Miriam, he journeyed to Jerusalem to find the holy city but a heap of ruins, haunted by hyenas and birds of prey that feasted on the innumerable dead. Still, faithful to his trust, he strove to discover that entrance to the caverns of which Miriam had told him, and to this end hovered day by day upon the north side of the city near to the old Damascus gate. The hole he could not find, for there were thousands of stones behind which jackals had burrowed, and how was he to know which of these openings led to caverns, nor were there any left to direct him. Still, Samuel searched and waited in hope that one day an Essene might appear who would guide him to the hiding place of the brethren. But no Essene appeared, for the good reason that they had fled already. In the end he was seized by a patrol of Roman soldiers who had observed him hovering about the place and questioned him very strictly as to his business. He replied that it was to gather herbs for food, whereon their officer said that they would find him food and with it some useful work. So they took him and pressed him into a gang of captives who were engaged in pulling down the walls, that Jerusalem might never more become a fortified city. In this gang he was forced to labor for over 4 months, receiving only his daily bread in payment, and with it many blows and hard words, until at last he found an opportunity to make his escape. Now among his fellow slaves was a man whose brother belonged to the order of the Essenes, and from him he learned that they had gone back to Jordan. So thither Samuel started, having Miriam's ring still hidden safely about his person. Reaching the place without further accident he declared himself to the Essenes, who received him with joy, which was not to be wondered at, since he was able to tell them that Miriam, whom they named their queen and believed to be dead, was still alive. He asked them if they had a Roman prisoner called Marcus hidden away among them, and when they answered that this was so, said that he had a message from Miriam which he was charged to deliver to him. Then they led him to the garden where her workshop had been, telling him that there he would find the Roman. Marcus was seated in the garden, basking in the sunshine, and with him Nehushta. They were talking of Miriam; indeed, they spoke of little else. "Alas! although I seem to know her yet alive, I fear that she must be dead," Marcus was saying. "It is not possible that she could have lived through that night of the burning of the temple." "It does not seem possible," answered Nehushta, "yet I believe that she did live; as in your heart you believe also. I do not think it was fated that any Christian should perish in that war, since it has been prophesied otherwise." "Prove it to me, woman, and I should be inclined to become a Christian, but of prophecies and such vague talk I am weary." "You will become a Christian when your heart is touched and not before," answered Nehushta sharply. "That light is from within." As she spoke the bushes parted and they saw the Essene, Samuel, standing in front of them. "Whom do you seek, man?" asked Nehushta, who did not know him. "I seek the noble Roman, Marcus," he answered, "for whom I have a message. Is that he?" "I am he," said Marcus, "and now, who sent you and what is your message?" "The queen of the Essenes, whose name is Miriam, sent me," replied the man. Now both of them sprang to their feet. "What token do you bear?" asked Marcus in a slow, restrained voice, "for no, we thought that lady dead." "This," he answered, and drawing the ring from his robe he handed it to him, adding, "Do you acknowledge the token?" "I acknowledge it. There is no such other ring. Have you aught else?" "I had a letter, but it is lost. The Roman soldiers robbed me of my robe in which it was sewn, and I never saw it more. But the ring I saved by hiding it in my mouth while they searched me." Marcus groaned, but Nehushta said quickly: "Did she give you no message? Tell us your story and be swift." So he told them all. "How long was this ago?" asked Nehushta. "Nearly 5 months. For 120 days I was kept as a slave at Jerusalem, laboring at the leveling of the walls." "5 months," said Marcus. "Tell me, do you know whether Titus has sailed?" "I heard that he had departed from Alexandria on his road to Rome." "Miriam will walk in his triumph. and afterwards be sold as a slave. Woman, there is no time to lose," said Marcus. "None," answered Nehushta. "Still, there is time to thank this faithful messenger." "Aye," said Marcus. "Man, what reward do you seek? Whatever it be, it shall be paid to you who have endured so much. Yes, it shall be paid, though here and now I have no money." "I seek no reward," replied the Essene, "who have but fulfilled my promise and done my duty." "Yet Heaven shall reward you," said Nehushta. "And now let us hence to Ithiel." Back they went swiftly to the caves that were occupied by the Essenes during the rebuilding of their houses. In a little cabin that was open to the air lay Ithiel. The old man was on his deathbed, for age, hardship, and anxiety had done their work with him, so that now he was unable to stand, but reclined upon a pallet awaiting his release. To him they told their story. "God is merciful," he said, when he had heard it. "I feared that she might be dead, for in the presence of so much desolation, my faith grows weak." "It may be so," answered Marcus, "but your merciful God will allow this maiden to be set up in the Forum at Rome and sold to the highest bidder. It would have been better that she perished on the gate Niconor." "Perhaps this same God," answered Ithiel with a faint smile, "will deliver her from that fate, as he has delivered her from many others. Now what do you seek, my lord Marcus?" "I seek liberty, which hitherto you have refused to me, Ithiel. I must travel to Rome as fast as ships and horses can carry me. I desire to be present at that auction of the captives. At least, I am rich and can purchase Miriam, unless I am too late." "Purchase her to be your slave?" "Nay, to be my wife." "She will not marry you. You are not a Christian." "Then, if she asks it, to set her free. Man, would it not be better that she should fall into my hands than into those of the first passer-by who chances to take a fancy to her face?" "Yes, I think it is better," answered Ithiel, "though who am I that I should judge? Let the court be summoned and at once. This matter must be laid before them. If you should purchase her and she desires it, do you promise that you will set her free?" "I promise it." Ithiel looked at him strangely and said, "Good, but in the hour of temptation, if it should come, see that you do not forget your word." So the court was called together, not the full 100 that used to sit in the great hall, but a bare score of the survivors of the Essenes, and to them the brother, Samuel, repeated his tale. To them also Marcus made his petition for freedom, that he might journey to Rome with Nehushta, and if it were possible, deliver Miriam from her bonds. Now, some of the more timid of the Essenes spoke against the release of so valuable a hostage upon the chance of his being able to aid Miriam, but Ithiel cried out from his litter: "What? Would you allow our own advantage to prevail against the hope that this maiden, who is loved by every one of us, may be saved? Shame upon the thought! Let the Roman go upon his errand, since we cannot." So in the end they agreed to let him go, and, as he had none, even provided money for his faring out of their scanty, secret store, trusting that he might find opportunity to repay it in time to come. That night Marcus and Nehushta bade farewell to Ithiel. "I am dying," said the old Essene. "Before ever you can set foot in Rome the breath will be out of my body, and beneath the desert sand I shall lie at peace, who desire peace. Yet, say to Miriam, my niece, that my spirit will watch over her spirit, awaiting its coming in a land where there are no more wars and tribulations, and that, meanwhile, I who love her bid her to be of good cheer and to fear nothing." So they parted from Ithiel and travelled upon horses to Joppa, Marcus disguising his name and rank lest some officer among the Romans should detain him. Here by good fortune they found a ship sailing for Alexandria, and in the port of Alexandria a merchant vessel bound for Rhegium, in which they took passage, none asking them who they might be. Upon the night of the burning of the temple, Caleb, escaping the slaughter, was driven with Simon the Zealot across the bridge into the upper city, which bridge they broke down behind them. Once he tried to return, in the mad hope that during the confusion he might reach the gate Niconor and, if she still lived, rescue Miriam. But already the Romans held the head of the bridge, and already the Jews were hacking at its timbers, so in that endeavour he failed and his heart made sure that Miriam had perished. So bitterly did Caleb mourn, who, fierce and wayward as he was by nature, still loved her more than all the world besides, that for 6 days or more he sought death in every desperate adventure which came to his hand, and they were many. But death fled him, and on the 7th day he had tidings. A man who was hidden among the ruins of the cloisters managed to escape to the upper city. From him Caleb learned that the woman, who was said to have been found upon the roof of the gate Niconor, had been brought before Titus, who gave her over to the charge of a Roman captain, by whom she had been taken without the walls. He knew no more. The story was slight enough, yet it sufficed for Caleb, who was certain that this woman must be Miriam. From that moment he determined to abandon the cause of the Jews, which, indeed, was now hopeless, and to seek out Miriam, wherever she might be. Yet, search as he would, another 15 days went by before he could find his opportunity. At length Caleb was placed in charge of a watch upon the wall, and, the other members of his company falling asleep from faintness and fatigue, contrived in the dark to let himself down by a rope which he had secreted, dropping from the end of it into the ditch. In this ditch he found many dead bodies, and from one of them, that of a peasant who had died but recently, took the clothes and a long winter cloak of sheepskins, which he exchanged for his own garments. Then, keeping only his sword, which he hid beneath the cloak, he passed the Roman pickets in the gloom and fled into the country. When daylight came Caleb cut off his beard and trimmed his long hair short. After this, meeting a countryman with a load of vegetables which he had licence to sell in the Roman camp, Caleb bought his store from him for a piece of gold, for he was well furnished with money, promising the simple man that if he said a word of it he would find him out and kill him. Then counterfeiting the speech and actions of a peasant, which he, who had been brought up among them down by the banks of Jordan, well could do, Caleb marched boldly to the nearest Roman camp and offered his wares for sale. Now this camp was situated outside the gate of Gennet, not far from the tower Hippicus. Therefore, it is not strange that although in the course of his bargaining he made diligent inquiry as to the fate of the girl who had been taken to the gate Niconor, Caleb could hear nothing of her, seeing that she was in a camp situated on the Mount of Olives, upon the other side of Jerusalem. Baffled for that day, Caleb continued his inquiries on the next, taking a fresh supply of vegetables, which he purchased from the same peasant, to another body of soldiers camping in the valley of Hinnom. So he went on from day to day searching the troops which surrounded the city, and working from the valley of Hinnom northwards to the valley of the Kedron, till on the 10th day he came to a little hospital camp pitched on the slope of the hill opposite to the ruin which once had been the Golden Gate. Here, while proffering his vegetables, he fell into talk with the cook who was sent to chaffer with him. "Ah," said the cook, handling the basket with satisfaction, "it is a pity, friend, that you did not bring this stuff here a while ago when we wanted it sorely and found it hard to come by in this barren, sword-wasted land." "Why?" asked Caleb carelessly. "Oh, because of a prisoner we had here, a girl whose sufferings had made her sick in mind and body, and whose appetite I never knew how to tempt, for she turned from meat, and ever asked for fish, of which, of course, we had none, or failing that, for green food and fruits." "And what were her name and story?" asked Caleb. As for her name I know it not. We called her Pearl Maiden because of a collar of pearls she wore and because also she was white and beautiful as a pearl. Oh, beautiful indeed, and so gentle and sweet, even in her sickness, that the roughest brute of a legionary with a broken head could not choose but to love her. Much more than that old bear, Gallus, who watched her as though she were his own cub. Indeed? And where is this beautiful lady now? I should like to sell her something. Gone, and left us all mourning. Not dead?" said Caleb in a new voice of eager dismay. "Oh, not dead?" The fat cook looked at him calmly. "You take a strange interest in our Pearl Maiden, cabbage seller," he said. "And, now that I come to think of it, you are a strange-looking man for a peasant." With an effort Caleb recovered his self-command. "Once I was better off than I am now, friend," he answered. "As you know, in this country the wheel of fortune has turned rather quick of late." "Yes, and left many crushed flat behind it." "The reason why I am interested," went on Caleb, taking no heed, "is that I may have lost a fine market for my goods." "Well, and so you have, friend. Some days ago the Pearl Maiden departed to Tyre in charge of the captain, Gallus, on her way to Rome. Perhaps you would wish to follow and sell her your onions there." "Perhaps I should," answered Caleb. "When you Romans have gone this seems likely to be a bad country for gardeners, since owls and jackals do not buy fruit, and you will leave no other living thing behind you." "True," answered the cook. "Caesar knows how to handle a broom and he has made a very clean sweep," and he pointed complacently to the heaped-up ruins of the temple before them. "But how much for the whole basketful?" "Take them, friend," said Caleb, "and sell them to your mess for the best price that you can get. You need not mention that you paid nothing." "Oh no, I won't mention it. Good morning, Mr. Cabbage grower, good morning." Then he stood still watching as Caleb vanished quickly among the great boles of the olive trees. What can stir a Jew so much, he reflected to himself, as to make him give something for nothing, and especially to a Roman? Perhaps he is Pearl Maiden's brother. No, that can't be from his eyes. Her lover more likely. Well, it is no affair of mine, and although he never grew them, the vegetables are good and fresh. That evening when Caleb, still disguised as a peasant, was travelling through the growing twilight across the hills that bordered the road to Tyre, he heard a mighty wailing rise from Jerusalem and knew that it was the death cry of his people. Now, everywhere above such portions of the beleaguered city as remained standing, shot up tall spires and wreaths of flame. Titus had forced the walls, and thousands upon thousands of Jews were perishing beneath the swords of his soldiers, or in the fires of their burning homes. Still, some 90,000 were left alive, to be driven like cattle into the court of women. Here more than 10,000 died of starvation, while some were set aside to grace the triumph, some to be slaughtered in the amphitheatres at Caesarea and Berytus, but the most were transported to Egypt, there, until they died, to labour in the desert mines. Thus was the last desolation accomplished and the prophecy fulfilled. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships. And there ye shall sell yourselves unto your enemies for bondmen and for bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. Thus did Ephraim return to Egypt, whence he came forth to sojourn in the promised land until the cup of his sin was full. Now once more that land was a desert without inhabitants. All its pleasant places were waste, all its fenced cities destroyed, and over their ruins and the bones of their children flew Cæsar's eagles. The war was ended, there was peace in Judæa. Solitudinem faciunt pacem appellant. When Caleb reached Tyre, by the last light of the setting sun he saw a white-sailed galley beating her way out to sea. Entering the city, he inquired who went in the galley and was told Gallus, a Roman captain, in charge of a number of sick and wounded men, many of the treasures of the temple, and a beautiful girl, who was said to be the granddaughter of Benoni of that town. Then knowing that he was too late, Caleb groaned in bitterness of spirit. Presently, however, he took thought. Now, Caleb was wise in his generation, for at the beginning of this long war he had sold all his land and houses for gold and jewels, which, to a very great value, he had left hidden in Tyre in the house of a man he trusted, an old servant of his father's. To this store he had added from time to time out of the proceeds of plunder, of trading, and of the ransom of a rich Roman knight who was his captive, so that now his wealth was great. Going to the man's house, Caleb claimed and packed this treasure in bales of Syrian carpets to resemble merchandise. Then the peasant who had travelled into Tyre upon business about a mule, was seen no more, but in place of him appeared Demetrius, the Egyptian merchant, who bought largely, though always at night, of the merchandise of Tyre, and sailed with it by the first ship to Alexandria. Here this merchant bought much more goods, such as would find a ready sale in the Roman market, enough to fill the half of a galley, indeed, which lay in the harbour near the Pharos lading for Syracuse and Rhegium. At length the galley sailed, meaning to make Crete, but was caught by a winter storm and driven to Paphos in Cyprus, where, being afraid to attempt the seas again, let the merchant, Demetrius, do what he would to urge them forward, the captain and crew of the galley determined to winter. So they beached her in the harbour and went up to the great temple, rejoicing to pay their vows and offer gifts to Venus, who had delivered them from the fury of the seas, that they might swell the number of her votaries. But although he accompanied them, since otherwise they might have suspected that he was a Jew, Demetrius, who sought another goddess, cursed Venus in his heart, knowing that had it not been for her delights the sailors would have risked the weather. Still, there was no help for it and no other ship by which he could sail, so here he abode for more than 3 months, spending his time in Curium, Amathos, and Salamis, trading among the rich natives of Cyprus, out of whom he made a large profit, and adding wine, and copper from Tamasus to his other merchandise, as much as there was room for on the ship. In the end after the great spring festival, for the captain said that it would not be fortunate to leave until this had been celebrated, they set sail and came by way of Rhodes to the island of Crete, and thence touching at Cythera to Syracuse in Sicily, and so at last to Rhegium. Here the merchant, Demetrius, transshipped his goods into a vessel that was sailing to the port of Centum Celli, and having reached that place hired transport to convey them to Rome, nearly 40 miles away. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Pearl Maiden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pearl Maiden, by H.RiderHAGGARD. Chapter 21, The Caesars and Prince Domitian. When the captain Gallus reached the outskirts of Rome he halted, for he did not desire that Miriam should be led through the streets in the daytime, and thus caused questions to be asked concerning her. Also he sent on a messenger bidding the man to find out his wife, Julia, if she were still alive, since of this Gallus, who had not seen her for several years, could tell nothing, and inform her that he would be with her shortly, bringing with him a maiden who had been placed in his charge by Titus. Before nightfall, the messenger returned, and with him Julia herself, a woman past middle age, but, although grey-haired, still handsome and stately. Miriam saw their meeting, which was a touching sight, since this childless couple who had been married for almost 30 years, had now been separated for a long time. Moreover, a rumour had reached Julia that her husband was not only wounded, but dead, wherefore her joy and thankfulness at his coming were even greater than they would otherwise have been. One thing, however, Miriam noted, that whereas her friend and benefactor, Gallus, held up his hands and thanked the gods that he found his wife living and well, Julia on her part said: I thank God," touching her breast with her fingers as she spoke the words. Presently the matron seemed to notice her, and, looking at her with a doubtful eye, asked: "How comes it, husband, that you are in charge of this captive Jewess, if Jewess she be who is so fair?" "By the orders of Titus Caesar, wife," he answered, "to whom she must be delivered on his arrival. She was condemned to perish on the gate Niconor as a traitress to the Jews and a Nazarene." Julia started and looked at the girl over her shoulder. "Are you of that faith, daughter?" she asked in a changed voice, crossing her hands upon her breast as though by chance. "I am, mother," answered Miriam, repeating the sign. "Well, well, husband," said Julia, "the maid's tale can wait. Whether she was a traitress to the Jews, or a follower of Christus, is not our affair. At least she is in your charge, and therefore welcome to me," and stepping to where Miriam stood with bowed head she kissed her on the forehead, saying aloud: "I greet you, daughter, who are so sweet to see and in misfortune," adding beneath her breath, "in the name you know." Then Miriam was sure that she had fallen into the hands of a woman who was a Christian, and was thankful in her heart, for while the Caesars sat upon the Roman throne the Christians of every clime, rank and race were one great family. That evening, so soon as the darkness fell, they entered Rome by the Appian Gate. Here they separated, Gallus leading his soldiers to convoy the treasure to the safe keeping of that officer who was appointed to receive it, and afterwards to the camp prepared for them, while Julia, with Miriam and an escort of 2 men only, departed to her own home, a small dwelling in a clean but narrow and crowded street that overhung the Tiber between the Pons Aelius and the Porta Flaminia. At the door of the house Julia dismissed the soldiers, saying: "Go without fear, and take witness that I am bond for the safety of this captive." So the men went gladly enough, for they desired to rest after the toils of their long journey, and the door of the house having been opened by a servant and locked again behind them, Julia led Miriam across a little court to the sitting room that lay beyond. Hanging lamps of bronze burned in the room, and by their light Miriam saw that it was very clean and well, though not richly, furnished. "This is my own house, daughter," she explained, "which my father left me, where I have dwelt during all these weary years that my husband has been absent in the wars of the East. It is a humble place, but you will find peace and safety in it, and, I trust, comfort. Poor child," she added in a gentle voice, "I who am also a Christian, though as yet of this my husband knows nothing, welcome you in the name of the Lord." "In the name of the Lord, I thank you," answered Miriam, "who am but a friendless slave." "Such fine friends," said Julia, "and if you will suffer it I think that I shall be one of them." Then at a sign from the elder woman they knelt down, and in silence each of them put up her prayer of thanksgiving, the wife because her husband had come back to her safe, the maiden because she had been led to a house ruled by a woman of her own faith. After this they ate, a plain meal but well cooked and served. When it was done Julia conducted Miriam to the little whitewashed chamber which had been prepared for her. It was lighted from the court by a lattice set high in the wall, and, like all the house, very clean and sweet, with a floor of white marble. Once another maid slept here," said Julia with a sigh, glancing at the white bed in the corner. "Yes," said Miriam, "she was named Flavia, was she not, your only child? Nay, do not be astonished. I have heard so much of her that I seem to have known her well, who can be known no more. Here." "Did Gallus tell you?" asked Julia. "He used rarely to speak of her." Miriam nodded. "Gallus told me. You see he was very good to me and we became friends. For all that he has done, may Heaven bless him, who, although he seems rough, has so kind a heart." "Yes, may Heaven bless all of us, living and dead," answered Julia. Then she kissed Miriam and left her to rest. When Miriam came out of her bedchamber on the following morning, she found Gallus clad in his body armour, now new cleaned, though dinted with many a blow, standing in the court and watching the water which squirted from a leaden pipe to fall into a little basin. "Greeting, daughter," he said, looking up. "I trust that you have rested well beneath my roof who have sojourned so long in tents." "Very well," she answered, adding, "If I might ask it, why do you wear your mail here in peaceful Rome?" "Because I am summoned to have an audience of Cæsar, now within an hour." "Is Titus come, then?" she asked hurriedly. "Nay, nay, not Titus Cæsar, but Vespasian Cæsar, his father, to whom I must make report of all that was passing in Judæa when we left, of the treasure that I brought with me and—of yourself." "Oh! Gallus," said Miriam, "will he take me away from your charge?" "I know not. I hope not. But who can say? It is as his fancy may move him. But if he listens to me I swear that you shall stay here forever. Be sure of that." Then he went, leaning on a spear shaft, for the wound in his leg had caused it to shrink so much that he could never hope to be sound again. 3 hours later he returned to find the two women waiting for him anxiously enough. Julia glanced at his face as he came through the door of the street wall into the vestibulum or courtyard where they were waiting. "Have no fear," she said. "When Gallus looks so solemn he brings good tidings, for if they are bad he smiles and makes light of them," and advancing she took him by the hand and led him past the porter's room into the atrium. "What news, husband?" she asked when the door was shut behind them so that none might overhear their talk. "Well," he answered, "first, my fighting days are over, since I am discharged the army, the physicians declaring that my leg will never be well again. Wife, why do you not weep?" "Because I rejoice," answered Julia calmly. 30 years of war and bloodshed are enough for any man. You have done your work. It is time that you should rest who have been spared so long, and at least I have saved while you were away, and there will be food to fill our mouths." "Yes, yes, wife, and as it happens, more than you think, since Vespasian, being gracious and pleased with my report, has granted me half pay for all my life, to say nothing of a gratuity and a share of the spoil, whatever that may bring. Still I grieve, who can never hope to lift spear more." "Grieve not, for thus I would have had it, Gallus. But what of this maid?" "Well, I made my report about her, as I was bound to do, at first Domitian, Cæsar's son, being curious to see her, prompted Vespasian to order that she should be brought to the palace. Almost Cæsar spoke the word, then a thought seemed to strike him and he was silent, whereon I said that she had been very sick and still needed care and nursing, and that if it was his will, my wife could tend her until such time as Titus Cæsar, whose spoil she was, might arrive. Again Domitian interrupted, but Vespasian answered, "The Jewish maid is not your slave, Domitian, or my slave? She is the slave of your brother, Titus. Let her bide with this worthy officer until Titus comes, he being answerable in his person and his goods that she shall be produced before him, she or proof of her death." Then, waving his hand to show that the matter was done with, he went on to speak of other things, demanding details of the capture of the temple and comparing my list of the vessels and other gear with that which was furnished by the treasurer, into whose charge I handed them yesternight. "So, maid Miriam, till Titus comes you are safe." "Yes," answered Miriam with a sigh, "till Titus comes. But after that, what?" "The gods alone know," he said impatiently. "Meanwhile, since my head is on it, I must ask your word of you that you will attempt no flight." "I give it, Gallus," she answered smiling, "who would die rather than bring evil on you or yours. Also, whither should I fly?" "I know not. But you Christians find many friends. The rats themselves have fewer hiding places. Still, I trust you, and henceforth you are free, till Titus comes." "Aye," repeated Miriam, "till Titus comes." So for hard upon 6 months, till midsummer, indeed, Miriam dwelt in the house of Gallus and his wife, Julia. She was not happy, although to them she became as a daughter. Who could be happy even in the sunshine of a peaceful present, that walked her world between two such banks of shadow? Behind was the shadow of the terrible past; in front, black and forbidding, rose the shadow of the future, which might be yet more terrible, the future when she would be the slave of some man unknown. Sometimes walking with Julia, humbly dressed and mingling with the crowd, her head dress arranged to hide her face as much as might be, she saw rich lords of Rome go by in chariots, on horseback, in litters, and all sorts and conditions of them, fat, proud men with bold eyes, hard-faced statesmen or lawyers, war-worn, cruel-looking captains, dissolute youths with foppish dress and perfumed hair, and shuddering, wondered whether she was appointed to any one of these. Or was it, perhaps, to that rich and greasy tradesman, or to yon low-born freedman with the cunning leer? She knew not, God alone knew, and in him must be her trust. Once as Miriam was walking thus, gorgeously clad slaves armed with rods of office appeared, bursting away through the crowded streets to an accompaniment of oaths and blows. After these came lictors bearing the fasces on their shoulders; then a splendid chariot drawn by white horses, and driven by a curled and scented charioteer. In it, that he might be the better seen, stood a young man, tall, ruddy-faced, and clad in royal attire, who looked downward as though from bashfulness, but all the while scanned the crowd out of the corners of his dim blue eyes shaded by lids devoid of lashes. For a moment Miriam felt those eyes rest upon her, and knew that she was the subject of some jest which their owner addressed to the exquisite charioteer, causing him to laugh. Then a horror of that man took hold of her, and when he had gone by, bowing in answer to the shouts of the people, who, as it seemed to her, cheered from fear and not with joy, she asked Julia who he might be. "Who but Domitian," she answered, "the son of one Cæsar and the brother of another, who hates both and would like to wear their crown. He is an evil man, and if he should chance to cross your path, beware of him, Miriam." Miriam shuddered and said: "As well, mother, might you bid the mouse that is caught abroad to beware of the cat it meets at night." "Some mice find holes that cats cannot pass," answered Julia with meaning as they turned their faces homeward. During all this time, although Gallus made diligent inquiry among the soldiers who arrived from Judæa, Miriam could hear nothing of Marcus, so at last she came to believe that he must be dead, and with him the beloved and faithful Nehushta, and to hope that if this were so she also might be taken. Still amongst all this trouble she had one great comfort. Under the mild rule of Vespasian, although their meeting places were known, the Christians had peace for a while. Therefore, in company with Julia and many others of the brotherhood, she was able to visit the catacombs on the Appian Way by night, and there in those dismal, endless tombs to offer prayer and receive the ministrations of the Church. The great apostles, St. Peter and St. Paul, had suffered martyrdom, indeed, but they had left many teachers behind them, and the chief of these soon grew to know and love the poor Jewish captive who was doomed to slavery. Therefore here also she found friends and consolation of spirit. In time Gallus came to learn that his wife was also of the faith, and for a while this knowledge seemed to cast him down. In the end, however, he shrugged his shoulders and said that she was certainly of an age to judge for herself and that he trusted no harm might come of it. Indeed, when the principles of the Christian hope were explained to him, he listened to them eagerly enough, who had lost his only child, and until now had never heard this strange story of resurrection and eternal life. Still, although he listened, and even from time to time was present when the brethren prayed, he would not be baptized, who said that he was too sunk in years to throw incense on a new altar. At length Titus came, the Senate, which long before his arrival had decreed him a triumph, meeting him outside the walls, and there, after some ancient formalities communicating to him their decision. Moreover it was arranged that Vespasian, his father, should share in this triumph, because of the great deeds which he had done in Egypt, so that it was said everywhere that this would be the most splendid ceremony which Rome had ever seen. After this Titus passed to his palace and there lived privately for several weeks, resting while the preparations for the great event went forward. One morning early Gallus was summoned to the palace, whence he returned rubbing his hands and trying to look pleased, with him, as Julia had said, a sure sign of evil tidings. "What is it, husband?" she asked. "Oh, nothing, nothing," he answered, "except that our Pearl Maiden here must accompany me after the midday meal into the august presences of Vespasian and Titus. The Cæsars wish to see her, that they may decide where she is to walk in the procession. If she is held to be beautiful enough, they will grant to her a place of honor, by herself. Do you hear that, wife? By herself, not far in front of the very chariot of Titus. As for the dress that she will wear," he went on nervously, since neither of his auditors seemed delighted with this news, "it is to be splendid, quite splendid, all of the purest white silk with little discs of silver sewn about it, and a representation of the gate Niconor worked in gold thread upon the breast of the robe." At this tidings Miriam broke down and began to weep. "Dry your tears, girl," he said roughly, although the thickness of his voice suggested that water and his own eyes were not far apart. "What must be, and now is the time for that God you worship to show you some mark of favour. Surely, he should do so, seeing how long and how often you pray to him in burrows that a jackal would turn from." "I think he will," answered Miriam, ceasing her sobs with a bold uplifting of her soul towards the light of perfect faith. "I am sure he will," added Julia, gently stroking Miriam's dark and curling hair. "Then," broke in Gallus, driving the point to its logical conclusion, "what have you to fear? A long, hot walk through the shouting populace, who will do no harm to one so lovely, and after that, whatever good fate your God may choose for you. Come, let us eat, that you may look your best when you appear before the Cæsars." "I would rather look my worst," said Miriam, bethinking her of Domitian and his bleared eyes. Still, to please Gallus, she tried to eat, and afterwards, accompanied by him and by Julia, was carried in a closed litter to the palace. Too soon she was there, arriving a little before them, and she was helped from the litter by slaves wearing the imperial livery. Now she found herself alone in a great marble court filled with officers and nobles awaiting audience. "That is the Pearl Maiden," said one of them, whereon they all crowded around her, criticizing her aloud in their idle curiosity. "Too short," said one. "Too thin," said another. "Too small in the foot for her ankle," said a third. "Fools!" broke in a fourth, a young man with a fine figure and dark rings round his eyes. "What is the use of trying to cheapen this piece of goods thus in the eyes of the experienced? I say that this Pearl Maiden is as perfect as those pearls about her own neck; on a small scale, perhaps, but quite perfect, and you will admit that I ought to know." "Lucius says that she is perfect," remarked one of them in a tone of acquiescence, as though that verdict settled the matter. "Yes," went on the critical Lucius, "now, to take one thing only, a point so often overlooked. Observe how fresh and firm her flesh is. When I press it thus," and he suited the action to the word, "as I thought, my finger leaves scarcely any mark." "But my arm does," said a gruff voice beside him, and next moment this scented judge of human beings received the point of the elbow of Gallus between the eyes just where the nose is set into the forehead. With such force and skill was the blow directed that next instant the critic was sprawling on his back upon the pavement, the blood gushing from his nostrils. Now most of them laughed, but some murmured, while Gallus said: "Way there, friends, way there! I am charged to deliver this lady to the Caesars and to certify that while she was in my care no man has so much as laid a finger on her. Way there, I pray you! And as for that whimpering puppy on his back, if he wishes it, he knows where to find Gallus. My sword will mark him worse than my elbow, if he wants bloodletting, that I swear." Now with jests and excuses they fell back one and all. There were few of them who did not know that, lame as he might be now, old Gallus was still the fiercest and most dreaded swordsman of his legion. Indeed he was commonly reported to have slain 18 men in single combat, and when young even to have faced the most celebrated gladiator of the day for sport, or to win a private bet, and given him life as he lay at his mercy. So they passed on through long halls guarded by soldiers, till at length they came to a wide passage closed with splendid curtains, where the officer on duty asked them their business. Gallus told him and he vanished through the curtains, whence he returned presently, beckoning them to advance. They followed him down a corridor set with busts of departed emperors and empresses, to find themselves in a round marble chamber, very cool and lighted from above. In this chamber sat and stood 3 men: Vespasian, whom they knew by his strong, quiet face and grizzled hair; Titus, his son, the darling of mankind, thin, active, and aesthetic-looking, with eyes that were not unkindly, a sarcastic smile playing about the corners of his mouth; and Domitian, his brother, who has already been described, a man taller than either of them by half a head, and more gorgeously attired. In front of the august 3 was a master of ceremonies clad in a dark-coloured robe, who was showing them drawings of various sections of the triumphal procession, and taking their orders as to such alterations as they wished. Also there were present, a treasurer, some officers and 2 or 3 of the intimate friends of Titus. Vespasian looked up. "Greeting, worthy Gallus," he said in the friendly, open voice of one who has spent his life in camps, "and to your wife, Julia, greeting also. So that is the Pearl Maiden of whom we have heard so much talk. Well, I do not pretend to be a judge of beauty, still I say that this Jewish captive does not belie her name, Titus, do you recognize her?" "In truth, no, father. When last I saw her she was a sooty, withered little thing whom Gallus yonder carried in his great arms, as a child might carry a large doll that he had rescued from the fire. Yes, I agree that she is beautiful and worthy of a very good place in the procession. Also she should fetch a large price afterwards, for that necklace of pearls goes with her. Make a note of this, scribe, and the reversion to considerable property in Tyre and elsewhere. This, by special favour, she will be allowed to inherit from her grandfather, the old rabbi, Benoni, one of the Sanhedrim, who perished in the burning of the temple." "How can a slave inherit property, son?" asked Vespasian, raising his eyebrows. "I don't know," answered Titus with a laugh. "Perhaps Domitian can tell you. He says that he studied law. But so I have decreed." "A slave," interrupted Domitian wisely, "has no rights and can hold no property, but the Cæsar of the East"—here he sneered—"can declare that certain lands and goods will pass to the highest bidder with the person of the slave, and this, Vespasian Cæsar, my father, is what I understand Titus Cæsar, my brother, has thought it good to do in the present instance." "Yes," said Titus in a quiet voice, though his face flushed, "that, Domitian, is what I have thought it good to do. In such a matter is not my will enough?" "Conqueror of the East," replied Domitian, "thrower down of the mountain stronghold called Jerusalem, to which the topless towers of Ilium were as nothing, and exterminator of a large number of misguided fanatics, in what matter is not your will enough? Yet a boon, O Cæsar. As you are great, be generous," and with a mocking gesture he bowed the knee to Titus. "What boon do you seek of me, brother, who know that all I have is, or," he added slowly, "will be, yours?" "One that is already granted by your precious words, Titus. Of all you have, which is much, I seek only this Pearl Maiden, who has taken my fancy. The girl only, not her property in Tyre, wherever that may be, which you can keep for yourself." Vespasian looked up, but before he could speak, Titus answered quickly. "I said, Domitian, all I have. This maid I have not, therefore the words do not apply. I have decreed that the proceeds of the sale of these captives is to be divided equally between the wounded soldiers and the poor of Rome. Therefore she is their property, not mine. I will not rob them." "Virtuous man! No wonder that the legions love him who cannot withdraw one lot from a sale of thousands, even to please an only brother," soliloquized Domitian. "If you wish for the maid," went on Titus, taking no heed of the insult, "the markets are open. Buy her. It is my last word." Suddenly Domitian grew angry, the false modesty left his face, his tall form straightened itself, and he stared round with his blear, evil-looking eyes. "I appeal," he shouted, "I appeal from Cæsar the Small to Cæsar the Great, from the murderer of a brave barbarian tribe to the conqueror of the world. O Cæsar, Titus here declared that all he has is mine. Yet when I ask him for the gift of one captive girl he refuses me. Command, I pray you, that he should keep his word." Now the officers and the secretaries looked up, for of a sudden this small matter had become very important. For long the quarrel between Titus and his jealous brother had smouldered, now over the petty question of a captive it had broken into flame. The face of Titus grew hard and stern as that of some statue of the offended Jove. "Command, I pray you, father," he said, "that my brother should cease to offer insult to me. Command also that he should cease to question my will and my authority in matters great or small that are within my rule. Since you are appealed to as Cæsar judge, not of this thing only but of all, for there is much between him and me that needs to be made plain." Vespasian looked round him uneasily, but seeing no escape and that beneath the quarrel lay issues which were deep and wide, he spoke out in his brave, simple-minded fashion. "Sons," he said, "seeing that there are but two of you who together, or one after the other, must inherit the world, it is an evil-omened thing that you should quarrel thus, since on the chances of your enmity may hang your own fates and the fates of peoples. Be reconciled, I pray you. Is there not enough for both? As for the matter in hand, this is my judgment. With all the spoils of Judea, this fair maid is the property of Titus. Titus, whose boast it is that he does not go back upon his word, has decreed that she shall be sold and her price divided between the sick soldiers and the poor. Therefore she is no longer his to give away, even to his brother. With Titus I say, if you desire the girl, Domitian, bid your agent buy her in the market." "Aye, I will buy her," snarled Domitian, "but this I swear, that soon or late Titus shall pay the price and one that he will be loath to give." Then followed by his secretary and an officer, he turned and left the audience hall. "What does he mean?" asked Vespasian, looking after him with anxious eyes. "He means that—" and Titus checked himself. "Well, time and my destiny will show the world what he means, so be it. As for you, Pearl Maiden, who, though you know it not, have cost Cæsar so dear, well, you are fairer than I thought, and shall have the best of places in the pageant. Yet, for your sake, I pray that one may be found who, when you come to the market-place, may outbid Domitian," and he waved his hand to show that the audience was at an end. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of Pearl Maiden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Monica Rowley. Pearl Maiden by H.RiderHAGGARD. Chapter 22. The Triumph. Another week went by, and the eve of the triumph was at hand. On the afternoon before the great day, sewing women had come to the house of Gallus, bringing with them the robe that Miriam must wear, as had been promised. It was splendid of white silk, covered with silver discs, and having the picture of the gay Niconor fashioned on the breast, but cut so low that it shamed Miriam to put it on. "It is naught," said Julia. "The designer has made it thus that the multitude may see those pearls from which you take your name." But to herself she thought, "O monstrous age and monstrous man, whose eyes can delight in the disgrace of a poor, unfriended maiden? Surely the cup of iniquity of my people is full, and they shall drink it to the dregs." That same afternoon also came an assistant of the officer who was called the marshal, with orders to Gallus as to when and where he was to deliver over his charge upon the morrow. With him he brought a packet which, when opened, proved to contain a splendid golden girdle, fashioned to the likeness of a fetter. The glass was an amethyst, and round it were cut these words: "The gift of Domitian to her who tomorrow shall be his." Miriam threw the thing from her as though it were a snake. "I will not wear it," she said. "I say that I will not wear it. At least today I am my own," while Julia groaned and Gallus cursed beneath his breath. Knowing her sore plight that evening, there came to visit her one of the elders of the Christian church in Rome, the bishop named Cyril, who had been the friend and discipline of the apostle Peter. To him the poor girl poured out all the agony of her heart. "Oh, my father in Christ," she said, "I swear to you that were I not of our holy faith, rather than endure this shame, I would slay myself tonight. Other dangers have I passed, but they have been of the body alone, whereas this, pity me and tell me, you in whose ear God speaks, tell me, what must I do?" "Daughter," answered the grave and gentle man, "you must trust in God. Did He not save you in the house of Tyre? Did He not save you in the streets of Jerusalem? Did He not save you on the gate Niconor?" "He did," answered Miriam. "Aye, daughter, and so shall He save you in the slave market of Rome. I have a message for your ear, and it is that no shame shall come near to you. Tread your path, drink your cup, and fear nothing, for the Lord shall send His angel to protect you until such time as it pleases Him to take you to Himself." Miriam looked at him, and as she looked, peace fell upon her soul and shone in her soft eyes. "I hear the word of the Lord spoken through the mouth of His messenger," she said, "and henceforth I will strive to fear nothing, no, not even Domitian, least of all Domitian, daughter, that son of Satan, whom Satan shall pay in his own coin." Then, going to the door, he summoned Julia, and while Gallus watched without, the two of them prayed long and earnestly with Miriam. When their prayer was finished, the bishop rose, blessed her, and bade her farewell. "I leave you, daughter," he said, "but though you see him not, another takes my place. Do you believe?" "I have said that I believe," murmured Miriam. Indeed, in those days when men still lived who had seen the Christ, and His voice still echoed through the world to the strong faith of His followers, it was not hard to credit that His angel did descend to earth to protect and save at their Master's bidding. So Cyril the bishop went, and that night from many a catacomb prayers rose up to heaven for Miriam in her peril. That night also she slept peacefully. 2 hours before the dawn, Julia awoke her and arrayed her in the glittering, hateful garments. When all was ready, with tears she bade her farewell. "Child, child," she said, "you have become to me as my own daughter was, and now I know not how and when we shall meet again." "Perhaps sooner than you think," Miriam answered, "but if not, if, indeed, I speak to you for the last time, why, then my blessings on you who have played a mother's part to a helpless maid that was no kin of yours, yes, and on you, Gallus, also, who have kept me safe through many dangers, and who hopes, dear one, to keep you safe through many more. Since I may not swear by the gods before you, I swear it by the angels that Domitian will do well to have a care how he deals by you. To him I owe no fealty, and as he has been proved before today, the sword of vengeance can reach the heart of princes." "Aye, Gallus," said Miriam gently, "but let it not be your sword, nor I trust shall you need to think of vengeance." Then the litter was brought into the courtyard, with the guards that were sent to accompany it, and they started for the gathering place beyond the Triumphal Way. Dark though it still was, all Rome was astir. On every side shone torches, from every house and street rose a murmur of voices, for the mighty city made herself ready to celebrate the greatest festival which her inhabitants had seen. Even now at times the press was so dense that the soldiers were obliged to force a way through the crowd, which poured outwards to find good places along the line of the Triumph, or to take up their station on stands of timber and in houses they had hired, whose roofs, balconies, and windows commanded the path of the pageant. They crossed the Tiber. This Miriam knew by the roar of the water beneath, and because the crush upon the narrow bridge was so great. Thence she was borne along through country comparatively open to the gateways of some large buildings, where she was ordered to dismount from the litter. Her officers were waiting, who took charge of her, giving to Gallus a written receipt of her person. Then, either because he would not trust himself to bid her farewell, or because he did not think it wise to do so in the presence of the officers, Gallus turned and left her without a word. "Come on, girl," said a man, but the secretary, looking up from his tablets, called to him, "Gently, there with that lot, or you will hear about it. She is Pearl Maiden, the captive who made the quarrel between the Caesars and Domitian, of which all Rome is talking. Gently, I tell you, gently, for many free princesses are worth less today." Hearing this, the man bowed to Miriam almost with reverence, and begged her to follow him to a place that had been set apart for her. She obeyed, passing through a great number of people, of whom all she could see in the gloom of the breaking dawn was that, like herself, they were captives, to a little chamber, where she was left alone, watching the light grow through the lattice, and listening to the hum of voices that rose without, mingled now and again with sobs and wails of grief. Presently the door opened, and a servant entered with bread on a platter and milk in an earthenware vessel. These she took thankfully, knowing that she would need food to support her during the long day, but scarcely had she begun to eat when a slave appeared, clad in the imperial livery, and bearing a tray of luxurious meats served in silver vessels. "Pearl Maiden," he said, "my master Domitian sends you greeting and this present. The vessels are your own and will be kept for you, but he bids me add that tonight he shall sup off dishes of gold." Miriam made no answer, though one rose to her lips, but after the man had departed, with her foot she overset the tray, so that the silver vases fell clattering to the floor, where the savory meats were spilled. Then she went on eating the bread and milk till her hunger was satisfied. Scarcely had she finished her meal when an officer entered the cell and led her out into a great square, where she was marshalled amongst many other prisoners. By now the sun was up, and she saw before her a splendid building, and gathered below the building all the Senate of Rome in their robes, and many knights on horses, and nobles and princes from every country with their retinues. A very wonderful and gallant sight. In front of the building were cloisters, before which were set 2 ivory chairs, while to right and left of these chairs, as far as the eye could reach, were drawn up thousands upon thousands of soldiers. The Senate, the knights, and the princes, as she could see from the rising ground whereon she stood, being in front of them and of the chairs. Presently from the cloisters, clad in garments of silk and wearing crowns of laurel, appeared the Caesars, Vespasian and Titus, attended by Domitian and their staffs. As they came, the soldiers saw them and set up a mighty triumphant shout, which sounded like the roar of the sea that endured while the Caesars sat themselves upon their thrones. Up and up went the sound of the continual shouting, till at length Vespasian rose and lifted his hand. Then silence fell, and covering his head with his cloak, he seemed to make some prayer, which after Titus also covered his head with his cloak and offered a prayer. This done, Vespasian addressed the soldiers, marched off to the feast that had been made ready. Now the Caesars vanished, and the officers began to order the great procession, of which Miriam could see neither the beginning nor the end. All she knew was that before her in lines 8 wide were marshalled 2,000 or more Jewish prisoners, bound together with ropes, among whom, immediately in front of her, were a few women. Next she came walking by herself, and behind her, also walking by himself, a dark, sullen-looking man, clad in a white robe and a purple cloak, with a gilded chain about his neck. Looking at him, she wondered where she had seen his face, which seemed familiar to her. Then there rose before her mind a vision of the court of the Sanhedrim sitting in the cloisters of the temple, and of herself standing there before them. She remembered that this man was seated next to that Simeon who had been so bitter against her and pronounced upon her the cruel sentence of death. Also that some one in the crowd had addressed him as Simon, the son of Gioras, none other than the savage general whom the Jews had admitted into the city to make way upon the Zealot John of Gischala. From that day to this she had heard nothing of him till now they met again, the judge and the victim, caught in a common net. Presently, in the confusion, they were brought together, and he knew her. "Are you Miriam, the granddaughter of Benoni?" he asked. "I am Miriam," she answered, "whom you, Simon, and your fellows doomed to a cruel death, but who have been preserved to walk in a Roman triumph. Better that you had died, Simon, at your own hands, or at those of the Romans." "That I am about to do," he replied bitterly. "Fear not, woman, you will be avenged." "I ask no vengeance," she answered. "Nay, cruel as you are, I grieve that you, a great captain, should have come to this. I grieve also, maiden. Your grandsire, old Benoni, chose the better part." Then the soldiers separated them, and they spoke no more. An hour passed, and the procession began its march along the triumphal way. Of it Miriam could see little. All she knew was that in front there were ranks of fettered prisoners, while behind men carried upon trays and tables the golden vessels of the temple, the 7-branched candlestick, and the ancient sacred book of the Jewish law. They were followed by other men who bore aloft images of victory in ivory and gold. Then, although these did not join them till they reached the Porta Triumphalis, or the Gate of Pomp, attended each of them by lictors having their fasces wreathed with laurel, came the Caesars. First went Vespasian, Caesar the father. He rode in a splendid golden chariot, to which were harnessed 4 white horses led by Libyan soldiers. Behind him stood a slave clad in a dull robe, set there to avert the influence of the evil eye and of the envious gods, who held the crown above the head of the imperator, and now and again whispered in his ear the ominous words, "Respice post te hominem memento te." Look back at me and remember thy mortality. After Vespasian Caesar the father came Titus Caesar the son, but his chariot was of silver. Engraved upon its front was a picture of the holy house of the Jews melting in the flames. Like his father, he was attired in the toga picta and tunica palmata, the gold-embroidered overrobe, and the tunic laced with silver leaves, while in his right hand he held a laurel bow, and in his left a scepter. He also was attended by a slave who whispered in his ear the message of mortality. Next to the chariot of Titus, alongside of it indeed, and as little behind as custom would allow, rode Domitian, gloriously arrayed and mounted on a splendid steed. Then came the tribunes and the knights on horseback, and after them the legionaries, to the number of 5,000, every man of them having his spear wreathed in laurel. Now the great procession was across the Tiber and, following its appointed path down broad streets and past palaces and temples, drew slowly towards its object, the shrine of Jupiter Capitolinus, that stood at the head of the sacred way beyond the Forum. Everywhere the side path, the windows of houses, the great scaffoldings of timber, and the steps of temples were crowded with spectators. Never before did Miriam understand how many people could inhabit a single city. They passed them by thousands and by tens of thousands, and still, far as the eye could reach, stretched the wide sea of faces. Ahead that sea would be quiet, then as the procession pierced in, it began to murmur. Presently the murmur grew to a shout, the shout to a roar, and when the Caesars appeared in their glittering chariots, the roar to a triumphant peal which shook the street like thunder. And so on for miles and miles, till Miriam's eyes were dim with the glare and glitter, and her head swam at the ceaseless sound of shouting. Often the procession would halt for a while, either because of a check to one of the pageants in front, or in order that some of its members might refresh themselves with drink which was brought to them. Then the crowd, ceasing from its chairs, would make jokes and criticize whatever person or thing they chanced to be near. Greatly did they criticize Miriam in this fashion, or at the least she thought so, who must listen to it all. Most of them, she found, knew her by her name of Pearl Maiden, and pointed out to each other the necklace about her throat. Many, too, had heard something of her story, and looked eagerly at the picture of the gay Niconor blazoned upon her breast, but the greater part concerned themselves only with her delicate beauty, passing from mouth to mouth the gossip concerning Domitian, his quarrel with the Caesars, and the intention which he had announced of buying this captive at the public sale. Always it was the same talk, sometimes more brutal and open than others. That was the only difference. Once they halted thus in the street of palaces, through which they passed near to the bath of Agrippa. Here the endless comments began again, but Miriam tried to shut her ears to it and looked about her. To her left was a noble-looking house built of white marble, but she noticed that its shutters were closed, also that it was undecorated with garlands, and idly wondered why. Others wondered too, for when they had wearied of discussing her points, she heard one plebeian ask another whose house that was, and why it had been shut up upon this festal day. His fellow answered that he could not remember the owner's name, but he was a rich noble who had fallen in the Jewish wars, and that the palace was closed because it was not yet certain who was his heir. At that moment her attention was distracted by a sound of groans and laughter coming from behind. She looked round to see that the wretched Jewish general Simon had sunk fainting to the ground, overcome by the heat or the terrors of his mind, or by the sufferings which he was forced to endure at the hands of his cruel guards, who flogged him as he walked, for the pleasure of the people. Now they were beating him to life again with their rods. Hence the laughter of the audience and the groans of the victim. Sick at heart, Miriam turned away from this horrid sight to hear a tall man, whose back was towards her, but who was clad in the rich robes of an Eastern merchant, asking one of the marshals of the triumph, in a foreign accent, whether it was true that the captive Pearl Maiden was to be sold that evening in the auction mart of the Forum. The marshal answered yes, such were the orders as regarded her and the other women. Since there was no convenient place to house them, and it was thought best to be rid of them and let their masters take them home at once. "Does she please you, sir? Are you going to bid?" he added. "If so, you will find yourself in high company." "Perhaps, perhaps," answered the man with a shrug of his shoulders. Then he vanished into the crowd. Now, for the first time that day, Miriam's spirit seemed to fail her. The weariness of her body, the foul talk, the fouler cruelty, the cold discussion of the sale of human beings to the first comer as though they were sheep or swine, the fear of her fate that night pressed upon and overcame her mind, so that she felt inclined, like Simon, the son of Gioras, to sink fainting to the pavement, and lie there till the cruel rods beat her to her feet again. Hope sank low and faith grew dim, while in her heart she wondered vaguely what was the meaning of it all, and why poor men and women were made to suffer thus for the pleasure of other men and women. Wondered also what escape there could be for her. While she mused thus, like a ray of light through the clouds, a sense of consolation, sweet as it was sudden, seemed to pierce the darkness of her bitter thoughts. She knew not whence it came nor what it might portend, yet it existed, and the source of it seemed near to her. She scanned the faces of the crowd, finding pity in a few, curiosity in more, but in most gross admiration if they were men, or scorn of her misfortune and jealousy of her loveliness if they were women. Not from among these did that consolation flow. She looked up to the sky, half expecting to see there that angel of the Lord into whose keeping the Bishop Cyril had delivered her. But the skies were empty and brazen at the faces of the Roman crowd. Not a cloud could be seen in them, much less an angel. As her eyes sank earthwards, their glance fell upon one of the windows of the marble house to her left. If she remembered right, some few minutes before the shutters of that window had been closed. Now they were open, revealing two heavy curtains of blue embroidered silk. Miriam thought this strange, and without seeming to do so, kept her eyes fixed upon the curtains. Presently, for her sight was good, she saw fingers between them, long, dark-colored fingers. Then very slowly the curtains were parted, and in the opening thus made appeared a face, the face of an old woman, dark and noble-looking, and crowned with snow-white hair. Even at that distance Miriam knew it in an instant. Oh heaven! It was the face of Nehushta, whom she thought dead, or at least forever lost. For a moment Miriam was paralyzed, wondering whether this was not some vision born of the turmoil or excitement of that dreadful day. Nay, surely it was no vision. Surely it was Nehushta herself who looked at her with loving eyes. For see, she made the sign of the cross in the air before her, the symbol of Christian hope and greeting, then laid her finger upon her lips in token of secrecy and silence. The curtain closed, and she was gone, who not 5 seconds before had so mysteriously appeared. Miriam's knees gave way beneath her, and while the marshals shouted to the procession to set forward, she felt that she must sink to the ground. Indeed, she would have fallen had not some woman in the crowd stepped forward and thrust a goblet of wine into her hands, saying, "Drink that, Pearl Maiden. It will make your pale cheeks even prettier than they are." The words were coarse, but Miriam looked at the woman, knew her for one of the Christian community with whom she had worshipped in the catacombs. So she took the cup, fearing nothing, and drank it off. Then new strength came to her, and she went forward with the others in their toilsome, endless march. At length, however, it did end, an hour or so before sunset. They had passed miles of streets. They had trodden the sacred way bordered by fanes innumerable and adorned with statues set on columns, and now marched up the steep slope that was crowned by the glorious temple of Jupiter Capitolinus. As they began to climb it, guards broke into their lines, and seizing the chain that hung about the neck of Simon, dragged him away. "Whither do they take you?" asked Miriam as he passed her. "To what I desire, death," he answered, and was gone. Now the Caesars, dismounting from their chariots, took up their stations by altars at the head of the steps, while beneath them, rank upon rank, gathered all those who had shared their triumph, each company in its allotted place. Then followed a long pause, the multitude waiting for Miriam knew not what. Presently men were seen running from the forum up a path that had been left open, one of them carrying in his hand some object wrapped in a napkin. Arriving in face of the Caesars, he threw aside the cloth and held up before them and in the sight of all the people the grisly head of Simon, the son of Gioras. By this public murder of a brave captain of their force was consummated the triumph of the Romans, and at the sight of its red proof trumpets blew, banners waved, and from 500,000 throats went up a shout of victory that seemed to rend the very skies, for the multitude was drunk with the glory of its brutal vengeance. Then silence was called, and there before the temple of Jove the beasts were slain, and the Caesars offered sacrifice to the gods that had given them victory. Thus ended the triumph of Vespasian and Titus, and with it the record of the struggle of the Jews against the iron beak and claws of the Roman eagle. End of chapter 22. Recording by Monica Rowley.
Chapter 23 of Pearl Maiden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pearl Maiden, by H.RiderHAGGARD. Chapter 23, The Slave Ring. Had Miriam chanced to look out of her litter as she passed the temple of Isis, escorted by Gallus and the guards before dawn broke upon that great day of the triumph, and had there been light to enable her to see, she might have beheld two figures galloping into Rome as fast as their weary horses would carry them. Both rode after the fashion of men, but one of them, wrapped in an Eastern garment that hid the face, was in fact a woman. "Fortune favors us, Nehushta," said the man in a strained voice. "At least, we are in time for the triumph, who might so easily have been too late. Look, yonder they gather already by Octavian's walks," and he pointed to the companies of soldiers who hurried past them to the meeting place. "Yes, yes, my lord Marcus, we are in time. There go the eagles and here comes their prey," and in her turn Nehushta pointed to the guarded litter; had they but known it, the very one that carried the beloved woman whom they sought. But whither now? Would you also march in the train of Titus? "Nay, woman, it is too late. Also I know not what would be my welcome." "Your welcome? Why, you were his friend, and Titus is faithful to his friends." "Aye, but perhaps not to those who have been taken prisoner by the enemy. Towards the commencement of the siege that happened to a man I knew. He was captured with a companion. The companion the Jews slew, but as he was about to be beheaded upon the wall, this man slipped from the hands of the executioner, and leaping from it escaped with little hurt. Titus gave him his life, but dismissed him from his legion. Why should I fare better? That you were taken was no fault of yours, who were struck senseless and overwhelmed." "Maybe, but would that avail me? The rule, a good rule, is that no Roman soldier should yield to an enemy. If he is captured while insensible, then on finding his wits he must slay himself, as I should have striven to do, had I awakened to find myself in the hands of the Jews. But things fell out otherwise. Still, I tell you, Nehushta, that had it not been for Miriam, I should not have turned my face to Rome, at any rate until I had received pardon and permission from Titus." "What then are your plans, Lord Marcus?" "To go to my own house near the Baths of Agrippa. The Triumph must pass there, and if Miriam is among the captives we shall see her. If not, then either she is dead or already sold, or perchance given as a present to some friend of Cæsar's." Now they ceased talking, for the people were so many that they could only force their way through the press riding one after another. Thus, Nehushta following Marcus, they crossed the Tiber and passed through many streets, decorated, most of them, for the coming pageant, till at length Marcus drew rein in front of a marble mansion in the Via Agrippa. "A strange home-coming," he muttered. "Follow me," and he rode round the house to a side entrance. Here he dismounted and knocked at the small door for some time without avail. At length it was opened a little way, and a thin, querulous voice, speaking through the crack, said: "Begone, whoever you are. No one lives here. This is the house of Marcus, who is dead in the Jewish war. Who are you that disturb me?" "The heir of Marcus." "Marcus has no heir, unless it be Cæsar, who doubtless will take his property." "Open, Stephanus," said Marcus, in a tone of command, at the same time pushing the door wide and entering. "Fool," he added, "what kind of a steward are you that you do not know your master's voice?" Now he who had kept the door, a withered little man in a scribe's brown robe, peered at this visitor with his sharp eyes, then threw up his hands and staggered back, saying: "By the spear of Mars! It is Marcus himself, Marcus returned from the dead. Welcome, my lord, welcome." Marcus led his horse through the deep archway, and when Nehushta had followed him into the courtyard beyond, returned, closed and locked the door. "Why did you think me dead, friend?" he asked. "Oh, my lord," answered the steward, "because all who have come home from the war declared that you had vanished away during the siege of the city of the Jews, and that you must either be dead or taken prisoner. Now I knew well that you would never disgrace your ancient house, or your own noble name, or the eagles which you serve, by falling alive into the hands of the enemy. Therefore, I was sure that you were dead." Marcus laughed bitterly, then turning to Nehushta, said: "You hear, woman, you hear? If such is the judgment of my steward and freedman, what will be that of Cæsar and my peers?" Then he added, "Now, Stephanus, that what you thought impossible, what I myself should have thought impossible, has happened. I was taken prisoner by the Jews, though through no fault of mine." "Oh! if so," said the old steward, "hide it, my lord, hide it. Why, two such unhappy men who had surrendered to save their lives and were found in some Jewish dungeon, have been condemned to walk in the Triumph this day. Their hands are to be tied behind them; in place of their swords they must wear a distaff, and on their breasts a placard with the words written: 'I am a Roman who preferred dishonour to death.' You would not wish their company, my lord?" The face of Marcus went first red, then white. "Man," he said, "cease your ill-omened talk, lest I should fall upon my sword here before your eyes. Bid the slaves make ready the bath and food, for we need both." "Slaves, my lord? There are none here, save one old woman, who attends to me and the house." "Where are they then?" asked Marcus angrily. "The most part of them I have sent into the country, thinking it better that they should work upon your estates rather than live here idle, and others who were not needed I have sold." "You were ever careful, Stephanus," then he added by an afterthought, "have you any money in the house?" The old steward looked towards Nehushta suspiciously, and seeing that she was engaged with the horses out of earshot, answered in a whisper, "Money? I have so much of it that I know not what to do. The strong place you know of is almost full of gold and still it comes. There are the rents and profits of your great estates for 3 years, the proceeds of the sale of slaves and certain properties, together with the large outstanding amount that was due to my late master, the Lord Caius, which I have at length collected. Oh, at least you will not lack for money." "There are other things that I could spare less readily," said Marcus, with a sigh. "Still, it may be needed. Now tie up those horses by the fountain, and give us food, what you have, for we have ridden these 30 hours without rest. Afterwards you can talk." It was midday. Marcus, bathed, anointed, and clad in the robes of his order, was standing in one of the splendid apartments of his marble house, looking through an opening in the shutters at the passing of the Triumph. Presently old Nehushta joined him. She also was clad in clean, white robes which the slave woman had found for her. "Have you any news?" asked Marcus impatiently. "Some, lord, which I have pieced together from what is known by the slave woman, and by your steward, Stephanus. A beautiful Jewish captive is to walk in the Triumph and afterwards to be sold with other captives in the Forum. They heard of her because it is said that there has been a quarrel between Titus and his brother Domitian, and Vespasian also, on account of this woman." "A quarrel? What quarrel?" "I, or rather your servants, know little of it, but they have heard that Domitian demanded the girl as a gift, whereon Titus told him that if he wished for her, he might buy her. Then the matter was referred to Vespasian Cæsar, who upheld the decree of Titus. As for Domitian, he went away in a rage, declaring that he would purchase the girl and remember the affront which had been put upon him." "Surely the gods are against me," said Marcus, "if they have given me Domitian for a rival." "Why so, lord? Your money is as good as his, and perhaps you will pay more." "I will pay to my last piece, but will that free me from the rage and hate of Domitian?" "Why need he know that you were the rival bidder?" "Why? Oh, in Rome everything is known, even the truth sometimes." "Time enough to trouble when trouble comes. First let us wait and see whether this maid be Miriam." "Aye," he answered, "let us wait, since we must." So they waited and with anxious eyes watched the great show roll by them. They saw the cars painted with scenes of the taking of Jerusalem and the statues of the gods fashioned in ivory and gold. They saw the purple hangings of the Babylonian broidered pictures, the wild beasts, and the ships mounted upon wheels. They saw the treasures of the temple and the images of victory, and many other things, for that pageant seemed to be endless, and still the captives and the emperors did not come. One sight there was also that caused Marcus to shrink as though fire had burned him, for yonder, set in the midst of a company of jugglers and buffoons that jibed and mocked at them, were the 2 unhappy men who had been taken prisoners by the Jews. On they tramped, their hands bound behind them, clad in full armour, but wearing a woman's distaff where the sword should have been, and round their necks the placards which proclaimed their shame. The brutal Roman mob hooted them also, that mob which ever loved spectacles of cruelty and degradation, calling them cowards. One of the men, a bull-necked, black-haired fellow, suffered it patiently, remembering that at even he must be set free to vanish where he would. The other, who was blue-eyed and finer-featured, having gentle blood in his veins, seemed to be maddened by their talk, for he glared about him, gnashing his teeth like a wild beast in a cage. Opposite to the house of Marcus came the climax. "Cur!" yelled a woman in the mob, casting a pebble that struck him on the cheek. Cur! Coward!" The blue-eyed man stopped, and, wheeling round, shouted in answer. "I am no coward, I who have slain 10 men with my own hand, 5 of them in single combat. You are the cowards who taunt me. I was overwhelmed, that is all, and afterwards in the prison I thought of my wife and children and lived on. Now I die and my blood be on you." Behind him, drawn by 8 white oxen, was the model of a ship with the crew standing on its deck. Avoiding his guard, the man ran down the line of oxen and suddenly cast himself upon the ground before the wooden-wheeled car, which passed over his neck, crushing the life out of him. "Well done! Well done!" shouted the crowd, rejoicing at this unexpected sight. "Well done! He was brave after all." Then the body was carried away and the procession moved forward. But Marcus, who watched, hid his face in his hands, and Nehushta, lifting hers, uttered a prayer for the passing soul of the victim. Now the prisoners began to go past, marching 8 by 8, hundreds upon hundreds of them, and once more the mob shouted and rejoiced over these unfortunates, whose crime was that they had fought for their country to the end. The last files passed, then at a little distance from them, tramping forward wearily, appeared the slight figure of a girl dressed in a robe of white silk blazoned at its breast with gold. Her bowed head, from which the curling tresses fell almost to her waist, was bared to the fierce rays of the sun, and on her naked bosom lay a necklace of great pearls. "Pearl Maiden! Pearl Maiden!" shouted the crowd. "Look!" said Nehushta, gripping the shoulder of Marcus with her hand. He looked, and after long years once more beheld Miriam, for though he had heard her voice in the old tower at Jerusalem, then her face was hidden from him by the darkness. There was the maid from whom he had parted in the desert village by Jordan, the same, and yet changed. Then she had been a lovely girl, now she was a woman on whom sorrow and suffering had left their stamp. The features were finer, the deep, patient eyes were frightened and reproachful. Her beauty was such as we see in dreams, not altogether that of earth. "Oh, my darling, my darling!" murmured Nehushta, stretching out her arms towards her. "Christ be thanked, that I have found you, my darling." Then she turned to Marcus, who was devouring Miriam with his eyes, and said in a fierce voice: "Roman, now that you see her again, do you still love her as much as of old time?" He took no note and she repeated the question. Then he answered: "Why do you trouble me with such idle words? Once she was a woman to be won, now she is a spirit to be worshipped." "Woman or spirit, or woman and spirit, beware how you deal with her, Roman," snarled Nehushta still more fiercely, and she left her hand fall upon the knife that was hidden in her robe. "Peace, peace," said Marcus, and as he spoke the procession came to a halt before his windows. "How weary she is, and sad," he went on speaking to himself. "Her heart seems crushed. Oh! that I must stay here and see her thus, who dare not show myself. If she could but know! If she could but know!" Nehushta thrust him aside and took his place. Fixing her eyes upon Miriam she made some effort of the will, so fierce and concentrated that beneath the strain her body shook and quivered. "See!" Her thought reached the captive, for she looked up. "Stand to one side," she whispered to Marcus, then unlatched the shutters and slowly pushed them open. Now between her and the air was nothing but the silken curtains. Very gently she parted these with her hands, for some few seconds suffering her face to be seen between them. Then laying her fingers on her lips she drew back and they closed again. "It is well," she said, "she knows." "Let her see me also," said Marcus. "Nay, she can bear no more. Look, look, she faints." Groaning in bitterness of spirit they watched Miriam, who seemed about to fall. Now a woman gave her the cup of wine, and drinking she recovered herself. "Note that woman," muttered Marcus, "that I may reward her." "It is needless," answered Nehushta, "she seeks no reward." "She is more than a Roman, she is a Christian. As she passed it she made a sign of the cross with the cup." The wagons creaked; the officers shouted; the procession moved forward. From behind the curtain the pair kept their eyes fixed upon Miriam until she vanished in the dust and crowd. When she had gone they seemed to see little else; even the sight of the glorious Cæsars could not hold their eyes. Marcus summoned the steward, Stephanus. "Go forth," he said, "and discover when and where the captive Pearl Maiden is to be sold. Then return to me swiftly. Be secret and silent, and let none suspect whence you come or what you seek. Your life hangs upon it. Go." The sun was sinking fast, staining the marble temples and colonnades of the Forum blood red with its level beams. For the most part the glorious place was deserted now, since, the triumph over at length, the hundreds of thousands of the Roman populace, wearied out with pleasure and excitement, had gone home to spend the night in feasting. About one of the public slave markets, however, a round of marble enclosed with a rope and set in front of a small building, where the slaves were sheltered until the moment of their sale, a mixed crowd was gathered, some of them bidders, some idlers drawn thither by curiosity. Others were in the house behind examining the wares before they came to the hammer. Presently an old woman, meanly clad with her face veiled to the eyes, and bearing on her back a heavy basket such as was used to carry fruit to the market, presented herself at the door of the house. "What do you want?" asked the gatekeeper. "To inspect the slaves," she answered in Greek. "Go away," he said roughly, "you are not a buyer." "I may be if the stuff is good enough," she replied, slipping a gold coin into his hand. "Pass in, old lady, pass in," and in another second the door had closed behind her, and Nehushta found herself among the slaves. In this building the light was already so low that torches were burning for the convenience of visitors. By the flare of them Nehushta saw the unfortunate captives; there were but 15, seated upon marble benches, while slave women moved from the one to the other, washing their hands and feet and faces in scented water, brushing and tying their hair and removing the dust of the procession from their robes, so that they might look more comely to the eyes of the purchasers. Also there were present a fair number of bidders, 20 or 30 of them, who strolled from girl to girl discussing the points of each and at times asking them to stand up, or turn round, or show their arms and ankles, that they might judge of them better. At the moment when Nehushta entered one of these, a fat man with greasy curls who looked like an Eastern, was endeavouring to persuade a dark and splendid Jewess to let him see her foot. Pretending not to understand she sat still and sullen, till at length he stooped down and lifted her robe. Then in an instant the girl dealt him such a kick in the face that amidst the laughter of the spectators he rolled backwards on the floor, whence he rose with a cut and bloody forehead. "Very good, my beauty, very good," he muttered in a savage voice, "before 12 hours are over you shall pay for that." But again the girl sat sullen and motionless, pretending not to understand. Most of the public, however, were gathered about Miriam, who sat upon a chair by herself, her hands folded, her head bent down, a very picture of pitiful, outraged modesty. One by one as their turns came and the attendant suffered them to approach, the men advanced and examined her closely, though Nehushta noted that none of them were allowed to touch her with their hands. placing herself at the end of the line she watched with all her eyes and listened with all her ears. Soon she had her reward. A tall man, dressed like a merchant of Egypt, went up to Miriam and bent over her. "Silence," said the attendant. "I am ordered to suffer none to speak to the slave who is called Pearl Maiden. Move on, sir, move on." The man lifted his head, and although in that gloom she could not see his face, Nehushta knew its shape. Still she was not sure, till presently he moved his right hand so that it came between her and the flame of one of the torches, and she perceived that the top joint of the first finger was missing. "Caleb," she thought to herself, "Caleb, escaped and in Rome. So Domitian has another rival." Then she went back to the doorkeeper and asked him the name of the man. "A merchant of Alexandria named Demetrius," he said. Nehushta returned to her place. In front of her two men, agents who bought slaves and other things for wealthy clients, were talking. "More fit for a sale of dogs," said one, "after sunset when everybody is tired out, than for that of one of the fairest women who ever stood upon the block." "Pshaw," answered the other, "the whole thing is a farce. Domitian is in a hurry, that's all, so the auction must be held to-night." "He means to buy her?" "Of course. I am told that his factor, Saturius, has orders to go up to 1,000 sestertia if need be," and he nodded towards a quiet man dressed in a robe of some rich, dark stuff, who stood in a corner of the place watching the company. 1,000 sestertia! For one slave girl? Ye gods! 1,000 sestertia! "The necklace goes with her, that is worth something, and there is property at Tyre." "Property in Tyre," said the other, "property in the moon. Come on, let us look at something a little less expensive. As I wish to keep my head on my shoulders, I am not going to bid against the prince in any case." "No, nor anyone else either. I expect he will get his fancy pretty cheap after all." Then the two men moved away, and a minute afterwards Nehushta found that it was her turn to approach Miriam. "Here comes a curious sort of buyer," said one of the attendants. "Don't judge the taste of the fruit by the look of the rind, young man," answered Nehushta, and at the sound of that voice for the first time Pearl Maiden lifted her head, then dropped it quickly. "She is well enough," Nehushta said aloud, "but there used to be prettier women when I was young. In fact, though dark, I was myself," a statement at which those within hearing, noting her gaunt and aged form bent beneath the heavy basket, tittered aloud. "Come, lift up your head, my dear," she went on, trying to entice the captive to consent by encouraging waves of her hand. They were fruitless. Still, had any thought of it there was meaning in them. On Nehushta's finger, as it chanced, shone a ring which Miriam ought to know, seeing that for some years she had worn it on her own. It would seem that she did know it, at any rate her bosom and neck grew red and a spasm passed across her face which even the falling hair did not suffice to hide. The ring told Miriam that Marcus lived and that Nehushta was his messenger. This suspense at least was ended. Now the doorkeeper called a warning and the buyers flocked from the building. Outside, the auctioneer, a smooth-faced, glib-tongued man, was already mounting the rostrum. Calling for silence he began his speech. On this evening of festival, he said, he would be brief. The lots he had to offer to the select body of connoisseurs he saw before him, were the property of the Imperator Titus, and the proceeds of the sale, it was his duty to tell them, would not go into Caesar's pocket, but were to be equally divided between the poor of Rome and deserving soldiers who had been wounded or had lost their health in the war, a fact which must cause every patriotic citizen to bid more briskly. These lots, he might say, were unique, being nothing else than the 15 most beautiful girls, believed all of them to be of noble blood, among the many thousands who had been captured at the sack of Jerusalem, the city of the Jews, especially selected to adorn the great conqueror's triumph. No true judge, who desired a charming memento of the victory of his country's arms, would wish to neglect such an opportunity, especially as he was informed that the Jewish women were affectionate, docile, well instructed in many arts, and very hard working. He had only one more thing to say, or rather two things. He regretted that this important sale should be held at so unusual an hour. The reason was that there was really no place where these slaves could be comfortably kept without risk of their maltreatment or escape, so it was held to be best that they should be removed at once to the seclusion of their new homes, a decision, he was sure, that would meet the wishes of buyers. The second point was that among them was one lot of surpassing interest, namely, the girl who had come to be generally spoken of as Pearl Maiden. This young woman, who could not be more than 23 years of age, was the last representative of a princely family of the Jews. She had been found exposed upon one of the gates of the holy house of that people, where it would seem she was sentenced to perish for some offence against their barbarous laws. As the clamours of the populace that day had testified, she was of the most delicate and distinguished beauty, and the collar of great pearls which she wore about her neck gave evidence of her rank. If he knew anything of the tastes of his countrymen, the price which would be paid for her must prove a record even in that ring. He was aware that among the vulgar a great, almost a divine name had been coupled with that of this captive. Well, he knew nothing, except this, that he was certain that if there was any truth in the matter the owner of the name, as became a noble and a generous nature, would wish to obtain his prize fairly and openly. The bidding was as free to the humblest there, provided, of course, that he could pay, and he might remark that not an hour's credit would be given except to those who were known to him, as to Cæsar himself. Now, as the light was failing, he would order the torches to be lit and commence the sale. The beauteous Pearl Maiden, he might add, was lot number 7. So the torches were lit, and presently the first victim was led out and placed upon a stand of marble in the centre of the flaring ring. She was a dark-haired child of about 16 years of age, who stared round her with a frightened gaze. The bidding began at 5 sestertia and ran up to 15, or about £120 of our money, at which price she was knocked down to a Greek, who led her back into the receiving house, paid the gold to a clerk who was in attendance, and took her away, sobbing as she went. Then followed 4 others, who were sold at somewhat better prices. Number 6 was the dark and splendid Jewess who had kicked the greasy-curled Eastern in the face. As soon as she appeared upon the block, this brute stepped forward and bid 20 sestertia for her. An old grey-bearded fellow answered with a bid of 25. Then someone bid 30, which the Eastern capped with a bid of 40. So it went on till the large total of 60 sestertia was offered, whereon the Eastern advanced 2 more, at which price, amidst the laughter of the audience, she was knocked down to him. "You know me, and that the money is safe," he said to the auctioneer. "It shall be paid to you to-morrow. I have enough to carry without lading myself up with so much gold. Come on, girl, to your new home, where I have a little score to settle with you," and grasping her by the left wrist he pulled her from the block and led her unresisting through the crowd and to the shadows beyond. Already number 7 had been summoned to the block and the auctioneer was taking up his tale, when from out of these shadows rose the sound of a dreadful yell. Some of the audience snatched torches from their stands and ran to the spot whence it came. There, on the marble pavement lay the Eastern dead or dying, while over him stood the Jewess, a red dagger, his own, which she had snatched from its scabbard, in her hand, and on her stately face a look of vengeful triumph. "Seize her! Seize the murdering witch! Beat her to death with rods!" they cried, and at the command of the auctioneer slaves ran up to take her. She waited till they were near, then, without a word or a sound, lifted her strong, white arm and drove the knife deep into her own heart. For a moment she stood still, till suddenly she stretched her hands wide and fell face downwards dead upon the body of the brute who had bought her. The crowd gasped and was silent. Then one of them, a sickly-looking patrician, called out: "Oh, I did well to come! What a sight! What a sight! Blessings on you, brave girl, you have given Julius a new pleasure." After this there was tumult and confusion while the attendants carried away the bodies. A few minutes later the auctioneer climbed back into his rostrum and alluded in moving terms to the unfortunate accident which had just happened. "Who would think," he said, "that one so beautiful could also be so violent? I weep when I consider that this noble purchaser, whose name I forget at the moment, but whose estate, by the way, is liable for the money, should have thus suddenly been transferred from the arms of Venus to that of Pluto, although it must be admitted that he gave the woman some provocation. Well, gentlemen, grief will not bring him to life again, and we who still stand beneath the stars have business to attend. Bear me witness, all of you, that I am blameless in this affair, and, slaves, bring out that priceless gem, the Pearl Maiden." Chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Pearl Maiden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pearl Maiden, by H.RiderHAGGARD. Chapter 24, Master and Slave. Now a hush of expectancy fell upon the crowd, till presently two attendants appeared, each of them holding in his hand a flaming torch, and between them the captive Pearl Maiden. So beautiful did she look as she advanced thus with bowed head, the red light of the torches falling upon her white robe and breast and reflected in a faint, shimmering line from the collar of pearls about her neck, that even that jaded company clapped as she came. In another moment she had mounted the 2 steps and was standing on the block of marble. The crowd pressed closer, among them the merchant of Egypt, Demetrius, and the veiled woman with the basket, who was now attended by a little man dressed as a slave and bearing on his back another basket, the weight of which he seemed to find irksome, since from time to time he groaned and twisted his shoulders. Also the chamberlain, Saturius, secure in the authority of his master, stepped over the rope and against the rule began to walk round and round the captive, examining her critically. "Look at her," said the auctioneer. "Look for yourselves. I have nothing to say, words fail me, unless it is this. For more than 20 years I have stood in this rostrum, and during that time I suppose that 15 or 16,000 young women have been knocked down to my hammer. They have come out of every part of the world; from the farthest east, from the Grecian mountains, from Egypt and Cyprus, from the Spanish plains, from Gaul, from the people of the Teutons, from the island of the Britons, and other barbarous places that lie still further north. Among them were many beautiful women, of every style and variety of loveliness, yet I tell you honestly, my patrons, I do not remember one who came so near perfection as this maiden whom I have the honor to sell tonight. I say again, look at her, and tell me with what you can find fault. What do you say? Oh, yes, I am informed that her teeth are quite sound, There is no blemish to conceal, none at all, and the hair is all her own. That gentleman says that she is rather small. Well, she is not built upon a large scale, and to my mind that is one of her attractions. Little and good, you know, little and good. Only consider the proportions. Why, the greatest sculptors, ancient or modern, would rejoice to have her as model, and I hope that in the interests of the art-loving public"—here he glanced at the chamberlain, Saturius, "that the fortunate person into whose hands she passes will not be so selfish as to deny them this satisfaction. Now I have said enough and must but add this, that by the special decree of her captor, the Imperator Titus, the beautiful necklace of pearls worn by the maiden goes with her. I asked a jeweller friend of mine to look at it just now, and judging as well as he could without removing it from her neck, which was not allowed, he values it at least at 100 sestertia. Also, there goes with this lot considerable property, situated in Tyre and neighbouring places, to which, had she been a free woman, she would have succeeded by inheritance. You may think that Tyre is a long way off and that it will be difficult to take possession of this estate, and, of course, there is something in the objection. Still, the title to it is secure enough, for here I have a deed signed by Titus Caesar himself, commanding all officials, officers and others concerned, to hand over without waste or deduction all property, real or personal, belonging to the estate of the late Benoni, the Jewish merchant of Tyre, and a member of the Sanhedrim, the lot's grandfather, I am informed, gentlemen, to her purchaser, who has only to fill in his own name in the blank space, or any representatives whom he may appoint, which deed is especially declared to be indefeasible. Anyone wish to see it? No? Then we will take it as read. I know that in such a matter, my patrons, my word is enough for you. Now I am about to come to business, with the remark that the more liberal your bidding the better will our glorious general, Titus Caesar, be pleased; the better will the poor and invalided soldiers, who deserve so well at your hands, be pleased; the better will the girl herself be pleased, who I am sure will know how to reward a generous appreciation of her worth; and the better shall I, your humble friend and servant, be pleased, because, as I may inform you in strict secrecy, I am paid, not by a fixed salary, but by commission. Now, gentlemen, what may I say? 1,000 sestertia to begin with. Oh, don't laugh, I expect more than that. What, 50? Are you joking, my friend? However, the acorn grows into the oak, doesn't it? And I am told that you can stop the sources of the Tiber with your hat. So I'll start with 50. 50? 100. Come, bid up, gentlemen, or we shall never get home to supper. 200? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? Ah, that's better. What are you stopping for?" And he addressed the hatchet-faced man who had thrust himself forward over the rope of the ring. The man shook his head with a sigh. "I'm done," he said. "Such goods are for my betters," a sentiment that seemed to be shared by his rivals, since they also stopped bidding. "Well, friend Saturius," said the auctioneer, "have you gone to sleep, or have you anything to say? Only in hundreds? Now, gentlemen, mind, only in hundreds, unless I give the word. Thank you, I have 900, and he looked round rather carelessly, expecting at heart that this bid would be the last. Then the merchant from Alexandria stepped forward and held up his finger. 1,000, by the gods! Saturius looked at the man indignantly. Who was this that dared to bid against Domitian, the third dignitary in all the Roman Empire, Caesar's son, Caesar's brother, who might himself be Caesar? still he answered with another bid of 1100. Once more the finger of Demetrius went up. 1200, said the auctioneer, in a voice of suppressed excitement, while the audience gasped, for such prices had not been heard of. 13, said the chamberlain. Again the finger went up. 1400. I have 1400. Against you, worthy Saturius. Come, come, I must knock the lot down, which perhaps would not please some whom I could mention. Don't be stingy, friend, you have a large purse to draw on, and it is called the Roman Empire. Now. Thank you, I have 1500. Well, my friend yonder. What? Have you had enough?" And he pointed to the Alexandrian merchant, who, with a groan, had turned aside and hidden his face in his hands. Knocked out, it seems," said the auctioneer, "and though it is little enough under all the circumstances for this lot, who is as lovely as she is historical, I suppose that I can scarcely expect—" and he looked around despondently. Suddenly the old woman with the basket glanced up and, speaking in a quiet matter-of-fact voice but with a foreign accent, said: 2000. A titter of laughter went around the room. "My dear madam," queried the auctioneer, looking at her dubiously, "might I ask if you mean sestertii or sestertia? See note. Your pardon, but it has occurred to me that you might be confusing the two sums. Note: a sestertius was worth less than 2 pence, a sestertium was the sum of money of the value of about £8 sterling. 2000 sestertia, repeated the matter-of-fact voice with the foreign accent. "Well, well," said the auctioneer, "I suppose that I must accept the bid? Friend Saturius, I have 2000 sestertia, and it is against you." "Against me it must remain, then," replied the little man in a fury. "Do all the kings in the world want this girl? Already I have exceeded my limit by 500 sestertia. I dare do no more. Let her go." "Don't vex yourself, Saturius," said the auctioneer, "bidding is one thing, paying another. At present I have a bona fide bid of 1500 from you. Unless this liberal but unknown lady is prepared with the cash I shall close on that. Do you understand, madam?" "Perfectly," answered the veiled old woman. "Being a stranger to Rome I thought it well to bring the gold with me, since strangers cannot expect credit." "To bring the gold with you?" gasped the auctioneer. "To bring 2000 sestertia with you? Where is it then?" "Where? Oh! in my servants' and my own baskets, and something more as well. Come, good sir, I have made my bid. Does the worthy gentleman advance?" "No," shouted Saturius. "You are being fooled, she has not got the money." "If he does not advance and no other worthy gentleman wishes to bid, then will you knock the lot down?" said the old woman. "Pardon me if I press you, noble seller of slaves, but I must ride far from Rome tonight, to Centum Celiae, indeed, where my ship waits; therefore I have no time to lose." Now the auctioneer saw that there was no choice, since under the rules of the public mart he must accept the offer of the highest bidder. 2000 sestertia are bid for this lot number 7, the Jewish captive known as Pearl Maiden, sold by order of Titus Imperator, together with her collar of pearls and the property to which, as a free woman, she would have been entitled. Any advance on 2000 sestertia?" and he looked at Saturius, who shook his head. "No? Then, going, gone. I declare the lot sold, to be delivered on payment of the cash to the person named. By the way, madam, what is your name?" Mulier." At this the company burst into a loud laugh. "Mulier?" repeated the auctioneer. "Mulier? Woman?" "Yes, I am not a woman, and what better name can I have than is given to all my sex?" "In truth, you are so wrapped up that I must take your word for it," replied the auctioneer. "But come, let us put an end to this farce. If you have the money, follow me into the receiving house; for I must see to the matter myself, and pay it down." "With pleasure, sir, but be so good as to bring my property with you. She is too valuable to be left here unprotected amongst these distinguished but disappointed gentlemen." Accordingly Miriam was led from the marble stand into an office annexed to the receiving house, whither she was followed by the auctioneer and by Nehushta and her servant, whose backs, it was now observed, bent beneath the weight of the baskets that were strapped upon them. Here the door was locked, and with the help of her attendant Nehushta loosened her basket, letting it fall upon the table with a sigh of relief. "Take it and count," he said to the auctioneer, untying the lid. He lifted it and there met his eye a layer of lettuces neatly packed. "By Venus!" he began in a fury. "Softly, friend, softly," said Nehushta. "These lettuces are of a kind which only grow in yellow soil. Look," and lifting the vegetables she revealed beneath row upon row of gold coin. "Examine it before you count," she said. He did so by biting pieces at hazard with his teeth and causing them to ring upon the marble table. "It is good," he said. "Quite so. Then count." So he and the clerk counted, even to the bottom of the basket, which was found to contain gold to the value of over 1100 sestertia. "So far well," he said, "but that is not enough." The buyer beckoned to the man with her who stood in the corner, his face hidden by the shadow, and he dragged forward the second basket, which he had already unstrapped from his shoulders. Here also were lettuces, and beneath the lettuces gold. When the full 2000 sestertia were counted, that is, over £15,000 of our money, this second basket still remained more than a third full. "I ought to have run you up, madam," said the auctioneer, surveying the shining gold with greedy eyes. "Yes," she replied calmly, "if you had guessed the truth you might have done so. But who knows the truth, except myself?" "Are you a sorceress?" he asked. "Perhaps. What does it matter? At least, the gold will not melt. And, by the way, it is troublesome carrying so much of the stuff back again. Would you like a couple of handfuls for yourself, and say 10 pieces for your clerk? Yes? Well, please first fill in that deed with the name that I shall give you and with your own as witness. Here it is: Miriam, daughter of Demas and Rachel, born in the year of the death of Herod Agrippa. Thank you. You have signed, and the clerk also, I think. Now I will take that roll. One thing more, there is another door to this receiving house. With your leave I should prefer to go out that way, as my newly acquired property seems tired, and for one day has had enough of public notice. You will, I understand, give us a few minutes to depart before you return to the rostrum, and your clerk will be so courteous as to escort us out of the forum. Now help yourself. Man, can't you make your hand larger than that? Well, it will suffice to pay for a summer holiday. I see a cloak there which may serve to protect this slave from the chill air of the night. In case it should be claimed, perhaps these 5 pieces will pay for it. Most noble and courteous sir, again I thank you. Young woman, throw this over your bare shoulders and your head; that necklace might tempt the dishonest. Now, if our guide is ready we will be going. Slave, bring the basket, at the weight of which you need no longer groan, and you, young woman, strap on this other basket. It is as well that you should begin to be instructed in your domestic duties, for I tell you at once that having heard much of the skill of the Jews in those matters, I have bought you to be my cook and to attend to the dressing of my hair. Farewell, sir, farewell. May we never meet again." "Farewell," replied the astonished auctioneer, "farewell, my lady Mullier, who can afford to give 2,000 sestertia for a cook. Good luck to you, and if you are always as liberal as this, may we meet once a month, say I. Yet have no fear," he added meaningly, "I know when I have been well treated and shall not seek you out, even to please Cæsar himself." 3 minutes later, under the guidance of the clerk, who was as discreet as his master, they had passed, quite undisturbed, through various dark colonnades and up a flight of marble stairs. "Now you are out of the Forum, so go your ways," he said. They went, and the clerk stood watching them until they were round a corner, for he was young and curious, and to him this seemed the strangest comedy of the slave market of which he had ever even heard. As he turned to go he found himself face to face with a tall man, in whom he recognized that merchant of Egypt who had bid for Pearl Maiden up to the enormous total of 1,400 sestertia. "Friend," said Demetrius, "which way did your companions go?" "I don't know," answered the clerk. "Come, try to remember. Did they walk straight on, or turn to the left, or turn to the right? Fix your attention on these, it may help you," and once more that fortunate clerk found 5 gold pieces thrust into his hand. "I don't know that they help me," he said, for he wished to be faithful to his hire. "Fool," said Demetrius in a changed voice, "remember quickly, or here is something that will," and he showed him a dagger glinting in his hand. "Now then, do you wish to go the same road as they carried the Jewish girl and the Eastern?" "They turned to the right," said the clerk sulkily. "It is the truth, but may that road you speak of be yours who draw knives on honest folk." With a bound Demetrius left his side, and for the second time the clerk stood still, watching him go. "A strange business," he said to himself, "but, perhaps my master was right and that old woman is a sorceress, or, perhaps, the young one is the sorceress, since all men seem ready to pay a tribe's tribute to get hold of her; or, perhaps, they are both sorceresses. A strange story, of which I would like to know the meaning, and so, I fancy, would the Prince Domitian when he comes to hear of it. Saturius, the chamberlain, has a fat place, but I would not take it to-night, no, not if it were given to me." Then that young man returned to the mart in time to hear his master knock down lot 13, a very sweet-looking girl, to Saturius himself, who proposed, though with a doubtful heart, to take her to Domitian as a substitute. Meanwhile, Nehushta, Miriam and the steward Stephanus, disguised as a slave, went on as swiftly as they dared towards the palace of Marcus in the Via Agrippa. The 2 women held each other by the hand but said nothing; their hearts seemed too full for speech. Only the old steward kept muttering, 2,000 sestertia! The savings of years! 2,000 sestertia for that bit of a girl! Surely the gods have smitten him mad. "Hold your peace, fool," said Nehushta at length. "At least, I am not mad. The property that went with her is worth more than the money." "Yes, yes," replied the aggrieved Stephanus, "but how will that benefit my master? You put it in her name. Well, it is no affair of mine, at least this accursed basket is much lighter." Now they were at the side door of the house, which Stephanus was unlocking with his key. "Quick," said Nehushta, "I hear footsteps." The door opened and they passed in, but at that moment one went by them, pausing to look until the door closed again. "Who was that?" asked Stephanus nervously. "He whom they call Demetrius, the merchant of Alexandria, but whom once I knew by another name," answered Nehushta in a slow voice while Stephanus barred the door. They walked through the archway into an antechamber lit by a single lamp, leaving Stephanus still occupied with his bolts and chains. Here with a sudden motion Nehushta threw off her cloak and tore the veil from her brow. In another instant, uttering a low, crooning cry, she flung her long arms about Miriam and began to kiss her again and again on the face. "My darling," she moaned, "my darling." "Tell me what it all means, Nu," said the poor girl faintly. "It means that God has heard my prayers and suffered my old feet to overtake you in time, and provided the wealth to preserve you from a dreadful fate." "Whose wealth? Where am I?" asked Miriam. Nehushta made no answer, only she unstrapped the basket from Miriam's back and unclasped the cloak from about her shoulders. Then, taking her by the hand, she led her into a lighted passage and thence through a door into a great and splendid room spread with rich carpets and adorned with costly furniture and marble images. At the end of this room was a table lighted by 2 lamps, and on the further side of this table sat a man as though he were asleep, for his face was hidden upon his arms. Miriam saw him and clung to Nehushta trembling. "Hush!" whispered her guide, and they stood still in the shadow. The man lifted his head so that the light fell full upon it, and Miriam saw that it was Marcus. Marcus grown older and with a patch of grey hair upon his temple where the sword of Caleb had struck him, very worn and tired looking also, but still Marcus and no other. He was speaking to himself. "I can bear it no longer," he said. "Thrice have I been to the gate and still no sign. Doubtless the plan has miscarried and by now she is in the palace of Domitian. I will go forth and learn the worst," and he rose from the table. "Speak to him," whispered Nehushta, pushing Miriam forward. She advanced into the circle of the lamplight, but as yet Marcus did not see her, for he had gone to the window place to find a cloak that lay there. Then he turned and saw her. Before him in her robe of white, the soft light shining on her gentle loveliness, stood Miriam. He stared at her bewildered. "Do I dream?" he said. "Nay, Marcus," she answered in her sweet voice, "you do not dream. I am Miriam." In an instant he was at her side and held her in his arms, nor did she resist him, for after so many fears and sufferings they seemed to her a home. "Loose me, I pray you," she said at length, "I am faint, I can bear no more." At her entreaty he suffered her to sink upon the cushions of a couch that was at hand. Tell me everything," he said. "Ask it of Nehushta," she answered, leaning back. "I am spent." Nehushta ran to her side and began to chafe her hands. "Let be with your questions," she said. "I bought her, that's enough. Ask that old huckster, Stephanus, the price. But first in the name of charity give her food. Those who have walked through a triumph to end the day on the slave block need victuals." "It is here," Marcus said confusedly, "such as there is." Taking a lamp he led the way to a table that was placed in the shadow, where stood some meat and fruit with flagons of rich-coloured wine and pure water and shallow silver cups to drink from. Putting her arm about Miriam's waist, Nehushta supported her to the table and sat her down upon one of the couches. Then she poured out wine and put it to her lips, and cut meat and made her swallow it till Miriam would touch no more. Now the colour came back to her face, and her eyes grew bright again, and resting there upon the couch, she listened while Nehushta told Marcus all the story of the slave sale. "Well done," he said, laughing in his old merry fashion, "well done, indeed. Oh! what favouring God put it into the head of that honest old miser, Stephanus, from year to year to hoard up all that sum of gold against an hour of sudden need which none could foresee." "My God and hers," answered Nehushta solemnly, "to whom if he give you space, you should be thankful, which, by the way, is more than Stephanus is, who has seen so much of your savings squandered in an hour." "Your savings?" said Miriam, looking up. "Did you buy me, Marcus?" "I suppose so, beloved," he answered. "Then, am I your slave?" "Not so, Miriam," he replied nervously. "As you know well, it is I who am yours. All I ask of you is that you should become my wife." "That cannot be, Marcus," she answered in a kind of cry. "You know that it cannot be." His face turned pale. "After all that has come and gone between us, Miriam, do you still say so?" "I still say so." "You could give your life for me, and yet you will not give your life to me." "Yes, Marcus." "Why? Why?" "For the reasons that I gave you yonder by the banks of Jordan; because those who begat me laid on me the charge that I should marry none who is not a Christian. How then can I marry you?" Marcus thought a moment. "Does the book of your law forbid it?" he asked. She shook her head. "No, but the dead forbid it, and rather will I join them than break their command." Again Marcus thought and spoke. "Well, then, since I must, I will become a Christian." She looked at him sadly and answered: "It is not enough. Do you remember what I told you far away in the village of the Essenes, that this is no matter of casting incense on an altar, but rather one of a changed spirit? When you can say those words from your heart as well as with your lips, then, Marcus, I will listen to you, but unless God calls you this you can never do." "Then what do you propose?" he asked. "I? I have not had time to think. To go away, I suppose." "To Domitian?" he queried. "Nay, forgive me, but a sore heart makes bitter lips." "I am glad you asked forgiveness for those words, Marcus," she said quivering. "What need is there to insult a slave?" The words seemed to suggest a new train of thought to Marcus. "Yes," he said, "a slave; my slave whom I have bought at a great price. Well, why should I let you go? I am minded to keep you." "Marcus, you can keep me if you will, but then your sin against your own honour will be greater than even your sin against me." "Sin?" he said, passionately. "What sin? You say you cannot marry me, not because you do not wish it, if I understand you right, but for other reasons which have weight, at any rate with you. But the dead give no command as to whom you should love." "No, my love is my own, but if it is not lawful it can be denied." "Why should it be denied?" he asked softly and coming towards her. "Is there not much between you and me? Did not you, brave and blessed woman that you are, risk your life for my sake in the old tower at Jerusalem? Did you not for my sake stand there upon the gate Niconor to perish miserably? And I, though it be little, have I not done something for you? Have I not so soon as your message reached me, journeyed here to Rome, at the cost, perhaps, of what I value more than life, my honour?" "Your honour?" she asked. "Why your honour?" because those who have been taken prisoner by the enemy and escaped are held to be cowards among the Romans," he answered bitterly, "and it may be that such a lot awaits me." "Coward! You a coward, Marcus?" "Aye. When it is known that I live, that is what my enemies will call me who lived on for your sake, Miriam; for the sake of a woman who denies me." "Oh!" she said, "this is bitter. Now I remember and understand what Gallus meant." "Then will you still deny me? Must I suffer thus in vain? Think, had it not been for you I could have stayed afar until the thing was forgotten, that is, if I still chose to live; but now, because of you, things are thus, and yet, Miriam, you deny me," and he put his arms about her and drew her to his breast. She did not struggle, she had no strength, only she wrung her hands and sobbed, saying: "What shall I do? Woe is me, what shall I do?" "Do?" said the voice of Nehushta, speaking clear as a clarion from the shadows. "Do your duty, girl, and leave the rest to Heaven." "Silence, accursed woman!" gasped Marcus, turning pale with anger. "Nay," she answered, "I will not be silent. Listen, Roman. I like you well, as you have reason to know, seeing that it was I who nursed you back to life, when for 1 hour's want of care you must have died. I like you well, and above everything on earth I wish that ere my eyes shut for the last time they may see your hand in her hand, and her hand in your hand, man and wife before the face of all men. Yet I tell you that now indeed you are a coward in a deeper fashion than that the Romans dream of. You are a coward who try to work upon the weakness of this poor girl's loving heart, who try in the hour of her sore distress to draw her from the spirit, if not from the letter, of her duty. So great a coward are you that you remind her even that she is your slave and threaten to deal with her as you heathen deal with slaves. You put a gloss upon the truth. You try to filch the fruit you may not pluck. You say you may not marry me, but you are my property, and therefore if you give way to your master it is no sin. I tell you it is a sin, doubly a sin, since you would bind the weight of it on her back as well as on your own, and a sin in this way or in that would bring its reward to both of you." "Have you finished?" asked Marcus coldly, but suffering Miriam to slip from his arms back upon the couch. "No, I have not finished. I spoke of the fruits of evil; now as my heart prompts me I speak of the promise of good. Let this woman go free as you have the power to do. Strike the chains off her neck and take back the price that you have paid for her, since she has property which will discharge it to the last farthing, which property today stands in her name and can be conveyed to you. Then, go search the Scriptures and see if you can find no message in them. If you find it, well and good, then take her with a clean heart and be happy. If you find it not, well and good, then leave her with a clean heart and be sorrowful, for it is decreed. Only in this matter do not dare to be double-minded, lest the last evil overtake you and her, and your children and hers. Now I have done, and, my lord Marcus, be so good as to signify your pleasure to your slave, Pearl Maiden, and to your servant, Nehushta the Libyan." Marcus began to walk up and down the room, out of the light into the shadow, out of the shadow into the light. Presently he halted, and the two women watching saw that his face was drawn and ashen, like the face of an old man. "My pleasure," he said vacantly, "that is a strange word on my lips to-night, is it not? Well, Nehushta, you have the best of the argument. All you say is quite true, if a little over-coloured. Of course, Miriam is quite right not to marry me if she has scruples, and, of course, I should be quite wrong to take advantage of the accident of my being able to purchase her in the slave ring. I think that is all I have to say. Miriam, I free you, as indeed I remember I promised the Essenes that I would do. Since no one knows you belong to me, I suppose that no formal ceremony will be necessary. It is a maomission inter amicos, as the lawyers say, but quite valid. As to the title of the Tyre property, I accept it in payment of the debt, but I beg that you will keep it a while on my behalf, for, at present, there might be trouble about transferring it into my name. Now, good night. Nehushta will take you to her room, Miriam, and tomorrow you can depart whither you will. I wish you all fortune, and—why do you not thank me? Under the circumstances, it would be kind." But Miriam only burst into a flood of tears. "What will you do, Marcus? Oh! what will you do?" she sobbed. "In all probability, things which I would rather you did not know of," he answered bitterly, "or I may take it into my head to accept the suggestion of our friend, Nehushta, and begin to search those scriptures of which I have heard so much, that seem, by the way, specially designed to prevent the happiness of men and women." Then he added fiercely, "Go, girl, go at once, for if you stand there weeping before me any longer, I tell you that I shall change my mind, and as Nehushta says, imperil the safety of your soul, and of my own, which does not matter." So Miriam stumbled from the room and through the curtained doorway. As Nehushta followed her Marcus caught her by the arm. "I have half a mind to murder you," he said, quietly. The old Libyan only laughed. "All I have said is true and for your own good, Marcus," she answered, "and you will live to know it." "Where will you take her?" "I don't know yet, but Christians always have friends." "Will you let me hear of her?" "Surely, if it is safe." "And if she needs help you will tell me?" "Surely, and if you need her help, and it can be done, I will bring her to you." "Then may I need help soon," he said. "Begone." Chapter 25. of Pearl Maiden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pearl Maiden, by H.RiderHAGGARD. Chapter 25, The Reward of Saturius. Meanwhile, in one of the palaces of the Caesars not far from the capital, was being enacted another and more stormy scene. It was the palace of Domitian, whither, the bewildering pomp of the triumph finished at last, the prince had withdrawn himself in no happy mood. That day many things had happened to vex him. First and foremost, as had been brought home to his mind from minute to minute throughout the long hours, its glory belonged not to himself, not even to his father, Vespasian, but to his brother, the conqueror of the Jews. Titus he had always hated, Titus, who was as beloved of mankind for his virtues, such as virtues were in that age, as he, Domitian, was execrated for his vices. Now Titus had returned after a brilliant and successful campaign to be crowned as Cæsar, to be accepted as the sharer of his father's government, and to receive the ovations of the populace, while his brother Domitian must ride almost unnoted behind his chariot. The plaudits of the roaring mob, the congratulations of the Senate, the homage of the knights and subject princes, the offerings of foreign kings, all laid at the feet of Titus, filled him with a jealousy that went nigh to madness. Soothsayers had told him, it was true, that his hour would come, that he would live and reign after Vespasian and Titus had gone down, both of them, to Hades. But even if they spoke the truth this hour seemed a long way off. Also there were other things. At the great sacrifice before the temple of Jupiter, his place had been set too far back where the people could not see him. At the feast which followed the master of the ceremonies had neglected, or had forgotten, to pour a libation in his honour. Further, the beautiful captive, Pearl Maiden, had appeared in the procession unadorned by the costly girdle which he had sent her, while, last of all, the different wines that he had drunk had disagreed with him, so that because of them, or of the heat of the sun, he suffered from the headache and sickness to which he was liable. Pleading this indisposition as an excuse, Domitian left the banquet very early, and attended by his slaves and musicians retired to his own palace. Here his spirits revived somewhat, since he knew that before long his chamberlain, Saturius, would appear with the lovely Jewish maiden upon whom he had set his fancy. This at least was certain, for he had arranged that the auction should be held that evening and instructed him to buy her at all costs, even for 1,000 sestertia. Indeed, who would dare to bid for a slave that the Prince Domitian desired? Learning that Saturius had not yet arrived, he went to his private chambers, and to pass away the time commanded his most beautiful slaves to dance before him, where he inflamed himself by drinking more wine of a vintage that he loved. As the fumes of the strong liquor mounted to his brain the pains in his head ceased, at any rate for a while. Very soon he became half drunk, and as was his nature when in drink, savage. One of the dancing slaves stumbled and growing nervous stepped out of time, whereon he ordered the poor half-naked girl to be scourged before him by the hands of her own companions. Happily for her, however, before the punishment began a slave arrived with the intelligence that Saturius waited without. "What, alone?" said the prince, springing to his feet. "Nay, lord," said the slave, "there is a woman with him." At this news instantly his ill temper was forgotten. "Let that girl go," he said, "and bid her be more careful another time. Away, all the lot of you, I wish to be private. Now, slave, bid the worthy Saturius enter with his charge." Presently the curtains were drawn apart and through them came Saturius rubbing his hands and smiling somewhat nervously, followed by a woman wrapped in a long cloak and veiled. He began to offer the customary salutations, but Domitian cut him short. "Rise, man," he said. "That sort of thing is all very well in public, but I don't want it here. So you have got her," he added, eyeing the draped form in the background. "Yes," replied Saturius doubtfully. "Good, your services shall be remembered. You were ever a discreet and faithful agent. Did the bidding run high?" "Oh, my lord, enormous, enormous. I never heard such bidding," and he stretched out his hands. "Impertinence! Who dared to compete with me?" remarked Domitian. "Well, what did you have to give?" 50 sestertia, my lord." 50 sestertia?" answered Domitian with an air of relief. "Well, of course it is enough, but I have known beautiful maidens fetch more. By the way, dear one," he went on, addressing the veiled woman, "you must, I fear, be tired after all that weary, foolish show." The "dear one" making no audible reply, Domitian went on. "Modesty is pleasing in a maid, but now I pray you, forget it for a while. Unveil yourself, most beautiful, that I may behold that loveliness for which my heart has ached these many days. Nay, that task shall be my own," and he advanced somewhat unsteadily towards his prize. Saturius thought that he saw his chance. Domitian was so intoxicated that it would be useless to attempt to explain matters that night. Clearly he should retire as soon as possible. "Most noble prince and patron," he began, "my duty is done, with your leave I will withdraw." "By no means, by no means," hiccuped Domitian, "I know that you are an excellent judge of beauty, most discriminating Saturius, and I should like to talk over the points of this lady with you. You know, dear Saturius, that I am not selfish, and to tell the truth, which you won't mind between friends, who could be jealous of a wizened, last year's walnut of a man like you? Not I, Saturius, not I, whom everybody acknowledges to be the most beautiful person in Rome, much better looking than Titus is, although he does call himself Caesar. Now for it. Where's the fastening? Saturius, find the fastening. Why do you tie up the poor girl like an Egyptian corpse and prevent her lord and master from looking at her?" As he spoke the slave did something to the back of her head and the veil fell to the ground, revealing a girl of very pleasing shape and countenance, but who, as might be expected, looked most weary and frightened. Domitian stared at her with his bleared and wicked eyes, while a puzzled expression grew upon his face. "Very odd," he said, "but she seems to have changed. I thought her eyes were blue, and that she had curling black hair. Now they are dark and she has straight hair. Where's the necklace, too? Where's the necklace? Pearl Maiden, what have you done with your necklace? Yes, and why didn't you wear the girdle I sent you to-day?" "Sir," answered the Jewess, "I never had a necklace." "My lord Domitian," began Saturius with a nervous laugh, "there is a mistake. I must explain. This girl is not Pearl Maiden. Pearl Maiden fetched so great a price that it was impossible that I should buy her, even for you." He stopped, for suddenly Domitian's face had become terrible. All the drunkenness had left it, to be replaced by a mask of savage cruelty through which glared the pale and glittering eyes. The man appeared as he was, half satyr and half fiend. "A mistake," he said. "Oh, a mistake? And I have been counting on her all these weeks, and now some other man has taken her from me, the Prince Domitian? And you dare to come to me with this tale, and to bring this slut with you instead of my Pearl Maiden?" And at the thought he fairly sobbed in his drunken, disappointed rage. Then he stepped back and began to clap his hands and call aloud. Instantly slaves and guards rushed into the chamber, thinking that their lord was threatened with some evil. "Men," he said, "take that woman and kill her. No, it might make a stir, as she was one of Titus's captives. Don't kill her, thrust her into the street." The girl was seized by the arms and dragged away. "Oh, my lord," began Saturius. "Silence, man, I am coming to you. Seize him, and strip him. Oh, I know you are a freedman and a citizen of Rome. Well, soon you shall be a citizen of Hades, I promise you. Now bring the heavy rods and beat him till he dies." The dreadful order was obeyed, and for a while nothing was heard save the sound of heavy blows and the smothered moans of the miserable Saturius. "Wretches," yelled the imperial brute, "you are playing, you do not hit hard enough. I will teach you how to hit," and snatching a rod from one of the slaves he rushed at his prostrate chamberlain, the others drawing back to allow their master to show his skill in flogging. Saturius saw Domitian come, and knew that unless he could change his purpose in another minute the life would be battered out of him. He struggled to his knees. "Prince," he cried, "hearken ere you strike. You can kill me if you will who are justly angered, and to die at your hands is an honour that I do not merit. Yet, dread lord, remember that if you slay me then you will never find that Pearl Maiden whom you desire." Domitian paused, for even in his fury he was cunning. Doubtless, he thought, the knave knows where the girl is. Perhaps even he has hidden her away for himself. "Ah," he said aloud, quoting the vulgar proverb, "The rod is the mother of reason." Well, can you find her? Surely, if I have time. The man who can afford to pay 2,000 sestertia for a single slave cannot easily be hidden. 2,000 sestertia!" exclaimed Domitian astonished. "Tell me that story. Slaves, give Saturius his robe and fall back. No, not too far, he may be treacherous." The chamberlain threw the garment over his bleeding shoulders and fastened it with a trembling hand. Then he told his tale, adding: "Oh, my lord, what could I do? You have not enough money at hand to pay so huge a sum." "Do, fool? Why, you should have bought her on credit and left me to settle the price afterwards. Oh, never mind Titus, I could have outwitted him. But the mischief is done. Now for the remedy, so far as it can be remedied," he added, grinding his teeth. "That I must seek to-morrow, lord." "To-morrow? And what will you do to-morrow?" "To-morrow I will find where the girl's gone, or try to, and then—why he who has bought her might die and—the rest will be easy." "Die he surely shall, he who has dared to rob Domitian of his darling," answered the prince with an oath. "Well, hearken, Saturius, for this night you are spared, but be sure that if you fail for a second time you also shall die, and after a worse fashion than I promised you. Now go, and to-morrow we will take counsel. Oh, ye gods, why do you deal so hardly with Domitian? My soul is bruised and must be comforted with poesy. Rouse that Greek from his bed and send him to me. He shall read to me of the wrath of Achilles when they robbed him of his Briseis, for the hero's lot is mine." So this new Achilles departed, now that his rage had left him, weeping maudlin tears of disappointed passion, to comfort his bruised soul with the immortal lines of Homer, for when he was not merely a brute Domitian fancied himself a poet. It was perhaps as well for his peace of mind that he could not see the face of Saturius, as the chamberlain comforted his bruised shoulders with some serviceable ointment, or hear the oath which that useful and industrious officer uttered as he sought his rest, face downwards, since for many days thereafter he was unable to lie upon his back. It was a very ugly oath, sworn by every god who had an altar in Rome, and with the divinities of the Jews and the Christians thrown in, that in a day to come he would avenge Domitian's rods with daggers. Had the prince been able to do so, there might have risen in his mind some prescience of a certain scene, in which he must play a part on a far-off but destined night. He might have beheld a vision of himself, bald, corpulent and thin-legged, but wearing the imperial robes of Cæsar, rolling in a frantic struggle for life upon the floor of his bedchamber, at death grips with one Stephanus, while an old chamberlain named Saturius drove a dagger again and again into his back, crying at each stroke: "Oh ho! That for thy rods, Cæsar! Oh ho! Dost remember the Pearl Maiden? That for thy rods, Cæsar, and that, and that, and that!" But Domitian, weeping himself to sleep over the tale of the wrongs of the godlike Achilles, which did but foreshadow those of his divine self, as yet thought nothing of the rich reward that time should bring him. On the morrow of the great day of the triumph the merchant Demetrius of Alexandria, whom for many years we have known as Caleb, sat in the office of the storehouse which he had hired for the bestowal of his goods in one of the busiest thoroughfares of Rome. Handsome, indeed, noble-looking as he was, and must always be, his countenance presented a sorry sight. From hour to hour during the previous day he had fought a path through the dense crowds that lined the streets of Rome, to keep as near as might be to Miriam while she trudged her long route of splendid shame. Then came the evening, when, with the other women slaves, she was put up to auction in the Forum. To prepare for this sale Caleb had turned almost all his merchandise into money, for he knew that Domitian was a purchaser, and guessed that the price of the beautiful Pearl Maiden, of whom all the city was talking, would rule high. The climax we know. He bid to the last coin that he possessed or could raise, only to find that others with still greater resources were in the market. Even the agent of the prince had been left behind, and Miriam was at last knocked down to some mysterious stranger woman dressed like a peasant. The woman was veiled and disguised. She spoke with a feigned voice and in a strange tongue, but from the beginning Caleb knew her. Incredible as it might seem, that she should be here in Rome, he was certain that she was Nehushta, and no other. That Nehushta should buy Miriam was well, but how came she by so vast a sum of money, here in a far-off land? In short, for whom was she buying? Indeed, for whom would she buy? He could think of one only: Marcus. But he had made inquiries and Marcus was not in Rome. Indeed, he had every reason to believe that his rival was long dead, that his bones were scattered among the tens of thousands which whitened the tumbled ruins of the holy city in Judæa. How could it be otherwise? He had last seen him wounded, as he thought to death; and he should know, for the stroke fell from his own hand, lying senseless in the old tower in Jerusalem. Then he vanished away, and where Marcus had been Miriam was found. Whither did he vanish, and if it was true that she succeeded in hiding him in some secret hole, what chance was there that he could have lived on without food and unsuccoured? Also if he lived, why had he not appeared long before? Why was not so wealthy a patrician and distinguished a soldier riding in the triumphant train of Titus? With black despair raging in his breast, he, Caleb, had seen Miriam knocked down to the mysterious basket-laden stranger whom none could recognize. He had seen her depart together with the auctioneer and a servant, also basket-laden, to the office of the receiving house, whither he had attempted to follow upon some pretext, only to be stopped by the watchman. After this he hung about the door until he saw the auctioneer appear alone, when it occurred to him that the purchaser and the purchased must have departed by some other exit, perhaps in order to avoid further observation. He ran round the building to find himself confronted only by the empty, star-lit spaces of the Forum. Searching them with his eyes, for one instant it seemed to him that far away he caught sight of a little knot of figures climbing a black marble stair in the dark shadow of some temple. He sped across the open space, he ran up the great stair, to find at the head of it a young man in whom he recognized as the auctioneer's clerk, gazing along a wide street as empty as was the stair. The rest is known to us. He followed, and twice perceived the little group of dark-robed figures hurrying round distant corners. Once he lost them altogether, but a passer-by on his road to some feast told him courteously enough which way they had gone. On he ran almost at hazard, to be rewarded in the end by the sight of them vanishing through a narrow doorway in the wall. He came to the door and saw that it was very massive. He tried it even, it was locked. Then he thought of knocking, only to remember that to state his business would probably be to meet his death. At such a place and hour those who purchased beautiful slaves might have a sword waiting for the heart of an unsuccessful rival who dared to follow them to their haunts. Caleb walked round the house, to find that it was a palace which seemed to be deserted, although he thought that he saw light shining through one of the shuttered windows. Now he knew the place again. It was here that the procession had halted and one of the Roman soldiers who had committed the crime of being taken captive escaped the taunts of the crowd by hurling himself beneath the wheel of a great pageant car. Yes, there was no doubt of it, for his blood still stained the dusty stones and by it lay a piece of the broken distaff with which, in their mockery, they had girded the poor man. They were gentle folk, these Romans. Why, measured by this standard, some such doom would have fallen upon his rival, Marcus, for Marcus also was taken prisoner. by himself. The thought made Caleb smile, since well he knew that no braver soldier lived. Then came other thoughts that pressed him closer. Somewhere in that great dead-looking house was Miriam, as far off from him as though she were still in Judea. There was Miriam. And who was with her? The new-found lord who had spent 2,000 sestertia on her purchase? The thought of it almost turned his brain. Heretofore, the life of Caleb had been ruled by two passions: ambition and the love of Miriam. He had aspired to be ruler of the Jews, perhaps their king, and to this end had plotted and fought for the expulsion of the Romans from Judea. He had taken part in 100 desperate battles. Again and again he had risked his life. Again and again he had escaped. For one so young he had reached high rank, till he was numbered among the first of their captains. Then came the end, the last hideous struggle and the downfall. Once more his life was left in him. Where men perished by the 100,000 he escaped, winning safety, not through the desire of it, but because of the love of Miriam which drove him on to follow her. Happily for himself he had hidden money, which, after the gift of his race, he was able to turn to good account, so that now he, who had been a leader in war and council, walked the world as a merchant in Eastern goods. All that glittering past had gone from him. He might become wealthy, but, Jew as he was, he could never be great nor fill his soul with the glory that it craved. There remained to him, then, nothing but this passion for one woman among the millions who dwelt beneath the sun, the girl who had been his playmate, whom he loved from the beginning, although she had never loved him, and whom he would love until the end. Why had she not loved him? Because of his rival, that accursed Roman, Marcus, the man whom time upon time he had tried to kill, but who had always slipped like water from his hands. Well, if she was lost to him she was lost to Marcus also, and from that thought he would take such comfort as he might. Indeed he had no other, for during those dreadful hours the fires of all Gehenna raged in his soul. He had lost; but who had found her? Throughout the long night Caleb tramped round the cold, empty-looking palace, suffering perhaps as he had never suffered before, a thing to be pitied of gods and men. At length the dawn broke and the light crept down the splendid street, showing here and there groups of weary and half-drunken revellers staggering homewards from the feast, flushed men and dishevelled women. Others appeared also, humble and industrious citizens going to their daily toil. Among them were people whose business it was to clean the roads, abroad early this morning, for after the great procession they thought that they might find articles of value let fall by those who walked in it, or by the spectators. Two of these scavengers began sweeping near the place where Caleb stood, and lightened their toil by laughing at him, asking him if he had spent his night in the gutter and whether he knew his way home. He replied that he waited for the doors of the house to be opened. Which house? They asked. The Fortunate House, and they pointed to the marble palace of Marcus, which, as Caleb now saw for the first time, had these words blazoned in gold letters on its portico. He nodded. "Well," said one of them, "you will wait for some time, for that house is no longer fortunate. Its owner is dead, killed in the wars, and no one knows who his heir may be." "What was his name?" he asked. "Marcus, the favourite of Nero, also called the Fortunate." Then, with a bitter curse upon his lips Caleb turned and walked away. Chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Pearl Maiden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pearl Maiden, by H.RiderHAGGARD. Chapter 26, The Judgment of Domitian. 2 hours had gone by and Caleb, with fury in his heart, sat brooding in the office attached to the warehouse that he had hired. At that moment he had but one desire—to kill his successful rival, Marcus. Marcus had escaped and returned to Rome; of that there could be no doubt. He, one of the wealthiest of its patricians, had furnished the vast sum which enabled old Nehushta to buy the coveted Pearl Maiden in the slave ring. Then his newly acquired property had been taken to this house, where he awaited her. This then was the end of their long rivalry; for this he, Caleb, had fought, toiled, schemed and suffered. Oh, rather than such a thing should be, in that dark hour of his soul, he would have seen her cast to the foul Domitian, for Domitian, at least, she would have hated, whereas Marcus, he knew, she loved. Now there remained nothing but revenge. Revenged he must be, but how? He might dog Marcus and murder him, only then his own life would be hazarded, since he knew well the fate that awaited the foreigner, and most of all the Jew, who dared to lift his hand against a Roman noble, and if he hired others to do the work they might bear evidence against him. Now Caleb did not wish to die; life seemed the only good that he had left. Also, while he lived he might still win Miriam, after his rival had ceased to live. Doubtless, then she would be sold with his other slaves, and he could buy her at the rate such tarnished goods command. No, he would do nothing to run himself into danger. He would wait and watch his opportunity. It was near at hand, for of old as today the king of evil was ever ready to aid those who called upon him with sufficient earnestness. Indeed, even as Caleb sat there in his office, there came a knock upon the door. "Open!" he cried savagely, and through it entered a small man with close cropped hair and a keen, hard face which seemed familiar to him. Just now, however, that face was somewhat damaged, for one of the eyes had been blackened and a wound upon the temple was strapped with plaster. Also its owner walked lame and continually twitched his shoulders as though they gave him uneasiness. The stranger opened his lips to speak, and Caleb knew him at once. He was the chamberlain of Domitian who had been outbid by Nehushta in the slave ring. "Greeting, noble Saturius," he said. "Be seated, I pray, for it seems to pain you to stand." "Yes, yes," answered the chamberlain, "still I had rather stand. I met with an accident last night, a most unpleasant accident," and he coughed as though to cover up some word that leaped to his lips. "You also, worthy Demetrius. That is your name, is it not?" he added, eyeing him keenly. "Look as though you had not slept well." "No," answered Caleb, "I also met with an accident. Oh! nothing that you can see; a slight internal injury which is, I fear, likely to prove troublesome. Well, noble Saturius, how can I—serve you? Anything in the way of Eastern shawls, for instance?" "I thank you, friend, no. I come to speak of shoulders, not shawls," and he twitched his own—women's shoulders, I mean. A remarkably fine pair for their size had that Jewish captive, by the way, in whom you seemed to take an interest last night, to the considerable extent indeed of 1400 sestertia. "Yes," said Caleb, "they were well shaped." Then followed a pause. "Perhaps as I am a busy man," suggested Caleb presently, "you would not mind coming to the point." "Certainly, I was but waiting for your leave. As you may have heard, I represent a very noble person." "Who, I think, took an interest in the captive to the extent of 1500 sestertia," suggested Caleb. "Quite so; and whose interest unfortunately remains unabated, or rather, I should say, that it is transferred. To the gentleman whose deep feeling induced him to provide 500 more?" queried Caleb. "Precisely. What intuition you have! It is a gift with which the East endows her sons." "Suppose you put the matter plainly, worthy Saturius." "I will, excellent Demetrius. The great person to whom I have alluded was so moved when he heard of his loss that he actually burst into tears, and even reproached me, whom he loves more dearly than his brother." "He might easily do that, if all reports are true," said Caleb, dryly, adding, "Was it then that you met with your accident?" "It was. Overcome at the sight of my royal master's grief, I fell down." "Into a well, I suppose, since you managed to injure your eye, your back, and your leg all at once. There; I understand. These things will happen in the households of the great where the floors are so slippery that the most wary feet may slide. But that does not console the sufferer whose hurt remains, does it?" "No," answered Saturius with a snarl, "but until he is in a position to relay the floors, he must find chalk for his sandals and ointment for his back. I want the purchaser's name, and thought perhaps that you might have it, for the old woman has vanished, and that fool of an auctioneer knows absolutely nothing." "Why do you want his name?" "Because Domitian wants his head. An unnatural desire indeed that devours him, but one which, to be frank, I find it important to satisfy." Of a sudden a great light seemed to shine in Caleb's mind. It was as though a candle had been lit in a dark room. "Ah!" he said. "And supposing I can show him how to get this head, even how to get it without any scandal, do you think that in return he would leave me the lady's hand? You see I knew her in her youth and take a brotherly interest in her." "Quite so, just like Domitian and the 2,000 sestertia and, indeed, half the male population of Rome, who, when they saw her yesterday were moved by the same family feeling. Well, I don't see why he shouldn't. You see my master never cared for pearls that were not perfectly white, or admired ladies upon whom report cast the slightest breath of scandal. But he is of a curiously jealous disposition, and it is, I think, the head that he requires, not the hand." "Had you not better make yourself clear upon the point before we go any further?" asked Caleb. "Otherwise I do not feel inclined to undertake a very difficult and dangerous business." "With pleasure. Now would you let me have your demands, in writing, perhaps? Oh, of course, I understand. To be answered in writing." Caleb took parchment and pen and wrote: "A free pardon, with full liberty to travel, live and trade throughout the Roman Empire, signed by the proper authorities, to be granted to one Caleb, son of Hiliel, for the part he took in the Jewish war. A written promise, signed by the person concerned, that if the head he desires is put within his reach the Jewish slave named Pearl Maiden shall be handed over at once to Demetrius, the merchant of Alexandria, whose property she shall become absolutely and without question." "That's all," he said, giving the paper to Saturius. "The Caleb spoken of is a Jewish friend of mine to whom I am anxious to do a good turn, without whose help and evidence I should be quite unable to perform my share of the bargain. Being very shy and timid, his nerves were much shattered during the siege of Jerusalem. He will not stir without this authority, which, by the way, will require the signature of Titus Cæsar, duly witnessed. Well, that is merely an offering to friendship. Of course my fee is the reversion to the lady, whom I desire to restore to her relations, who mourn her loss in Judæa." "Precisely. Quite so," replied Saturius. "Pray do not trouble to explain further. I have always found those of Alexandria most excellent merchants. Well, I hope to be back within 2 hours." Mind you come alone. As I have told you, everything depends upon this Caleb, and if he is in any way alarmed there is an end of the affair. He only has a possible key to the mystery. Should it be lost your patron will never get his head, and I shall never get my hand. Oh, bid the timid Caleb have no fear. Who would wish to harm a dirty Jewish deserter from his cause and people? Let him come out of his sewer and look upon the sun. The Caesars do not war with carrion rats. Most worthy Demetrius, I go swiftly, as I hope to return again with all you need. Good, most noble Saturius, and for both our sakes, remember that the palace floor is slippery, and do not get another fall, for it might finish you. I am in deep waters, but I think that I can swim well, reflected Caleb as the door closed behind his visitor. At any rate it gives me a chance who have no other, and that prince is playing for revenge, not love. What can Miriam be to him beyond the fancy of an hour, of which a thief has robbed him? Doubtless he wishes to kill the thief, but kings do not care for faded roses, which are only good enough to weave the chaplet of a merchant of Alexandria. So I cast for the last time, let the dice fall as it is fated. Very shortly afterwards in the palace of Domitian the dice began to fall. Humbly, most humbly, did that faithful chamberlain, Saturius, lay the results of his mission before his august master, Domitian, who, suffering from a severe bilious attack that had turned his ruddy complexion to a dingy yellow, and made the aspect of his pale eyes more unpleasant than usual, was propped up among cushions, sniffing attar of roses and dabbling vinegar water upon his forehead. He listened indifferently to the tale of his jackal, until the full meaning of the terms asked by the mysterious Eastern merchant penetrated his sodden brain. "Why," he said, "the man wants Pearl Maiden? That's his share, while mine is the life of the fellow who bought her, whoever he may be? Are you still mad, man, that you should dare to lay such a proposal before me? Don't you understand that I need both the woman and the blood of him who dared to cheat me out of her?" "Most divine prince, I understand perfectly, but this fish is only biting. He must be tempted or he will tell nothing." "Why not bring him here and torture him?" "I have thought of that, but those Jews are so obstinate. While you were twisting the truth out of him the other man would escape with the girl. Much better promise everything he asks and then—" "And then—what?" "And then forget your promises. What can be simpler?" "But he needs them in writing." "Let him have them in writing, my writing, which your divine self can repudiate. Only the pardon to Caleb, who I suppose is this Demetrius himself, can be signed by Titus. It will not affect you whether a Jew more or less has the right to trade in the empire, if thereby you can win his services in an important matter. Then, when the time comes, you can net both your unknown rival and the lady, leaving our friend Demetrius to report the facts to her relatives in Judæa, for whom, as he states, he is alone concerned." "Saturius," said Domitian, growing interested, "you are not so foolish as I thought you were. Decidedly that trouble last night has quickened your wits. Be so good as to stop wriggling your shoulders, will you? It makes me nervous, and I wish that you would have that eye of yours painted. You know that I cannot bear the sight of black. It reminds me, who am by nature joyous and light-hearted as a child, of melancholy things. Now forge a letter for my, or rather for your, signature, promising the reversion of Pearl Maiden to this Demetrius. Then bear my greetings to Titus, begging his signature to an order granting the desired privileges to one Caleb, a Jew who fought against him at Jerusalem, with less success than I could have wished, whom I desire to favour." 3 hours later Saturius presented himself for the second time in the office of the Alexandrian merchant. "Most worthy Demetrius," he said, "I congratulate you. everything has been arranged as you wish. Here is the order, signed by Titus and duly witnessed, granting to you, I mean to your friend, Caleb, pardon for whatever he may have done in Judea, and permission to live and trade anywhere that he may wish within the bounds of the empire. I may tell you that it was obtained with great difficulty, since Titus, worn out with toil and glory, leaves this very day for his villa by the sea, where he is ordered by his physicians to rest 3 months, taking no part whatever in affairs. Does the document satisfy you?" Caleb examined the signatures and seals. "It seems to be in order," he said. "It is in order, excellent Demetrius. Caleb can now appear in the Forum, if it pleases him, and lecture upon the fall of Jerusalem for the benefit of the vulgar. Well, here also is a letter from the divine, or rather the half-divine, Domitian to yourself, Demetrius of Alexandria, also witnessed by myself and sealed. It promises to you that if you give evidence enabling him to arrest the miscreant who dared to bid against him—no, do not be alarmed, the lady was not knocked down to you—you shall be allowed to take possession of her or to buy her at a reasonable valuation, not to exceed 15 sestertia. That is as much as she will fetch now in the open market. Are you satisfied with this document?" Caleb read and scrutinized the letter. "The signatures of Domitian and of yourself as witness seem much alike," he remarked suspiciously. "Somewhat," replied Saturius, with an airy gesture. "In royal houses it is customary for chamberlains to imitate the handwriting of their imperial masters." "And their morals? No, they have none. Their manners also," commented Caleb. "At least," went on Saturius, "you will acknowledge the seals." "Which might be borrowed. Well, I will take the risk, for if there is anything wrong about these papers I am sure that the Prince Domitian would not like to see them exhibited in a court of law." "Good," answered Saturius, with a relief which he could not altogether conceal. "And now for the culprit's name." "The culprit's name," said Caleb, leaning forward and speaking slowly, "is Marcus, who served as one of Titus Caesar's prefects of horse in the campaign of Judea. He bought the lady Miriam, commonly known as Pearl Maiden, by the agency of Nehushta, an old Libyan woman, who conveyed her to his house in the Via Agrippa, which is known as the Fortunate House, where doubtless she now is." "Marcus?" said Saturius. "Why he was reported dead, and the matter of the succession to his great estates is now being debated, for he was the heir of his uncle, Caius, the proconsul, who amassed a vast fortune in Spain. Also after the death of said Caius, this Marcus was a favourite of the late divine Nero, who constituted him guardian of some bust of which he was enamoured. In short, he is a great man, if, as you say, he still lives, whom even Domitian will find it hard to meddle with. But how do you know all this?" "Through my friend Caleb. Caleb followed the black hag, Nehushta, and the beautiful Pearl Maiden to the very house of Marcus, which he saw them enter. Marcus who was her lover, yonder in Judea." "Oh, never mind the rest of the story, I understand it all. But you have not yet shown that Marcus was in the house, and if he was, bad taste as it may have been to bid against the Prince Domitian, well, at a public auction it is lawful." "Yes, but if Marcus has committed a crime, could he not be punished for that crime?" "Without doubt. But what crime has Marcus committed?" "The crime of being taken prisoner by the Jews and escaping from them with his life, for which, by an edict of Titus, whose laws are those of the Medes and Persians, the punishment is death, or at the least, banishment and degradation." "Well, and who can prove all this?" "Caleb can, because he took him prisoner." "And where," asked Saturius in exasperation, "where is this thrice accursed cur, Caleb?" "Here," answered Demetrius. "I am Caleb, O thrice blessed chamberlain, Saturius." "Indeed," said Saturius. "Well, that makes things more simple. And now, friend Demetrius, you prefer that name, do you not? What do you propose?" "I propose that the necessary documents should be procured, which, to your master, will not be difficult; that Marcus should be arrested in his house, put upon his trial and condemned under the edict of Titus, and that the girl, Pearl Maiden, should be handed over to me, who will at once remove her from Rome." "Good," said Saturius. "Titus having gone, leaving Domitian in charge of military affairs, the thing, as it chances, is easy, though any sentence that may be passed must be confirmed by Cæsar himself. And now, again farewell. If our man is in Rome, he shall be taken to-night, and to-morrow your evidence may be wanted." "Will the girl be handed over to me then?" "I think so," replied Saturius, "but of course I cannot say for certain, as there may be legal difficulties in the way which would hinder her immediate resale. However, you may rely upon me to do the best I can for you." "It will be to your advantage," answered Caleb significantly. "Shall we say 50 sestertia on receipt of the slave?" "Oh, if you wish it, if you wish it, for gifts cement the hearts of friends. On account? Well, to a man with many expenses, 5 sestertia always come in useful. You know what it is in these palaces, so little pay and so much to keep up. Thank you, dear Demetrius, I will give you and the lady a supper out of the money—when you get her," he added to himself as he left the office. When early on the following morning Caleb came to his warehouse from the dwelling where he slept, he found waiting for him 2 men dressed in the livery of Domitian, who demanded that he would accompany them to the palace of the prince. "What for?" "To give evidence in a trial," they said. Then he knew that he had made no mistake, that his rival was caught, and in the rage of his burning jealousy, such jealousy as only an Eastern can feel, his heart bounded with joy. Still, as he trudged onward through streets glittering in the morning sunlight, Caleb's conscience told him that not thus should his rival be overcome, that he who went to accuse the brave Marcus of cowardice was himself a coward, and that from the lie which he was about to act if not to speak, could spring no fruit of peace or happiness. But he was mad and blind. He could think only of Miriam, the woman whom he loved with all his passionate nature and whose life he had preserved at the risk of his own, fallen at last into the arms of his rival. He would wrench her thence, yes, even at the price of his own honour and of her lifelong agony, and, if it might be, leave those arms cold in death, as often already he had striven to do. When Marcus was dead perhaps she would forgive him. At the least he would occupy his place. She would be his slave, to whom, notwithstanding all that had been, he would give the place of wife. Then, after a little while, seeing how good and tender he was to her, surely she must forget this Roman who had taken her girlish fancy and learn to love him. Now they were passing the door of the palace. In the outer hall Saturius met them and motioned to the slaves to stand back. "So you have them," said Caleb, eagerly. "Yes, or to be exact, one of them. The lady has vanished." Caleb staggered back a pace. "Vanished? Where?" "I wish that I could tell you. I thought that perhaps you knew. At least we found Marcus alone in his house, which he was about to leave, apparently to follow Titus. But come, the court awaits you." "If she has gone, why should I come?" said Caleb, hanging back. "I really don't know, but you must. Here, slaves, escort this witness." Then seeing that it was too late to change his mind, Caleb waved them back and followed Saturius. Presently they entered an inner hall, lofty, but not large. At the head of it, clad in the purple robes of his royal house, sat Domitian in a chair, while to his right and left were narrow tables, at which were gathered 5 or 6 Roman officers, those of Domitian's own bodyguard, bareheaded, but arrayed in their mail. Also there were 2 scribes with their tablets, a man dressed in a lawyer's robe, who seemed to fill the office of prosecutor, and some soldiers on guard. When Caleb entered, Domitian, who, notwithstanding his youthful, ruddy countenance, looked in a very evil mood, was engaged in talking earnestly to the lawyer. Glancing up, he saw him and asked: "Is that the Jew who gives evidence, Saturius?" "My lord, it is the man," answered the chamberlain. "Also the other witness waits without." "Good. Then bring in the accused." There was a pause, till presently Caleb heard footsteps behind him and looked round to see Marcus advancing up the hall with a proud and martial air. Their eyes met, and for an instant Marcus stopped. "Oh," he said aloud, "the Jew Caleb. Now I understand." Then he marched forward and gave the military salute to the prince. Domitian stared at him with hate in his pale eyes, and said carelessly: "Is this the accused? What is the charge?" "The charge is," said the lawyer, "that the accused Marcus, a prefect of horse serving with Titus Caesar in Judæa, suffered himself to be taken prisoner by the Jews when in command of a large body of Roman troops, contrary to the custom of the army and to the edict issued by Titus Caesar at the commencement of the siege of Jerusalem. This edict commanded that no soldier should be taken alive, and that any soldier who was taken alive and subsequently rescued, or who made good his escape, should be deemed worthy of death, or at the least of degradation from his rank and banishment. My lord Marcus, do you plead guilty to the charge?" "First, I ask," said Marcus, "what court is this before which I am put upon my trial? If I am to be tried I demand that it shall be by my general, Titus." "Then," said the prosecutor, "you should have reported yourself to Titus upon your arrival in Rome. Now he has gone to where he may not be troubled, leaving the charge of military matters in the hands of his imperial brother, the Prince Domitian, who, with these officers, is therefore your lawful judge." "Perhaps," broke in Domitian with bitter malice, "the lord Marcus was too much occupied with other pursuits on his arrival in Rome to find time to explain his conduct to the Cæsar Titus." "I was about to follow him to do so when I was seized," said Marcus. "Then you put the matter off a little too long. Now you can explain it here," answered Domitian. Then the prosecutor took up the tale, saying that it had been ascertained on inquiry that the accused, accompanied by an old woman, arrived in Rome upon horseback early on the morning of the Triumph; that he went straight to his house, which was called the House Fortunate, where he lay hid all day; that in the evening he sent out the old woman and a slave carrying on their backs a great sum of gold in baskets, with which gold he purchased a certain fair Jewish captive, known as Pearl Maiden, at a public auction in the Forum. This Pearl Maiden, it would seem, was taken to his house, but when he was arrested on the morrow neither she nor the old woman were found there. The accused, he might add, was arrested just as he was about to leave the house, as he stated, in order to report himself to Titus Caesar, who had already departed from Rome. This was the case in brief, and to prove it he called a certain Jew named Caleb, who was now living in Rome, having received an amnesty given by the hand of Titus. This Jew was now a merchant who traded under the name of Demetrius. Then Caleb stood forward and told his tale. In answer to questions that were put to him, he related how he was in command of a body of the Jews which fought an action with the Roman troops at a place called the Old Tower, a few days before the capture of the temple. In the course of this action he parleyed with a captain of the Romans, the prefect Marcus, who now stood before him, and at the end of the parley challenged him to single combat. As Marcus refused the encounter and tried to run away, he struck him on the back with the back of his sword. Thereon a fight ensued in which he, the witness, had the advantage. Being wounded, the accused let fall his sword, sank to his knees and asked for mercy. The fray having now become general, he, Caleb, dragged his prisoner into the old tower and returned to the battle. When he went back to the tower it was to find that the captive had vanished, leaving in his place a lady who was known to the Romans as Pearl Maiden, and who was afterwards taken by them and exposed for sale in the Forum, where she was purchased by an old woman whom he recognized as her nurse. He followed the maiden, having bid for her and being curious as to her destination, to a house in the Via Agrippa, which he afterwards learned was the palace of the accused Marcus. That was all he knew of the matter. Then the prosecutor called a soldier, who stated that he had been under the command of Marcus on the day in question. There he saw the Jew leader, whom he identified with Caleb, at the conclusion of a parley strike the accused, Marcus, on the back with the flat of his sword. After this ensued a fight, in which the Romans were repulsed. At the end of it, he saw their captain, Marcus, being led away prisoner. His sword had gone and blood was running from the side of his head. The evidence being concluded, Marcus was asked if he had anything to say in defence. "Much," he answered proudly, "when I am given a fair trial. I desire to call the men of my legion who were with me, none of whom I see here to-day except that man who has given evidence against me, a rogue whom, I remember, I caused to be scourged for theft, and dismissed his company. But they are in Egypt, so how can I summon them? As for the Jew, he is an old enemy of mine, who was guilty of murder in his youth, and whom once I overcame in a duel in Judæa, sparing his life. It is true that when my back was turned he struck me with his sword, and as I flew at him smote me a blow upon the head, from the effects of which I became senseless. In this state I was taken prisoner and lay for weeks sick in a vault, in the care of some people of the Jews, who nursed me. From them I escaped to Rome, desiring to report myself to Titus Caesar, my master. I appeal to Titus Caesar." "He is absent and I represent him," said Domitian. "Then," answered Marcus, "I appeal to Vespasian Caesar, to whom I will tell all. I am a Roman noble of no mean rank, and I have a right to be tried by Caesar, not by a packed court, whose president has a grudge against me for private matters." "Insolent!" shouted Domitian. "Your appeal shall be laid before Caesar, as it must; that is, if he will hear it. Tell us now, where is that woman whom you bought in the Forum, for we desire her testimony?" "Prince, I do not know," answered Marcus. "It is true that she came to my house, but then and there I gave her freedom and she departed from it with her nurse, nor can I tell whither she went." "I thought that you were only a coward, but it seems that you are a liar as well," sneered Domitian. Then he consulted with the officers and added, "We judge the case to be proved against you, and for having disgraced the Roman arms, when, rather than being taken prisoner, many a meaner man died by his own hand, you are worthy of whatever punishment it pleases Caesar to inflict. Meanwhile, till his pleasure is known, I command that you shall be confined in the private rooms of the military prison near the Temple of Mars, and that if you attempt to escape thence you shall be put to death. You have liberty to draw up your case in writing, that it may be transmitted to Cæsar, my father, together with a transcript of the evidence against you." "Now," replied Marcus bitterly, "I am tempted to do what you say I should have done before, die by my own hand, rather than endure such shameful words and this indignity. But that my honour will not suffer. When Cæsar has heard my case and when Titus, my general, also gives his verdict against me, I will die, but not before. You, prince, and you, captains, who have never drawn sword outside the streets of Rome, you call me coward, me, who have served with honor through 5 campaigns, who, from my youth till now have been in arms, and this upon the evidence of a renegade Jew who, for years, has been my private enemy, and of a soldier whom I scourged as a thief. Look now upon this breast and say if it is that of a coward." And rending his robes asunder, Marcus exposed his bosom, scarred with 4 white wounds. "Call my comrades, those with whom I have fought in Gaul, in Sicily, in Egypt and in Judæa, and ask them if Marcus is a coward. Ask the Jew even, to whom I gave his life, whether Marcus is a coward?" "Have done with your boasting," said Domitian, "and hide those scratches. You were taken prisoner by the Jews; it is enough. You have your prayer, your case shall go to Cæsar. If the tale you tell is true you would produce that woman who is said to have rescued you from the Jews and whom you purchased as a slave. When you do this we will take her evidence. Till then to your prison with you. Guards, remove the man Marcus, called the Fortunate, once a prefect of horse in the army of Judæa." End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Pearl Maiden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pearl Maiden, by H.RiderHAGGARD. Chapter 27, The Bishop's Cyril. On the morning following the day of the triumph Julia, the wife of Gallus, was seated in her bedchamber looking out at the yellow waters of the Tiber that ran almost beneath its window. She had risen at dawn and attended to the affairs of her household, and now retired to rest and pray. Mingled with the Roman crowd on the yesterday she had seen Miriam, whom she loved, marching wearily through the streets of Rome. Then, able to bear no more, she went home, leaving Gallus to follow the last acts of the drama. About 9 o'clock that night he joined her and told her the story of the sale of Miriam for a vast sum of money, since, standing in the shadow beyond the light of the torches, he had been a witness of the scene at the slave market. Domitian had been outbid, and their Pearl Maiden was knocked down to an old woman with a basket on her back who looked like a witch, after which she vanished with her purchaser. That was all he knew for certain. Julia thought it little enough, and reproached her husband for his stupidity in not learning more. Still, although she seemed to be vexed, at heart she rejoiced. Into whoever's hand the maid had fallen, for a while at least she had escaped the vile Domitian. Now, as she sat and prayed, Gallus being abroad to gather more tidings if he could, she heard the courtyard door open, but took no notice of it, thinking that it was but the servant who returned from market. Presently, however, as she knelt, a shadow fell upon her and Julia looked up to see Miriam, none other than Miriam, and with her a dark-skinned, aged woman, whom she did not know. "How come you here?" she gasped. "Oh, mother," answered the girl in a low and thrilling voice, "mother, by the mercy of God and by the help of this Nehushta, of whom I have often told you, and—of another, I am escaped from Domitian, and returned to you free and unharmed." "Tell me that story," said Julia, "for I do not understand. The thing sounds incredible." So Miriam told her tale. When it was done, Julia said: "Heathen though he is, this Marcus must be a noble-hearted man, whom may Heaven reward." "Yes," answered Miriam with a sigh, "may Heaven reward him, as I wish I might." as you would have done had I not stayed you," put in Nehushta. Her voice was severe, but as she spoke something that Julia took to be a smile was seen for an instant on her grim features. "Well, friend, well," said Julia, "we have all of us fallen into temptation from time to time." "Pardon me, lady," answered Nehushta, "but speak for yourself. I never fell into any temptation—from a man. I know too much of men." "Then, friend," replied Julia, "return thanks for the good armour of your wisdom. For my part, I say that, like the Lord Marcus, this maid has acted well, and my prayer is that she also may not lose her reward." "Mine is," commented Nehushta, "that Marcus may escape the payment which he will doubtless receive from the hand of Domitian if he can hunt him out," a remark at which the face of Miriam grew very troubled. Just then Gallus returned, and to him the whole story had to be told anew. "It is wonderful," he said, "wonderful! I never heard the like of it. Two people who love each other and who, when their hour comes, separate over some question of faith, or rather in obedience to a command laid upon one of them by a lady who died years and years ago. Wonderful, and I hope wise, though had I been the man concerned I should have taken another counsel." "What counsel, husband?" asked Julia. "Well, to get away from Rome with the lady as far as possible, and without more delay than was necessary. It seems to me that under the circumstances it would have been best for her to consider her scruples in another land. You see Domitian is not a Christian any more than Marcus is, and our maid here does not like Domitian and does like Marcus. No, it is no good arguing, the thing is done, but I think that you Christians might very well add 2 new saints to your calendar. And now to breakfast, which we all need after so much night duty." So they went and ate, but during the meal Gallus was very silent, as was his custom when he set his brain to work. Presently he asked: "Tell me, Miriam, did any see you or your companion enter here?" "No, I think not," she answered, for as it chanced the door of the courtyard was ajar and the servant had not yet returned. "Good," he said. "When she does return I will meet her and send her out on a long errand." "Why?" asked his wife. "Because it is as well that none should know what guests we have till they are gone again." "Until they are gone again!" repeated Julia, astonished. "Surely you would not drive this maid, who has become to us as our daughter, from your door?" "Yes, I would, wife, for that dear maid's sake," and he took Miriam's little hand in his great palm and pressed it. "Listen now," he went on, "Miriam, the Jewish captive, has dwelt in our care these many months, has she not, as is known to all, is it not? Well, if anyone wants to find her, where will they begin by looking?" "Aye, where?" echoed Nehushta. "Why should anyone wish to find her?" asked Julia. "She was bought in the slave market for a great price by the Lord Marcus, who, of his own will, has set her at liberty. Now, therefore, she is a free woman whom none can touch." "A free woman!" answered Gallus with scorn. "Is any woman free in Rome upon whom Domitian has set his mind? Surely, you Christians are too innocent for this world. Peace now, for there is no time to lose. Julia, do you cloak yourself and go seek that high priest of yours, Cyril, who also loves this maid. Tell the tale to him, and say that if he would save her from great dangers he had best find some secret hiding place among the Christians, for her and her companion, until means can be found to ship them far from Rome. What think you of that plan, my Libyan friend?" "I think that it is good, but not good enough," answered Nehushta. "I think that we had best depart with the lady, your wife, this very hour, for who can tell how soon the dogs will be laid upon our slot?" "And what say you, Maid Miriam?" asked Gallus. "I? Oh, I thank you for your thought, and I say, let us hide in any place you will, even a drain or a stable, if it will save me from Domitian." 2 hours later, in a humble and densely peopled quarter of the city, such as in our own day we should call a slum, where folk were employed making those articles which ministered to the comfort or the luxury of the more fortunate, a certain master carpenter known as Septimus was seated at his midday meal in a little chamber above his workshop. His hands were rough with toil, and the dust of his trade was upon his garments and even powdered over his long grey beard, so that at first sight it would not have been easy to recognize in him that Cyril who was a bishop among the Christians. Yet it was he, one of the foremost of the faith in Rome. A woman entered the room and spoke with him in a low voice. "The Dame Julia, the wife of Gallus, and 2 others with her," he said. "Well, we need fear none whom she brings. Lead them hither." Presently the door opened and Julia appeared, followed by 2 veiled figures. He raised his hands to bless her, then checked himself. "Daughter, who are these?" he said. "Declare yourselves," said Julia, and at her bidding Miriam and Nehushta unveiled. At the sight of Miriam's face the bishop started, then turned to study that of her companion. "Who vouches for this woman?" he asked. "I vouch for myself," answered Nehushta, "seeing that I am a Christian who received baptism a generation since at the hands of the holy John, and who stood to pay the price of faith in the arena at Caesarea." "Is it so?" asked the bishop of Miriam. "It is so," she answered. "This Libyan was the servant of my grandmother. She nursed both my mother and myself, and many a time has saved my life. Have no fear, she is faithful." "Your pardon," said the bishop with a grave smile and addressing Nehushta, "but you who are old will know that the Christian who entertains strangers sometimes entertains a devil." Then he lifted up his hands and blessed them, greeting them in the name of their master. "So, Maid Miriam," he said, still smiling, "it would seem that I was no false prophet, and though you walked in the Triumph and were sold in the slave ring—for this much I have heard—still the angel of the Lord went with you." "Father, he went with me," she answered, "and he leads me here." Then they told him all the tale, and how Miriam sought a refuge from Domitian. He looked at her, stroking his long beard. "Is there anything you can do?" he asked. "Anything useful, I mean. But perhaps that is a foolish question, seeing that women—especially those who are well favoured—do not learn a trade." "I have learnt a trade," answered Miriam, flushing a little. "Once I was held of some account as a sculptor; indeed I have heard that your Emperor Nero decreed divine honours to a bust from my hand." The bishop laughed outright. "The Emperor Nero! Well, the poor madman has gone to his own place, so let us say no more of him. But I heard of that bust; indeed I saw it. It was a likeness of Marcus Fortunatus, was it not, and in its fashion a great work? But our people do not make such things; we are artisans, not artists." "The artisan should be an artist," said Miriam, setting her mouth. "Perhaps, but as a rule he isn't. Do you think that you could mould lamps?" "There is nothing I should like better, that is if I am not forced to copy one pattern," she added as an afterthought. "Then," said the bishop, "I think, daughter, that I can show you how to earn a living, where none are likely to seek you." Not 100 paces away from the carpenter's shop where the master craftsman, Septimus, worked, was another manufactory, in which vases, basins, lamps, and all such articles were designed, moulded and baked. The customers who frequented the place, wholesale merchants for the most part, noted from and after the day of this interview a new workwoman, who, so far as her rough blouse permitted them to judge, seemed to be young and pretty, seated in a corner apart, beneath a window by the light of which she laboured. Later on they observed also, those of them who had any taste, that among the lamps produced by the factory appeared some of singular and charming design, so good, indeed, that although the makers reaped little extra benefit, the middlemen found no difficulty in disposing of these pieces at a high price. All day long Miriam sat fashioning them, while old Nehushta, who had learnt something of the task years ago by Jordan, prepared and tempered the clay and carried the finished work to the furnace. Now, though none would have guessed it, in this workshop all the labourers were Christians, and the product of their toil was cast into a common treasury on the proceeds of which they lived, taking, each of them, such share as their elders might decree, and giving the surplus to brethren who had need, or to the sick. Connected with these shops were lodging-houses, mean enough to look at, but clean within. At the top of one of them, up 3 flights of narrow stairs, Miriam and Nehushta dwelt in a large attic that was very hot when the sun shone on the roof, and very cold in the bitter winds and rains of winter. In other respects, however, the room was not unpleasant, since being so high there were few smells and little noise. Also the air that blew in at the windows was fresh and odorous of the open lands beyond the city. So there they dwelt in peace, for none came to search for the costly and beautiful Pearl Maiden in those squalid courts, occupied by working folk of the meaner sort. By day they laboured, and at night they rested, ministering and ministered to in the community of Christian brotherhood, and, notwithstanding their fears and anxieties for themselves and another, were happier than they had been for years. So the weeks went by. Very soon tidings came to them, for these Christians knew of all that passed in the great city. Also, when they met in the catacombs at night, as was their custom, especially upon the Lord's Day, Julia gave them news. From her they learned that they had done wisely to flee her house. Within 3 hours of their departure, indeed before Julia had returned there, officers arrived to inquire whether they had seen anything of the Jewish captive named Pearl Maiden, who had been sold in the Forum on the previous night, and, as they said, escaped from her purchaser, on whose behalf they searched. Gallus received them, and, not being a Christian, lied boldly, vowing that he had seen nothing of the girl since he gave her over into the charge of the servants of Cæsar upon the morning of the Triumph. So suspecting no guile they departed and troubled his household no more. From the palace of Domitian Marcus was taken to his prison near the Temple of Mars. Here, because of his wealth and rank, because also he made appeal to Cæsar and was therefore as yet uncondemned of any crime, he found himself well treated. 2 good rooms were given him to live in, and his own steward, Stephanus, was allowed to attend him and provide him with food and all he needed. Also upon giving his word that he would attempt no escape, he was allowed to walk in the gardens between the prison and the temple, and to receive his friends at any hour of the day. His first visitor was the chamberlain, Saturius, who began by condoling with him over his misfortune and most undeserved position. Marcus cut him short. "Why am I here?" he asked. "Because, most noble Marcus, you have been so unlucky as to incur the displeasure of a very powerful man." "Why does Domitian persecute me?" he asked again. "How innocent are you soldiers?" said the chamberlain. "I will answer your question by another. Why do you buy beautiful captives upon whom royalty chances to have set its heart?" Marcus thought a moment, then said, "Is there any way out of this trouble?" "My lord Marcus, I came to show you one. Nobody really believes that you of all men failed in your duty up there in Jerusalem. Why, the thing is absurd, as even those carpet captains before whom you were tried knew well. Still, your position is most awkward. There is evidence against you—of a sort. Vespasian will not interfere, for he is aware that this is some private matter of Domitian's, and having had one quarrel with his son over the captive, Pearl Maiden, he does not wish for another over the man who bought her. No, he will say: "This prefect was one of the friends and officers of Titus. Let Titus settle the affair as it may please him when he returns." "At least Titus will do me justice," said Marcus. "Yes, without doubt, but what will that justice be? Titus issued an edict. Have you ever known him to go back upon his edicts, even to save a friend? Titus declared throughout his own camps those Romans who were taken prisoner by the Jews to be worthy of death or disgrace, and 2 of them, common men and cowards, have been publicly disgraced in the eyes of Rome. You were taken prisoner by the Jews and have returned alive, unfortunately for yourself, to incur the dislike of Domitian, who has raked up a matter that otherwise never would have been mooted. Now, he says to Titus, show justice and no favour, as you showed in the case of the captive Pearl Maiden, whom you refused to the prayer of your only brother, saying that she must be sold according to your decree. Even if he loves you dearly, as I believe he does, what, my lord Marcus, can Titus answer to that argument, especially as he also seeks no further quarrel with Domitian? You said you came to show me a way to safety; yet you tell me that my feet are set in a path of disgrace and death. Must this way of yours, then, be paved with gold?" "No," answered Saturius dryly, "with pearls. Oh, I will be plain. Give up that necklace? And its wearer. What do you answer?" Now Marcus understood, and a saying that he heard on the lips of Miriam arose in his mind, though he knew not whence it came. "I answer," he said with set face and flashing eyes, "that I will not cast pearls before swine." "A pretty message from a prisoner to his judge," replied the chamberlain with a curious smile. "But have no fear, noble Marcus, it shall not be delivered. I am not paid to tell my royal master the truth. Think again." "I have thought," answered Marcus. "I do not know where the maiden is and therefore cannot deliver her to Domitian, nor would I if I could. Rather I will be disgraced and perish." "I suppose," mused Saturius, "that this is what they call true love, and to speak plainly," he added with a burst of candour, "I find it admirable and worthy of a noble Roman. My lord Marcus, my mission has failed, yet I pray that the fates may order your deliverance from your enemies, and, in reward for these persecutions, bring back to you unharmed that maiden whom you desire, but whom I go to seek. Farewell." 2 days later Stephanus, the steward of Marcus who waited upon him in his prison, announced that a man who said his name was Septimus wished speech with him, but would say nothing of his business. "Admit him," said Marcus, "for I grow weary of my own company," and letting his head fall upon his hand he stared through the bars of his prison window. Presently he heard a sound behind him, and looked round to see an old man clad in the robe of a master workman, whose pure and noble face seemed in a strange contrast to his rough garments and toil-scarred hands. "Be seated and tell me your business," said Marcus courteously, and with a bow his visitor obeyed. "My business, my lord Marcus," he said in an educated and refined voice, "is to minister to those who are in trouble." "Then, sir, your feet have led you aright," answered Marcus with a sad laugh, "for this is the house of trouble and you see I am its inhabitant." "I know, and I know the cause." Marcus looked at him curiously. "Are you a Christian?" sir?" he asked. "Nay, do not fear to answer. I have friends who are Christians," and he sighed, "nor could I harm you if I would, who wish harm to none, least of all a Christian. My lord Marcus, I fear hurt at no man's hand; also the days of Nero have gone by and Vespasian reigns, who molests us not. I am Cyril, a bishop of the Christians in Rome, and if you will hear me I am come to preach to you my faith, which, I trust, may yet be yours." Marcus stared at the man. It was to him a matter of amazement that this priest should take so much trouble for a stranger. Then a thought struck him and he asked: "What fee do you charge for these lessons in a new religion?" The bishop's pale face flushed. "Sir," he answered, "if you wish to reject my message, do it without insult. I do not sell the grace of God for lucre." Again Marcus was impressed. "Your pardon," he said, "yet I have known priests take money, though it is true they were never of your faith. Who told you about me?" "One, my lord Marcus, to whom you have behaved well," answered Cyril gravely. Marcus sprang from his seat. "Do you mean—" he began and paused, looking round him fearfully. "Yes," replied the bishop in a whisper, "I mean Miriam. Fear not, she and her companions are in my charge, and for the present, safe. Seek to know no more, lest perchance their secret should be wrung from you. I and her brethren in the Lord will protect her to the last." Marcus began to pour out his thanks. "Thank me not," interrupted Cyril, "for what is at once my duty and my joy." "Friend Cyril," said Marcus, "the maid is in great danger. I have just learned that Domitian's spies hunt through Rome to find her, who, when she is found, will be spirited to his palace and a fate that you can guess. She must escape from Rome. Let her fly to Tyre, where she has friends and property. There, if she lies hid awhile, she will be molested by none." The bishop shook his head. "I have thought of it," he said, "but it is scarcely possible. The officers at every port have orders to search all ships that sail with passengers, and detain any woman on them who answers to the description of her who was called Pearl Maiden. This I know for certain, for I also have my officers, more faithful perhaps than those of Cæsar," and he smiled. "Is there no means to get her out of Rome and across the sea?" "I can think of only one, which would cost more money than we poor Christians can command. It is that a ship be bought in the name of some merchant and manned with sailors who can be trusted, such as I know how to find. Then she could be taken aboard at night, for on such a vessel there would be no right of search nor any to betray." "Find the ship and trusty men and I will find the money," said Marcus, "for I still have gold at hand and means of raising more." "I will make inquiries," answered Cyril, "and speak with you further on the matter. Indeed it is not necessary that you should give this money, since such a ship and her cargo, if she comes there safely, should sell at a great profit in the Eastern ports. Meanwhile have no fear; in the protection of God and her brethren the maid is safe." "I hope so," said Marcus devoutly. "Now, if you have the time to spare, tell me of this God of whom you Christians speak so much but who seems so far away from man." "But who, in the words of the great apostle, my master, in truth is not far from any one of us," answered Cyril. "Now hearken, and may your heart be opened." Then he began his labour of conversion, reasoning till the sun sank and it was time for the prison gates to close. "Come to me again," said Marcus as they parted, "I would hear more." "Of Miriam or of my message?" asked Cyril with a smile. "Of both," answered Marcus. 4 days went by before Cyril returned, They were heavy days for Marcus, since on the morrow of the bishop's visit he had learned that as Saturius had foretold, Vespasian refused to consider his case, saying that it must abide the decision of Titus when he came back to Rome. Meanwhile, he commanded that the accused officer should remain in prison, but that no judgment should issue against him. Here, then, Marcus was doomed to lie, fretting out his heart like a lion in a cage. From Cyril Marcus learned that Miriam was well and sent him her greetings, since she dared neither visit him nor write. The bishop told him also that he had found a certain Grecian mariner, Hector by name, a Roman citizen, who was a Christian and faithful. This man desired to sail for the coasts of Syria and was competent to steer a vessel thither. Also he thought that he could collect a crew of Christians and Jews who might be trusted. Lastly, he knew of several small galleys that were for sale, one of which, named the Luna, was a very good ship and almost new. Cyril told him, moreover, that he had seen Gallus and his wife Julia, and that these good people, having no more ties in Rome, partly because they desired to leave the city, and partly for love of Miriam, though more the second reason than the first, were willing to sell their house and goods and sail with her to Syria. Marcus asked how much money would be needed, and when Cyril named the sum, sent for Stephanus and commanded him to raise it and to pay it over to the craftsman Septimus, taking his receipt in discharge. This Septimus promised to do readily enough by a certain day, believing that the gold was needed for his master's ransom. Then having settled all as well as might be, Cyril took up his tale and preached to Marcus of the Saviour of the world with great earnestness and power. Thus the days went on, and twice or thrice every week Cyril visited Marcus, giving him tidings and instructing him in the faith. Now the ship Luna was bought and most of her crew hired. Also a cargo of such goods as would be saleable in Syria was being laid into her hold at Ostia, the Greek, Hector, giving it out that this was a private venture of his own and some other merchants. As the man was well known for a bold trader who had bought and sold in many lands, his tale caused neither wonder nor suspicion, none knowing that the capital was furnished by the steward of the prisoner Marcus through him who passed as the master craftsman and contractor Septimus. Indeed, until the after days Miriam did not know this herself, for it was kept from her by the special command of Marcus, and if Nehushta guessed the truth she held her tongue. 2 full months had gone by. Marcus still languished in prison, for Titus had not yet returned to Rome, but as he learned from Cyril, Domitian wearied somewhat of his fruitless search for Miriam, although he still vowed vengeance against the rival who had robbed him. The ship Luna was laden and ready for sea. Indeed, if the wind and weather were favourable, she was to sail within a week. Gallus and Julia, having wound up their affairs, had removed to Ostia, whither Miriam was to be brought secretly on the night of the sailing of the Luna. Marcus was now at heart a Christian, but as yet had refused to accept baptism. Thus matters stood when Cyril visited the prison bringing with him Miriam's farewell message to her lover. It was very short. "Tell Marcus," she said, "that I go because he bids me, and that I know not whether we shall meet again. Say that perhaps it is best that we should not meet, since for reasons which he knows, even if he should still wish it, we may not marry. Say that in life or death I am his, and his only, and that until my last hour my thought and prayer will be for him. May he be delivered from all those troubles which, as I fear, I have brought upon him, through no will of mine. May he forgive me for them and let my love and gratitude make some amends for all that I have done amiss." To this Marcus answered, "Tell Miriam that from my heart I thank her for her message, and that my desire is that she should be gone from Rome so soon as may be, since here danger dogs her steps. Tell her that although it is true that mine has brought me shame and sorrow, still I give her love for love, and that if I come living from my prison I will follow her to Tyre and speak further of these matters. If I die, I pray that good fortune may attend her and that from time to time she will make the offering of an hour's thought to the spirit which once was Marcus. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Pearl Maiden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pearl Maiden, by H.RiderHAGGARD. Chapter 28, The Lamp. If Domitian at length slackened in his fruitless search for Miriam, Caleb, whose whole heart was in the hunt, proved more diligent. Still, he could find no trace of her. At first he made sure that if she was in Rome she would return to visit her friends and protectors, Gallus and his wife, and in hope of thus discovering her, Caleb caused a constant watch to be kept on their abode. But Miriam never came there, nor, although their footsteps were dogged from day to day, did they lead him to her, since in truth Julia and Miriam met only in the catacombs, where he and his spies dared not venture. Soon, however, Gallus discovered that his home was kept under observation and its inmates tracked from place to place. It was this knowledge indeed which, more than any other circumstance, brought him to make up his mind to depart from Rome and dwell in Syria, since he said that he would no longer live in a city where night by night he and his were hunted like jackals. But when he left for Ostia, to wait there till the ship Luna was ready, Caleb followed him, and in that small town soon found out all his plans, learning that he meant to sail with his wife in the vessel. Then, as he could hear nothing of Miriam, he returned to Rome. After all, it was by chance that he discovered her and not through his own cleverness. Needing a lamp for his chamber he entered a shop where such things were sold, and examined those that the merchant offered to him. Presently he perceived one of the strange design of two palms with intertwining trunks and feathery heads nodding apart, having a lamp hanging by a little chain from the topmost frond of each of them. The shape of the trees struck him as familiar, and he let his eye run down their stems until it reached the base, which, to support so tall a piece, was large. Yes, the palms grew upon a little bank, and there beneath the water rippled, while between bank and water was a long, smooth stone, pointed at one end. Then in a flash Caleb recognized the place, as well he might, seeing that on many and many an evening had he and Miriam sat side by side upon that stone, angling for fish in the muddy stream of Jordan. There was no doubt about it, and, look, half hidden in the shadow of the stone lay a great fish, the biggest that ever he had caught. He could swear to it, for its back fin was split. A mist came before Caleb's eyes and in it across the years he saw himself a boy again. There he stood, his rod of reed bent double and the thin line strained almost to breaking, while on the waters of Jordan a great fish splashed and rolled. "I cannot pull him in," he cried. "The line will never bear it and the bank is steep. Oh, Miriam, we shall lose him." Then there was a splash, and, behold! the girl at his side had sprung into the swiftly running river. Though its waters, reaching to her neck, washed her down the stream, she hugged to her young breast that great, slippery fish, yes, and gripped its back fin between her teeth, till with the aid of his reed rod he drew them both to land. "I will buy that lamp," said Caleb presently. "The design pleases me. What artist made it?" The merchant shrugged his shoulders. "Sir, I do not know," he answered. These goods are supplied to us with many others, such as joinery and carving, by one Septimus, who is a contractor and, they say, a head priest among the Christians, employing many hands at his shops in the poor streets yonder. One or more of them must be designers of taste, since of late we have received from him some lamps of great beauty." Then the man was called away to attend to another customer and Caleb paid for his lamp. That evening at dusk Caleb, bearing the lamp in his hand, found his way to the workshop of Septimus, only to discover that the part of the factory where lamps were moulded was already closed. A girl who had just shut the door, seeing him stand perplexed before it, asked civilly if she could help him. "Maiden," he answered, "I am in trouble who wish to find her who moulded this lamp, so that I may order others, but am told that she has left her work for the day." "Yes," said the maiden, looking at the lamp, which evidently she recognized. "It is pretty, is it not? Well, cannot you return to-morrow?" "Alas, no, I expect to be leaving Rome for a while, so I fear that I must go elsewhere." The girl reflected to herself that it would be a pity if the order were lost, and with it the commission which she might divide with the maker of the lamp. "It is against the rules, but I will show you where she lives," she said, "and if she is there, which is probable, for I have never seen her or her companion go out at night, you can tell her your wishes." Caleb thanked the girl and followed her through sundry tortuous lanes to a court surrounded by old houses. "If you go in there," she said, pointing to a certain doorway, "and climb to the top of the stairs, I forget whether there are 3 or 4 flights, you will find the makers of the lamp in the roof rooms. Oh, sir, I thank you, but I expected nothing. Good night." At length Caleb stood at the head of the stairs, which were both steep, narrow, and in the dark hard to climb. Before him, at the end of a rickety landing, a small ill-fitting door stood ajar. There was light within the room beyond, and from it came a sound of voices. Caleb crept up to the door and listened, for as the floor below was untenanted he knew that none could see him. Bending down he looked through the space between the door and its framework and his heart stood still. There, standing full in the lamplight, clothed in a pure white robe, for her rough working dress lay upon a stool beside her, was Miriam herself, her elbow leaning on the curtained window-place. She was talking to Nehushta, who, her back bent almost double over a little charcoal fire, was engaged in cooking their supper. "Think," she was saying, "only think, Nou, our last night in this hateful city, and then, instead of that stifling workshop and the terror of Domitian, the open sea and the fresh salt wind and nobody to fear but God. Luna. Is it not a beautiful name for a ship? I can see her, all silver." "Peace," said Nehushta. "Are you mad, girl, to talk so loud? I thought I heard a sound upon the stairs just now." "It is only the rats," answered Miriam cheerfully, "no one ever comes up here. I tell you that were it not for Marcus I could weep with joy." Caleb crept back to the head of the stairs and down several steps, which he began to re-ascend noisily, grumbling at their gloom and steepness. Then, before the women even had time to shut the door, he thrust it wide and walked straight into the room. "Your pardon," he began, then added quietly, "Why, Miriam, when we parted on the gate Niconor, who could have foretold that we should live to meet again here in a Roman attic? And you, Nehushta? Why, we were separated in the fray outside the temple walls, though, indeed, I think that I saw you in a strange place some months ago, namely, the slave ring on the Forum." "Caleb," asked Miriam in a hollow voice, "what is your business here?" "Well, Miriam, It began with a desire for a replica of this lamp, which reminds me of a spot familiar to my childhood. Do you remember it? Now that I have found who is the lamp maker—" "Cease fooling," broke in Nehushta. "Bird of ill omen, you have come to drag your prey back to the shame and ruin which she has escaped." "I was not always called thus," answered Caleb, flushing, "when I rescued you from the house at Tyre for instance, or when I risked my life, Miriam, to throw you food upon the gate Niconor. Nay, I come to save you from Domitian." "And to take her for yourself," answered Nehushta. "Oh! we Christians also have eyes to see and ears to hear, and, black-hearted traitor that you are, we know all your shame. We know of your bargain with the chamberlain of Domitian, by which the body of the slave was to be the price of the life of her buyer. We know how you swore away the honour of your rival, Marcus, with false testimony, and how from week to week you have quartered Rome as a vulture quarters the sky till at length you have smelt out the quarry. Well, she is helpless, but one is strong, and may his vengeance fall upon your life and soul." Suddenly Nehushta's voice, that had risen to a scream, died away, and she stood before him threatening him with her bony fists, and searching his face with her burning eyes, a vengeance incarnate. "Peace, woman, peace," said Caleb, shrinking back before her. "Spare your reproaches. If I have sinned much it is because I have loved more." "And hate most of all," added Nehushta. "Oh! Caleb," broke in Miriam, "if as you say you love me, why should you deal thus with me? You know well that I do not love you after this sort, no, and never can, and even if you keep me from Domitian, who does but make a tool of you, what would it advantage you to take a woman who leaves her heart elsewhere? Also I may never marry you for that same reason that I may not marry Marcus, because my faith is and must remain apart from yours. Would you make a base slave of your old playmate, Caleb? Would you bring her to the level of a dancing girl? Oh, let me go in peace." "Upon the ship Luna," said Caleb sullenly. Miriam gasped. So he knew their plans. "Yes," she replied desperately, "upon the ship Luna, to find such a fate as heaven may give me; at least to be at peace and free. For your soul's sake, Caleb, let me go. Once years ago you swore that you would not force yourself upon me against my will. Will you break that oath to-day?" "I swore also, Miriam, that it should go ill with any man who came between you and me. Shall I break that oath to-day? Give yourself to me of your own will and save Marcus. Refuse and I will bring him to his death. Choose now between me and your lover's life." "Are you a coward that you should lay such a choice upon me, Caleb?" "Call me what you will. Choose." Miriam clasped her hands and for a moment stood looking upwards. Then a light of purpose grew upon her face and she answered: "Caleb, I have chosen, do your worst. The fate of Marcus is not in my hands, or your hands, but in the hands of God; nor, unless He wills it, can one hair of his head be harmed by you or by Domitian. For is it not written in the book of your own law that "the king's heart is in the hand of the Lord, He turneth it whithersoever He will"? But my honour is my own, and to stain it would be a sin for which I alone must answer to Heaven and to Marcus, dead or living; Marcus, who would curse and spit upon me did I attempt to buy his safety at such a price." "Is that your last word, Miriam?" "It is. If it pleases you by false witness and by murder to destroy the man who once spared you, then if such a thing be suffered, have your will and reap its fruits. I make no bargain with you, for myself or for him. Do your worst to both of us." "So be it," said Caleb with a bitter laugh, "but I think that the ship Luna will lack her fairest passenger." Miriam sank down upon a seat and covered her face with her hands, a piteous sight in her misery and terror which, notwithstanding her bold words, she could not conceal. Caleb walked to the door and paused there, while the white-haired Nehushta stood by the brazier of charcoal and watched them both with her fierce eyes. Presently Caleb glanced round at Miriam crouched by the window and a strange new look came into his face. "I cannot do it," he said slowly, each word falling heavily from his lips like single raindrops from a cloud, or the slow blood from a mortal wound. Miriam let her hands slip from her face and stared at him. "Miriam," he said, "you are right. I have sinned against you and this man Marcus. Now I will expiate my sin. Your secret is safe with me, and since you hate me I will never see you more. Miriam, we look upon each other for the last time. Further, if I can, I will work for the deliverance of Marcus and help him to join you in Tyre, whither the Luna is bound. Is she not? Farewell." Once again he turned to go, but it would seem that his eyes were blinded, or his brain was dulled by the agony that worked within. At least Caleb caught his foot in the ancient uneven boards, stumbled, and fell heavily upon his face. Instantly, with a low hiss of hate and a spring like that of a cat, Nehushta was upon him. Thrusting her knees upon his back she seized the nape of his neck with her left hand and with her right drew a dagger from her bosom. "Forbear!" said Miriam. "Touch him with that knife and we part forever. Nay, I mean it. I myself will hand you to the officer, even if he hales me to Domitian." Then Nehushta rose to her feet. "Fool," she said, "fool, to trust to that man of double moods, whose mercy tonight will be vengeance tomorrow. Oh, you are undone! Alas, you are undone!" Regaining his feet Caleb looked at her contemptuously. "Had you stabbed she might have been undone indeed," he said. "Now, as of old, there is little wisdom in that grey head of yours, Nehushta, nor can your hate suffer you to understand the intermingled good and evil of my heart." Then he advanced to Miriam, lifted her hand and kissed it. With a sudden movement she proffered him her brow. "Nay," he said, "tempt me not, it is not for me. Farewell." Another instant and he was gone. It would seem that Caleb kept his word, for 3 days later the vessel Luna sailed unmolested from the port of Ostia in the charge of the Greek captain Hector, having on board Miriam, Nehushta, Julia, and Gallus. Within a week of this sailing Titus at length returned to Rome. Here in due course the case of Marcus was brought before him by the prisoner's friends, together with a demand that he should be granted a new and open trial for the clearing of his honour. Titus, who for his own reasons refused to see Marcus, listened patiently, then gave his decision. He rejoiced, he said, to learn that his close friend and trusted officer was still alive, since he had long mourned him as dead. He grieved that in his absence he should have been put upon his trial on the charge of having been taken captive, living, by the Jews, which, if Marcus upon his arrival in Rome had at once reported himself to him, would not have happened. He dismissed all accusations against his military honour and courage as mere idle talk, since he had 100 times proved him to be the bravest of men, and knew, moreover, something of the circumstances under which he was captured. But, however willing he might be to do so, he was unable for public reasons to disregard the fact that he had been duly convicted by a court-martial, under Prince Domitian, of having broken the command of his general and suffered himself to be taken prisoner alive. To do so would be to proclaim himself, Titus, unjust, who had caused others to suffer for this same offence, and to offer insult to the prince, his brother, who in the exercise of his discretion as commander in his absence, had thought fit to order the trial. Still, his punishment should be of the lightest possible. He commanded that on leaving his prison Marcus should go straight to his own house by night, so that there might be no public talk or demonstration among his friends, and there make such arrangement of his affairs as seemed good to him. Further, he commanded that within 10 days he should leave Italy, to dwell or travel abroad for a period of 3 years, unless the time should be shortened by some special decree. After the lapse of these 3 years he would be free to return to Rome. This was his judgment and it could not be altered. As it chanced, it was the chamberlain Saturius who first communicated the imperial decree to Marcus. Hurrying straight from the palace to the prison he was admitted into the prisoner's chamber. "Well," said Marcus, looking up, "what evil tidings have you now?" "None, none," answered Saturius. "I have very good tidings, and that is why I run so fast. You are only banished for 3 years, thanks to my secret efforts," and he smiled craftily. "Even your property is left to you, a fact which will, I trust, enable you to reward your friends for their labours on your behalf." "Tell me all," and the rogue obeyed, while Marcus listened with a face of stone. "Why did Titus decide thus?" he asked when it was finished. "Speak frankly, man, if you wish for a reward." "Because, noble Marcus, Domitian had been with him beforehand and told him that if he reversed his public judgment it would be a cause of open quarrel between them. This, Cæsar, who fears his brother, does not seek. That is why he would not see you, lest his love for his friend should overcome his reason." "So the prince is still my enemy?" "Yes, and more bitter than before, since he cannot find the Pearl Maiden, and is sure that you have spirited her away. Be advised by me and leave Rome quickly, lest worse things befall you." "Aye," said Marcus, "I will leave Rome quickly, for how shall I abide here who have lost my honour? Yet first it may please your master to know that by now the lady whom he seeks is far across the sea. Get you gone, you fox, for I desire to be alone." The face of Saturius became evil. "Is that all you have to say?" he asked. "Am I to win no reward?" "If you stay longer," said Marcus, "you will win one which you do not desire." Then Saturius went, but without the door he turned and shook his fist towards the chamber he had left. "Fox," he muttered. "He called me fox and gave me nothing. Well, foxes may find some pickings on his bones." The chamberlain's road to the palace ran past the place of business of the merchant Demetrius. He stopped and looked at it. "Perhaps this one will be more liberal," he said to himself, and entered. In his private office he found Caleb alone, his face buried in his hands. Seating himself he plunged into his tale, ending it with an apology to Caleb for the lightness of the sentence inflicted upon Marcus. "Titus would do no more," he said. "Indeed, were it not for the fear of Domitian, he could have not been brought to do so much, for he loves the man, who has been a prefect of his bodyguard, and was deeply grieved that he must disgrace him. Still, disgraced he is, aye, and he feels it. Therefore I trust that you, most generous Demetrius, who hate him, will remember the service of your servant in this matter." "Yes," said Caleb quietly, "fear not, you shall be well paid, for you have done your best." "I thank you, friend," answered Saturius, rubbing his hands, "and, after all, things may be better than they seem. That insolent fool let out just now that the girl about whom there is all this bother has been smuggled away somewhere across the seas. When Domitian learns that he will be so mad with anger that he may be worked up to take a little vengeance of his own upon the person of the noble Marcus, who has thus contrived to trick him. Also Marcus shall not get the Pearl Maiden, for the prince will cause her to be followed and brought back to you, worthy Demetrius." "Then," answered Caleb, slowly, "he must seek for her, not across the sea, but in its depths." "What do you mean?" "I mean that I have tidings that Pearl Maiden escaped in the ship Luna hard upon a month ago. This morning the captain and some mariners of the galley Imperatrix arrived in Rome. They report that they met a great gale off Rhegium, and towards the end of it saw a vessel sink. Afterwards they picked up a sailor clinging to a piece of wood, who told them that the ship's name was Luna and that she foundered with all hands." "Have you seen this sailor?" "No. He died of exhaustion soon after he was rescued. But I have seen the men of the galley, who brought me note of certain goods consigned to me in her hold. They repeated this story to me with their own lips." "So, after all, she whom so many sought was destined to the arms of Neptune, as became a pearl," reflected Saturius. "Well, well, as Domitian cannot be revenged upon Neptune he will be the more wroth with the man who sent her to that god. Now I go to tell him all these tidings and to learn his mind." "You will return and acquaint me with it, will you not?" asked Caleb, looking up. "Certainly, and at once. Our account is not yet balanced, most generous Demetrius." "No," answered Caleb, "our accounts are not yet balanced." 2 hours later the chamberlain reappeared in the office. "Well," said Caleb, "how does it go?" "Ill, very ill for Marcus, and well, very well for those who hate him, as you and I do, friend. Oh! never have I seen my imperial master so enraged. Indeed, when he learned that Pearl Maiden had escaped and was drowned, so that he could have no hope of her this side the Styx, it was almost dangerous to be near him. He cursed Titus for the lightness of his sentence. He cursed you. He cursed me. But I turned his wrath into the right channel. I showed him that for all these ills Marcus, and Marcus alone, is to blame, Marcus who is to pay the price of them with a 3 years' pleasant banishment from Rome, which doubtless will be remitted presently. I tell you that Domitian wept and gnashed his teeth at the thought of it, until I showed him a better plan, knowing that it would please you, friend Demetrius." "What plan?" Saturius rose, and having looked round to see that the door was fastened, came and whispered into Caleb's ear. "Look you, after sunset tonight, that is within 2 hours, Marcus is to be put out of his prison and conducted to the side door of his own house, that beneath the archway, where he is ordered to remain until he leaves Rome. In this house is no one except an old man, the steward Stephanus, and a slave woman. Well, before he gets there, certain trusty fellows, such as Domitian knows how to lay his hands upon, will have entered the house, and having secured the steward and the woman, will await the coming of Marcus beneath the archway. You can guess the rest. Is it not well conceived?" "Very well," answered Caleb. "But may there not be suspicion?" "None, none. Who would dare to suspect Domitian? A private crime, doubtless. The rich have so many enemies." What Saturius did not add was that nobody would suspect Domitian because the masked bravos were instructed to inform the steward and the slave when they had bound and gagged them, that they were hired to do the deed of blood by a certain merchant named Demetrius, otherwise Caleb the Jew, who had an ancient quarrel against Marcus, which, already, he had tried to satisfy by giving false evidence before the court-martial. "Now," went on Saturius, "I must be going, for there are 1 or 2 little things which need attention, and time presses. Shall we balance that account, friend Demetrius?" "Certainly," said Caleb, and taking a roll of gold from a drawer he pushed it across the table. Saturius shook his head sadly. "I laid it at twice as much," he said. "Think how you hate him and how richly your hate will be fed. First disgraced unjustly, he, one of the best soldiers and bravest captains in the army, and then hacked to death by cutthroats in the doorway of his own house. What more could you want?" "Nothing," answered Caleb. "Only the man isn't dead yet. Sometimes the fates have strange surprises for us mortals, friend Saturius." "Dead? He will be dead soon enough." "Good. You shall have the rest of the money when I have seen his body. No, I don't want any bungling, and that's the best way to make certain." "I wonder," thought Saturius, as he departed out of the office and this history, "I wonder how I shall manage to get the balance of my fee before they have my Jewish friend by the heels. But it can be arranged. Doubtless it can be arranged." When he had gone, Caleb, who, it would seem, also had things which needed attention and felt that time pressed, took pen and wrote a short letter. Next he summoned a clerk and gave orders that it was to be delivered 2 hours after sunset, not before. Meanwhile, he enclosed it in an outer wrapping so that the address was not seen. This done, he sat still for a time, his lips moving, almost as though he were engaged in prayer. Then, seeing that it was the hour of sunset, he rose, wrapped himself in a long dark cloak, such as was worn by Roman officers, and went out. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Pearl Maiden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pearl Maiden, by H.RiderHAGGARD. Chapter 29, How Marcus Changed His Faith. Caleb was not the only one who heard the evil tidings of the ship Luna. It came to the ears of the Bishop Cyril also, since little of any moment passed within the city of Rome which the Christians did not know. Like Caleb, he satisfied himself of the truth of the matter by an interview with the captain of the Imperatrix. Then with a sorrowful heart he departed to the prison near the Temple of Mars. Here the warden told him that Marcus wished to see no one, but answering, "Friend, my business will not wait," he pushed past the man and entered the room beyond. Marcus was standing up in the centre of it, in his hand a drawn sword of the short Roman pattern, which, on catching sight of his visitor, he cast upon the table with an exclamation of impatience. It fell beside a letter addressed to "The Lady Miriam in Tyre," to be given into her own hand. "Peace be with you," said the bishop, searching his face with quiet eyes. "I thank you, friend," answered Marcus, smiling strangely. "I need peace, and seek it." "Son," asked the bishop, "what were you about to do?" "Friend," answered Marcus, "if you desire to know, I was about to fall upon my sword. One more minute and I should have been dead. They brought it me with the cloak and other things. It was thoughtful of them, and I guessed their meaning." Cyril lifted the sword from the table and cast it into a corner of the room. "God be thanked," he said, "who led my feet here in time to save you from this sin. Why, because it has pleased him to take her life, should you seek to take your own." "Her life?" said Marcus. "What dreadful words are these? Her life? Whose life?" "The life of Miriam. I came to tell you, she is drowned upon the seas with all her company." For a moment Marcus stood swaying to and fro like a drunken man. Then he said: "Is it so indeed? Well, the more reason that I should make haste to follow her. Begone and leave me to do the deed alone," and he stepped towards the sword. Cyril set his foot upon the shining blade. "What is this madness?" he asked. "If you did not know of Miriam's death, why do you desire to kill yourself?" "Because I have lost more than Miriam. Man, they have robbed me of my honour. By the decree of Titus, I, Marcus, am branded a coward. Yes, Titus, at whose side I have fought a score of battles, Titus, from whom I have warded many a blow, has banished me from Rome." "Tell me of this thing," said Cyril. So Marcus told him all. Cyril listened in silence, then said sternly: "Is it for this that you would kill yourself? Is your honour lessened by a decree based upon false evidence, and given for reasons of policy? Do you cease to be honourable because others are dishonourable, and would you, a soldier, fly from battle? Now, indeed, Marcus, you show yourself a coward." "How can I live on who am so shamed?" he asked passionately. "My friends knew that I could not live, and that is why they wrapped a sword in yonder cloak and sent it to me. Also Miriam, you say, is dead. Satan sent it to you, Marcus, desiring to fashion of your foolish pride a ladder down which you might climb to hell. Cast aside this base temptation which wears the mask of false honour, face your trouble like a man, and conquer it by innocence and faith." "Miriam! What of Miriam?" "Yes, what of Miriam? How would she welcome you yonder, who come to greet her with your blood upon your hands? Oh, son, do you not understand that this is the trial laid upon you? You have been brought low that you might rise high. Once the world gave you all it had to give. You were rich, you were a captain among captains. You were high born; men called you the Fortunate. Then Christ appealed to you in vain, you put him by. What had you to do with the crucified carpenter of Galilee? Now by the plotting of your foes you have fallen. No longer do you rank high in your trade of blood. You are dismissed its service and an exile. The lesson of life has come home to you, therefore you seek to escape from life rather than bide in it to do your duty through good and ill, heedless of what men say, and finding peace in the verdict of your own conscience. Let him whom you put by in your hours of pomp come to you now. Carry your cross with your shame as he carried his in his shame. In his light find light, in his peace find peace, and at the end her who has been taken from you a while. Has my spirit spoken in vain with your spirit during all these many weeks, son Marcus? Already you have told me that you believe, and now at the first breath of trouble will you go back upon that which you know to be the truth? Oh, once more listen to me, that your eyes may be opened before it is too late." "Speak on, I hear you," said Marcus with a sigh. So Cyril pleaded with him in the passion of one inspired, and as Marcus hearkened his heart was softened and his purpose turned. "I knew it all before, I believed it all before," he said at length, "but I would not accept your baptism and become a member of your church." "Why not, son?" "Because had I done so she would have thought and you might have thought, and perhaps I myself should have thought that I did it, as I once offered to do, to win her whom I desired above all things on earth. Now she is dead and it is otherwise. Shrive me, father, and do your office." So there in the prison cell the bishop Cyril took water and baptized the Roman Marcus into the body of the Christian Church. "What shall I do now?" Marcus asked as he rose from his knees. "Once Cæsar was my master, now you speak with the voice of Cæsar. Command me." "I do not speak, Christ speaks. Listen. I am called by the Church to go to Alexandria in Egypt, whither I sail within 3 days. Will you who are exiled from Rome come with me? There I can find you work to do." "I have said that you are Cæsar," answered Marcus. "Now it is sunset and I am free. Accompany me to my house, I pray you, for there much business waits me in which I need counsel, who am overborne." So presently the gates were opened as Titus had commanded, and they went forth, attended only by a guard of 2 men, walking unnoted through the streets to the palace in the Via Agrippa. "There is the door," said the sergeant of the guard, pointing to the side entrance of the house. "Enter with your friend and, noble Marcus, fare you well." So they went to the archway, and finding the door ajar, passed through and shut it behind them. "For a house where there is much to steal this is ill guarded, son. In Rome an open gate ought to have a watchman," said Cyril as he groped his way through the darkness of the arch. "My steward Stephanus should be at hand, for the jailer advised him of my coming, who never thought to come," began Marcus, then of a sudden stumbled heavily and was silent. "What is it?" asked Cyril. "By the feel one who is drunken—or dead. Some beggar, perhaps, who sleeps off his liquor here." By now Cyril was through the archway and in the little courtyard beyond. "A light burns in that window," he said. "Come, you know the path, guide me to it. We can return to this sleeper." "Who seems hard to wake," added Marcus, as he led the way across the courtyard to the door of the offices. This also proved to be open and by it they entered the room where the steward kept his books and slept. Upon the table a lamp was burning, that which they had seen through the casement. Its light showed them a strange sight. An iron-bound box that was chained to the wall had been broken open and its contents rifled, for papers were strewn here and there, and on them lay an empty leathern money-bag. The furniture also was overturned as though in some struggle, while among it, one in the corner of the room and one beneath the marble table, which was too heavy to be moved, lay 2 figures, those of a man and a woman. "Murderers have been here," said Cyril with a groan. Marcus snatched the lamp from the table and held it to the face of the man in the corner. "It is Stephanus," he said, "Stephanus bound and gagged, but living, and the other is the slave woman. Hold the lamp while I loose them," and drawing his short sword, he cut away the bonds, first of one and then of the other. "Speak, man, speak," he said, as Stephanus struggled to his feet. "What has chanced here?" For some moments the old steward stared at him with round, frightened eyes. Then he gasped. "Oh, my lord, I thought you dead. They said that they had come to kill you by command of the Jew Caleb, he who gave the evidence." "They? Who?" asked Marcus. "I know not, 4 men whose faces were masked. They said also that though you must die, they were commanded to do me and this woman no harm, only to bind and silence us. This they did, then, having taken what money they could find, went out to waylay you. Afterwards I heard a scuffle in the arch and well nigh died of sorrow, for I who could neither warn nor help you, was sure that you were perishing beneath their knives." "For this deliverance, thank God," said Cyril, lifting up his hands. "Presently, presently," answered Marcus. "First follow me," and taking the lamp in his hand, he ran back to the archway. Beneath it a man lay upon his face, he across whom Marcus had stumbled, and about him blood flowed from many wounds. In silence they turned him over so that the light fell upon his features. Then Marcus staggered back amazed, for, behold! they were Caleb's, notwithstanding the blood and wounds that marred them, still dark and handsome in his death sleep. "Why," he said to Stephanus, this is that very man whose bloody work, as they told us, the murderers came to do. It would seem that he has fallen into his own snare." "Are you certain, son?" asked Cyril. "Does not this gashed and gory cheek deceive you?" "Draw that hand of his from beneath the cloak," answered Marcus. "If I am right the first finger will lack a joint." Cyril obeyed and held up the stiffening hand. It was as Marcus had said. "Caught in his own snare," repeated Marcus. "Well, though I knew he hated me, and more than once we have striven to slay each other in battle and private fight, never would I have believed that Caleb the Jew would sink to murder. He is well repaid, the treacherous dog." "Judge not, that ye be not judged," answered Cyril. "What do you know of how or why this man came by his death? He may have been hurrying here to warn you." "Against his own paid assassins? No, father, I know Caleb better, only he was viler than I thought." Then they carried the body into the house and took counsel what they should do. While they reasoned together, for every path seemed full of danger, there came a knock upon the archway door. They hesitated, not knowing whether it would be safe to open, till the knock was repeated more loudly. "I will go, Lord," said Stephanus, "for why need I fear, who am of no account to anyone?" So he went, presently to return. "What is it?" asked Marcus. "Only a young man, who said that he had been strictly charged by his master, Demetrius the Alexandrian merchant, to deliver a letter at this hour. Here is the letter." "Demetrius, the Alexandrian merchant?" said Marcus as he took it. "Why, under that name Caleb who lies here dead passed in Rome." "Read the letter," said Cyril. So Marcus cut the silk, broke the seal, and read. "To the noble Marcus. In the past I have worked you evil and often striven to take your life. Now it has come to my ears that Domitian, who hates you even worse than I do, if for less reason, has laid a plot to murder you on the threshold of your own house. Therefore, by way of amends for that evidence which I gave against you that stained the truth, since no braver man ever breathed than you are, Marcus, it has come into my mind to visit the palace fortunate wrapped in such a cloak as you Roman captains wear. There, before you read this letter, perhaps we shall meet again. Still, mourn me not, Marcus, nor speak of me as generous, or noble, since Miriam is dead, and I who have followed her through life desire to follow her through death, hoping that there I may find a kinder fortune at her hands, or if not, forgetfulness. You who will live long, must drink deep of memory—a bitterer cup. Marcus, farewell. Since die I must, I would that it had been in open fight beneath your sword, but fate, who has given me fortune, but no true favour, appoints me to the daggers of assassins that seek another heart. So be it. You tarry here, but I travel to Miriam. Why should I grumble at the road? Caleb. Written at Rome upon the night of my death. A brave man and a bitter, said Marcus when he had finished reading. No, my father, that I am more jealous of him now than ever I was in his life's days. Had it not been for you and your preaching, he added angrily, when he came to seek Miriam, he would have found me at her side. But now, how can I tell? Peace to your heathen talk, answered the bishop. Is the land of spirits then such as your poets picture, and do the dead turn to each other with eyes of earthly passion? Yet, he added more gently, I should not blame you who, like this poor Jew, from childhood have been steeped in superstitions. Have no fear of his rivalry in the heavenly fields, friend Marcus, where neither do they marry or are given in marriage, nor think that self-murder can help a man. What the end of all this tale may be does not yet appear. Still I am certain that yonder Caleb will take no gain in hurrying down to death, unless indeed he did it from a nobler motive than he says, as I for one believe." "I trust that it may be so," answered Marcus, "although in truth that another man should die for me gives me no comfort. Rather I would that he had left me to my doom." "As God has willed so it has befallen, for man's goings are of the Lord. How then can a man understand his own way?" replied Cyril with a sigh. "Now let us to other matters, for time is short and it comes upon me that you will do well to be clear of Rome before Domitian finds that Caleb fell in place of Marcus." Nearly 3 more months had gone when, at length, one night as the sun vanished, a galley crept wearily into the harbour of Alexandria and cast anchor just as the light of Pharos began to shine across the sea. Her passage through the winter gales had been hard, and for weeks at a time she had been obliged to shelter in harbours by the way. Now, short of food and water, she had come safely to her haven, for which mercy the bishop Cyril with the Roman Marcus and such other Christians as were aboard of her gave thanks to heaven upon their knees in their little cabin near the forecastle, for it was too late to attempt to land that night. Then they went on deck and, as all their food was gone and they had no drink except some stinking water, leaned upon the bulwarks and looked hungrily towards the shore, where gleamed the 1,000 lights of the mighty city. Near to them, not a bowshot away indeed, lay another ship. Presently, as they stared at her black outline, the sound of singing floated from her decks across the still, starlit waters of the harbour. They listened to it idly enough at first, till at length some words of that song reached their ears, causing them to look at each other. "That's no sailor's ditty," said Marcus. "No," answered Cyril, "it is a Christian hymn, and one that I know well. Listen. Each verse ends, 'Peace, be still.'" "Then," said Marcus, "yonder must be a Christian ship, else they would not dare to sing that hymn. The night is calm, let us beg the boat and visit it. I am thirsty, and those good folk may have fresh water." "If you wish," answered Cyril. "There too we may get tidings as well as water." A while later the little boat rowed to the side of the strange ship and asked leave to board of the watchman. "What sign do you give?" asked the officer. "The sign of the cross," answered Cyril. "We have heard your hymn who are of the brotherhood of Rome." Then a rope ladder was thrown down to them and the officer bade them make fast and be welcome. They climbed upon the deck and went to seek the captain, who was in the after part of the ship, where an awning was stretched. In the space enclosed by this awning, which was lit with lanterns, stood a woman in a white robe, who sang the refrain of the hymn in a very sweet voice, others of the company, from time to time, joining in its choruses. "From the dead am I arisen," sang the voice, and there was something in the thrilling notes that went straight to the heart of Marcus, some tone and quality which were familiar. Side by side with Cyril he climbed onwards across the rowing benches, and the noise of their stumbling footsteps reached the singer's ears, caused her to pause in her song. Then stepping forward a little, as though to look, she came under the lantern so that its light fell full upon her face, and, seeing nothing, once more took up her chant. "O ye faithless, from the dead am I arisen." "Look, look!" gasped Marcus, clutching Cyril by the arm. "Look! It is Miriam, or her spirit." Another instant and he, too, had come into the circle of the lamplight, so that his eyes met the eyes of the singer. Now she saw him and, with a little cry, sank senseless to the deck. So the long story ended. Afterwards they learned that the tale which had been brought to Rome of the loss of the ship Luna was false. She had met the great gale, indeed, but had sheltered from it in a harbour, where the skill of her captain, Hector, brought her safely. Then she made her way to Sicily, where she refitted, and so on to one of the Grecian ports, in which she lay for 8 weeks waiting for better weather, till a favouring wind brought her somewhat slowly to Alexandria, a port she won only 2 days before the galley of Marcus. It would seem, therefore, that the vessel that had foundered in sight of the Imperatrix was either another ship also called the Luna, no uncommon name, or that the mariners of the Imperatrix had not heard her title rightly. It may have been even that the dying sailor who told it to them wandered in his mind, and forgetting how his last ship was called, gave her some name with which he was familiar. At the least, through the good workings of Providence, that Luna which bore Miriam and her company escaped the perils of the deep and in due time reached the haven of Alexandria. Before they parted that happy night all their tale was told. Miriam learned how Caleb had kept the promise that he made to her, although when he thought her dead his fierce and jealous heart would suffer him to tell nothing of it to Marcus. She learned also how it came about that Marcus had been saved from death at his own hand by Cyril and entered the company of the Christian Brotherhood. Very glad were both of them to think in the after years that he had done this believing her to be lost to him in death. Now none could say that he had changed his faith to win a woman, nor could their own consciences whisper to them that this was possible, though even at the time he knew it not. So they understood how through their many trials, dangers, and temptations all things had worked together for good to them. On the morrow, there in the ship Luna, Marcus and Miriam, whom the Romans called Pearl Maiden, were wedded by the bishop Cyril, the captain Gallus giving the bride in marriage, while the white-haired, fierce-eyed Nehushta stood at their side and blessed them in the name of that dead mother whose command had not been broken. End of chapter 29. End of Pearl Maiden, by H.RiderHAGGARD.